is your gains too, because it was not easy for me. But once I started and I became committed, the outcomes are beautiful. Not 50 pounds, but 1 pound at a time, every time. So, thank you and peace out. So, it's Monday, my people. How to do, how to do. I'm just coming in from the labor and just want to do a quick shout out. Um, and just to show us something. So finally, after all this working out and everything else that has been going on, changing my diet, doing all the things that I needed to do and finally had the courage to do. So I'm down 21 pounds. And today I was able to wear a suit to work, not a big dress, a suit. So my suits, um, I am able now to put them on and wear them. Remember, I talked about how when we start gaining the weight, instead of you know keeping the weight down, so that we can wear our clothing, we start buying bigger clothing to fit the weight. And that was a big thing for me because I end up with so many unnecessary things because I buy them, then the arms were too big, they couldn't fit. But now, thank God. And so my suits were there sitting there, just sitting. I started buying big dresses, had big dresses made so that I could feel, dress properly to go to work instead of just changing the diet so I could have fitted in my suits. I like to wear my suits because when I teach, I like to dress for my children, so that they could see I'm in the inner cities. And a lot of times they don't have people to look up to. And so, as professionals, when we go in, I want people to think of them that they're looking up to them for guidance. They're looking up to them to say, I can become a teacher one day, I can become a doctor, a lawyer. So, the way we carry ourselves is a big thing for me, so that kids know that they don't have to, if they have one, they can come in nice and clean. Whether they're fat or they're skinny, they can still come nicely dressed. So, that's the reason why I made sure that I would dress the way I dress for work. So I don't go into the stores to buy the suits. I had my sister-in-law in Jamaica, my husband's sister, beautiful seamstress at the time. She every school year she would make maybe 6 suits. I'd have them to wear to work. But then the weight comes on, and I started just didn't know what to do. So I started wearing bigger clothes just to feel comfortable. Um, and but then today, last night, I was able to fit in my suit, and there are others that I see that I can fit into. So this whole week, I'll be able to wear a suit, back in my element. And I'm just going with it one day at a time. As I said, 1 pound at a time. I'm not looking for any big payouts. I'm not looking for anything unrealistic. I'm just taking my time and just seeing where it goes. Um, so I'm comfortable now. I'm getting there. I'm still, the weight is still there, but it's not as overwhelming as it was before. Um, again, I'm moving around nicely. Today I did my 6 classes, and I feel so good. I'm into it. I'm into the virtual teaching, and I've talked to Prince Nick, and we're gonna be going back to the math made simple. So we're working on something so that when I get into the mode, when it gets into mode, when math made simple gets into the works, that it will be a success. So again, my people, it's not much to say. I'm just still giving thanks, just giving so much thanks and praise, and I'm getting there. I'm not, I'm getting there, and I'm not stressed out, and I'm good, and just again, I'm always with a thankful heart, and so it's peace out, one love. And for those of you struggling like myself or who had the struggles like myself, just know there's always hope. I remember when I was just huffing and puffing just to move from point A to point B, and now I'm I'm just going with the flow. I'm moving better. I sound much better. I'm getting more done. Honestly, I used to suffer so much from my back. When I need to wash the dishes, I have to lean over on the sink just to give myself some ease. Now, yesterday, I did so much. I cooked yesterday. I did fish. I did snappers. I did tilapia. I even baked the chicken for my husband, and I was able to do all of that. So as I lose the weight and I'm feel stronger. When I went out in the evening to walk, it felt good, refreshing. So I'm grateful I started, and thanks to all of you who supported me on the journey, because you gave me that wind within beneath my wings, so that I could fly. And as I start flying, I feel like I could just keep soaring. So that's where I'm at. I wanted to share with you that I was in a suit today. I wasn't in a big dress at work today. I was in a suit, and that feels awesome. So, feel encouraged, all of you in the same situation like myself. And those of you who are not in that situation, there might be other things going on. Feel encouraged just the same. Feel powerful. Let no one take away your joy, because you are important. I know I am important. And because of that, I am motivated to go forth, onward and upward, losing 1 pound at a time, and just loving me because I am special. So, peace out, take care of yourself, and walk good. So, my YouTube family, how are you today? Thank you for sharing my video, for opening up the video. And you know what? I just came in from work and just realized that every day I go to work on a high. And every day I leave work on a high. You know, people might think that drugs is the only thing that can make you high. But being an educator, you're going to see how, when we go in to these children, when you teach in the inner cities, when we go into these children, how we can feel high without cocaine or alcohol or crack or even marijuana. My
My
brother,
sister,
yeah,
I'm not getting to your business, but I was listening to you, and the truth be told, I have the same kind of feeling. You know that. You know, it is nice when it like no longer am I going to a job. I'm going to something that I'm having a lot of fun with, and more than that, it's like even one child, we see that difference at the end of the day. Wow. So I
wow,
go in high and I leave high. So you have a good point there. You know?
wow. It is so interesting. This is my brother. We both are educators, and he's sharing the same thought. Working with inner city kids, it's not easy. They come in with so much needs. They come in with so much things that are going on in their lives. But one of the greatest high, and he's saying the same thing as myself. He's a science teacher. I'm a math teacher. But we're saying the same thing, that when you have that one kid who comes in and can is learning, they come in and you see how they were struggling, and then something clicked because of what you partake you what would you say,
Impart
something
to
that you
them, yes.
impart to them, and they grab onto it, and you feel like, wow, it just gives you this high that no kind of drug can give to you.
And no salary increase either.
And no,
Okay,
no
you know.
salary. He says, I don't know about the salary, but it's true. The salary sometimes you don't even stop to think about it. It's just going in and you feel good knowing that you're making a difference in these children's lives. The other day I was coming home, bro, and as I came out the elevator and come down, I heard a young lady say, Miss Salmon. And I'm looking like, okay, she has a mask on. Who is this? Then she take the mask off. She said, don't you remember me? I'm Alana. I had Alana in 2003. I came to this place in 2002. In 2003, I had her in sixth grade. She is a social worker for the primary grades downstairs.
Okay.
So
okay.
so just remembering that kid in class,
Yep.
very social, and but you keep encouraging, and to see her now. One evening I was coming and one girl drove up behind me and stopped her car, got out. Miss Salmon, I'm looking at her because now she's grown up. She's a woman. So I'm looking at her and it was quite amazing. She said, I know you don't remember me, but I am so and so, and I was in your sixth grade. You taught me math. And it feels good. Those are the highs, my people, that I'm talking about. Those highs when your children, when your students can come back and say, you did, you taught me this, you were there for me, and today I've made good use of it and I'm giving back.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share, my brother.
It's the high you get from a job well done.
It's a high you get from a job well done. And it's a good high. It's a very good high. Your mental abilities are not distorted. You don't have to steal from anyone. You don't have to treat anyone badly. You just feel good giving back. So right now during COVID, it's not easy. I mean, it's a challenge for us out there. It's like we're taking a risk because we don't know. A lot of things we really don't know, but we're out there. And as we go, we just do the best we can do, and we hope for the best, and we hope that we're still touching lives one at a time. The time is getting cold. This morning I had to take my jacket out because it was so cold. But, we just keep going. We just keep going because, as we said, the highs are good highs.
Yeah.
They're highs that says job well done.
So my sister, stay high.
Oh, my
high.
brother, yes, we have to stay high. Thank you.
You are.
So again, my people, I say one love, and you can find your highs. Find the things that make you feel good inside out. We don't need drugs to alter our mental state, but with the good things that we do, the differences that we make, whether we're fat or skinny, whether we're tall or short, whether we're black or white, the highs are real. And so I say one love as we press on, feeling one high at a time, one day at a time, continue losing the pounds, 1 pound at a time. So peace out. One love. Coming to America again, we have a social language. It's patois. Patois is not a language in America. They're just now embracing it and is allowing the children who are from the Caribbean to be enrolled, to be tested and get enrolled into the English language learners program. So the kid will get tested. They will be given a small assessment, and then from that, they will decide if they will benefit from this new program. Years ago, they had what they call New Arrivals Program. And the New Arrivals Program would take them, and a teacher from that part of the Caribbean or some part of the Caribbean would be the person in charge to help them understand how to say the words in this new culture, how to say the words correctly, help them develop um, some knowledge that will help them to do well as they adapt and as they assimilate into this new school system. Um, so we'll talk about, we think that phonics is a good thing. Of course, it's a good thing. But phonics is only good for sounding out. It cannot help the students to understand or to connect to what is read. So they could know every word there is. But if they don't know how to connect to show that they understand what they're reading, it's of no use. So we look at culture, we're going to look now at vocabulary. So I talk about phonics, and yes, phonics helps with vocabulary, right? Builds a good vocabulary, but you have to understand what they mean. When we have to know what they mean, we also have to understand that we have an accent. Coming from the Caribbean, we might say, we look at mobile, and we might say the word is mobile because we're looking at phonics, we're sounding out what we see. But in America, the same word, the same spelling, nothing is different, is mobile. In the Caribbean, we look at words that end with cali, basically, physically, right? Musically. And then if you say that to someone in the American school system, they look at you a little funny. Oftentimes they'll tell you, I don't understand what you're saying. But in your mind, you're saying, but I'm saying the word correctly. But the difference is that in America, in the school system, they shorten words. So a word like basically becomes basically. A word like physically becomes physically. So who is incorrect here? So a lot of kids come and they become afraid to say things because when they say it, it doesn't sound the same way. People misinterpret it. So it's a little hard for them. They will spell, when it comes to spelling, they might say neighbor, Neighbour. In America, they drop that U. They think that the U is not necessary. So neighbor becomes Neighbor. Um, other color in Jamaica, you'll say let me not just be specific to Jamaica, but in the Caribbean, you would say Colour for color. In America, that U is gone, Color. Now, if you're taking a spelling test and a teacher doesn't understand where you're coming from, doesn't understand the Queen's English, because that's what we learn in the Caribbean, um, then you're going to get many words, you will get a wrong for it. But really, it is correct. So somebody from the Caribbean would be able to check that correctly and kind of guide you as to how it's different here. But a teacher who does not understand will mark it incorrect. So these are some of the things that we have to learn as we become assimilated into the new culture, into the new school system. We have to do our research. We have to connect with educators who are from the island so they can guide you, so that you can be successful. You're coming to this culture and you know so much. When I take the time out to meet with my children and to just evaluate them where they are, I am so impressed. But then you'll hear from other teachers, oh my goodness, what's going on with him? What's going on with her? She doesn't even understand what's going on. And so it hurts me deeply. And we cannot blame the teachers to say, oh, they need to take time out to teach my kid or to understand. As parents, bringing children into a new system of schools, we have to also do our part. We have to make sure that we do our research so that when you bring these children here, they're not lost. They don't clam up because they become so afraid, because they think that everything they do is so wrong. They're smart kids, they know so much, but it's just that in this culture, in this school system, things are a little different. So then we go on to, from the vocabulary, we're going to go to the reading comprehension. Reading comprehension. Reading comprehension means that when you read a selection, you have to answer questions, and those answers you give determine if you understood what you read. But look at some of the problems we face. A lot of the children are reading some of the information in the text. They can read the words. Of course, they can read the words. They're smart kids, but they have no background knowledge. They have no experiences to connect them to the text that they're reading. If they're reading something about snow and they've never experienced snow, how are they going to be able to answer the questions correctly? If they're reading, I remember one child talking about a comforter. As a kid went to bed, her mom covered her with her comforter. In the Caribbean, we talk about a comforter as our king, as Jesus. That's how we talk about comforter. But in this American school system, a comforter is like a blanket, it's something to keep you warm in the wintertime. So a child is being assessed, and there are terms in that passage they just read. And if they have no clue, you see them guessing. You see sometimes when I am able to look at the work that they do, and I'm looking at the answer that they give. And in this system, and from my experiences, I know that the answer could not even connect. It's not even close. But that poor child who doesn't know anything, who doesn't understand, is going to, for them, it's just let me pick something. So again, we're bringing the kids, help them to read, help them to be open, not just to books on the Caribbean, but to books universal, so that they're getting exposed um, to the culture that is out there. So when migration comes, when it's time for us, we get that opportunity to leave and to come and work and try to excel in another way. Please make sure that the children are knowledgeable in some way, so that so many of them are not considered low or slower than the others. When we look at mathematics, though, mathematics, let's know that with math, 2 plus 2 is always going to be 4. That's universal. So whether it's London, England, or Kingston, Jamaica, or Trelawney, Jamaica, or Guyana, or Haiti, doesn't matter where in the world, Timbuktu in Ethiopia, we understand the language of math because the numbers, the values are going to be the same. So when kids come to the new school system here, they will do well with math. If they had that foundation, which most of them really do, because in Jamaica we are learning our timetables from basic school, as we call it. So when we get here, I never ever, it's very seldom that I see a child who comes from the islands or from the Caribbean and they struggle when it comes to timetables. They might struggle with some content, yes. But when it comes to timetables, they are clicking, they're clicking, they got it. Um, and many of the other concepts that they have to learn, they do it, they catch on easily. Because as I said, The numbers are the numbers wherever you go. Um, but what we have to encourage our children with is the reading. We have to make sure that they're stronger with the comprehension. We have to make sure that they understand that when they come, the terms sometimes are different, the meaning for some things. We'll have a child who will say, Miss, I want to go to the toilet. And for some teachers, it's puzzling. For me, as an educator from the islands, I understand what they will need, and I will give them permission, but I also have to encourage them and guide them, and so that when they're not in my presence, they know to ask to go to use the bathroom. Another thing, I remember one child years ago, he needed an eraser, but he didn't know what, he didn't call it an eraser. Because in Jamaica, we don't say, May I get an eraser, please? We ask for a rubber. That's what we do because what we need is to rub something out. But then when you come to America, it is an eraser. And so this young man, he asked the teacher for a rubber, and a rubber is considered to be a condom or whatever. And it became a big powwow because this kid was inappropriate. He was asking the teacher for a rubber. And so we have to understand again, and if we're planning to move from our comfort zones or from the areas that we were born and raised in, with the way we say words, understand that this great American school system um, say things a little bit differently, spell things differently. Um, so we have to adjust. We have to adapt. We have to learn. We have to listen. We have to do much more than we're doing so that when we get here, we are not falling short, or people are not looking at us as if we are not educated. We have to find people in the school who understands our culture and create a relationship. Um, we have to remember that their norms, some of them are different when we speak, or when someone speaks to us or speak to a child from the Caribbean, or even from Africa. I think from even in the Asian culture, we have a tendency to hold our heads down because that's how we were trained. We were taught to not look an adult in the eye. When they speak to us, we should be pensive. We should hold our heads down. But in America, you have to look the person in the eye, and so that they're not thinking that you are dismissing them or that you are not hearing what they're saying. They will think you are disrespectful when you do that. Another thing is when you come to this system, as you assimilate into this system, you have to remember that you cannot call a teacher Miss, Miss, Miss. You don't do that. Teachers do not appreciate that. Over the years that I've been teaching, teachers express that. And sometimes they get so frustrated because the child is just calling them Miss, Miss, Miss instead of learning their names. So that's something you have to remember, that you need to learn teachers' names. You have to speak to the teacher, Miss Brown or Miss Slowinski, or the names might be funny and it's hard for you, it's new, but you have to practice. You have to learn their names. So as you address them, you're addressing them by their names. Um, Again, we have accents. I've been told, I remember when I came here in New York, my first job, I went for the interview. I had my switchboard certificate, and the lady came and she says, "Oh, the interview went so well, but I'm sorry, you have an accent." And I can just imagine a call comes in for one of my workers and they wouldn't be able to understand you. when you need to relay that information to them. And I was so puzzled. But back then in the 80s, I didn't know what actions to take. I just says, okay, thank you, and I left. But then I went to college and I became a teacher. And many times, even as a teacher, you'll hear people say, oh, I didn't even hear what she says. Oh, I didn't understand what she says. Because we talk a little faster than others, right? We talk a little faster. So don't feel bad if somebody says, I don't understand you. All you have to do is to speak slowly so that they can understand what you are saying. Um, so we speak slowly. We use people's name. We're going to the bathroom, not to the toilet. And it's a laugh out loud for me because bathroom, there are no showers in there. So we're not taking a bath in there. But anyhow, just don't worry about that part. Just know that they will expect you to ask to go to the bathroom or the restroom. You need a drink. Don't say you want to go to the pipe. You're going to the water fountain. You need an eraser. You need something to erase work from your book. Ask for an eraser. Don't say I need a rubber, because to them a rubber is considered to be something else. Um, do not forget your manners. Do not, please do not forget your manners. So many children come here and they look at the other children who were born and raised here, and they feel like they should give up all of the great things that they were taught and to become somebody who they are not. Don't give up your manners. Continue to show good manners. Continue to say good morning. Continue to say please and thank you, because those are beautiful things. They're beautiful words. And when you practice them, a teacher becomes warmer to you, and a teacher is always going to be willing to do something for you. Um, One thing when we come, a lot of children, when they come, especially the older children, and they want to become um, buddies with other boys, especially the boys. The first thing that the children in this school system will want to know about is the bad words that they use in Jamaica, in the Caribbean. That's the first thing they latch onto. And we think it's funny. Our young men think it's funny to start chipping off these words that we know. It's not appropriate. They're not words we use every day. They're not words we use to our parents or to adults. We know that we should not do it, but quite often we have them coming, and what they're doing, they want to be friends with these other children, so they tell them all these bad words. I have had kids who during class would say to me, Mrs. Simon Black, what does this word mean? And there are times I ignore them, and sometimes I have to stop and just educate them, you know, as to why it's not necessary to even say those things. So let us not forget that we should not come and lose our culture. We should not come and lose the things that we have worked hard to achieve. We should not come in and forget who we are and what we have worked for. But let us, as we assimilate into this new system of schools and into this big, brand new culture, there's so much to learn, there's so much to gain. Let us jump out there and work hard and gain as much as we can gain so that we can be successful, so that we can go back home and continue to build, or we can go elsewhere and build, or we could continue to build right here where we are. Um, Families might change when you come. Mom might have left years ago, and by the time she got you here, she might have another sibling that you have to now get used to. It's okay. Dad might have come and start a new family, and so you come into this new family. But as you assimilate, make sure that you're holding your family, making the adjustments well, and you're keeping family dear to you, because at the end of the day, when things fall apart, you need your family. So don't come and become angry and frustrated and not try to grasp the great things that are available for you. Um, make the adjustments. Make the adjustments. Be respectful. Be understanding. You might feel a little lost. It's okay, you're not alone. But as you assimilate, understand that changes will come, but success will depend on what you did with those changes. So, um, again, assimilation, change is good. Assimilation is not easy, but you can do it, because many came and have done it. Many have been successful. Some fall by the way, maybe because they didn't reach out enough to get the support they need. But from one educator to all those of you who are planning to migrate and to bring your children to this new land of opportunity, please remember that there is a whole lot that will need to be done in order for it to be a success. So thank you for watching. Please subscribe, leave your comments. If this has been helpful to you, please let me know. And just again, just remember one of the mottos that we learn as children in Jamaica: it can be done. One love. My YouTube family and friends, thank you for opening up my video. Um, so I am here again today, and again, every day, I'm just giving thanks. I have to give thanks. And I give thanks not only for material things, but for the blessings that has been bestowed upon us. Um, right now, COVID is going on, and we have had a long, long break, and now it's time to go back to work. I Today we're off because it's Labor Day, but tomorrow we must be in the classroom. And I am thinking about the kids who are coming in, whose little faces will be covered in masks. My face will be covered in a mask for security reasons, for protection. And so as the faces come in, I wonder, how will I know the little faces behind the mask are not happy? How will I know that they're not hurt? They're going to be covered up. Well, maybe later in the day, we're going to be able to do mask breaks. So the kids will get, and myself will get to take the mask off. But it's not easy. Last week I was in the building, and we get to clean up and set up our classrooms. And I took a little video that I'll share with you. Um, how the desks were set up, just for one student. So I put two tables together and one student. So we need to have 6 feet between them. But these are children who are growing up, and they want to touch each other, and they want to hug each other, and they want to play with each other. And so I am sitting here and I'm wondering what it's going to look like. I'm getting ready to go do my hair to but I had to take a minute to talk to you, my friends, and to just ask those of you who are praying people to just pray for teachers who are heading out to the classroom. I know some states have already been in the classrooms, and some have to close down again, some have to, you know, make a lot of different changes. But it is really appalling. And as I said last week, I was in the building, weren't there for many days, setting up. going over protocols, um, discussing different ways and means to do things. Are we going to remember everything? I pray that I will make sure that people's children are safe and that I also stay safe in the process. But again, it's a big challenge. It's different, it's new. None of us have been there before. And so, for me as a mother and a grandmother, I've been blessed in so many different ways. And as I walk into that classroom, I'm going in as a teacher, but I never go in as a teacher first. I always enter the classroom as a mother first so that I can understand my children and to be able to support them where they are. To understand that if this was my own child, the same things I would want from my flesh and blood is the same I'd want for these young children. We cannot forget the behavior problems. And as I always said about children, they come to us as blank slates. None of them came out wanting to be harsh and tough and disrespectful and mean. They were all born as beautiful, beautiful little things. We all call them bundles of joy. But then life happens and different experiences and different circumstances create some of the harshest kids. So I'm just hoping and praying that this is a different setting, but I hope that I'll be able to just, oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That's natural. That's allergies, my sinuses. The weather is changing now. It's getting to fall. It's getting cooler, and so as the weather changes, our bodies do change to deal with it. But as I go out, I am just really thinking as I get ready to go get my hair done. I really have had some hard thoughts about all of this. We know the children have to be taught. We know that parents have to go out to work, and the school is helpful for them, so they have somewhere for the kids to go while they get to go to work. But I'm just hoping and praying that we can all stay safe and we can all keep them safe and that we can just take it one day at a time as we move forward. During this COVID season, it hasn't been easy. There's some people who got to work from home, and some people, my husband had to go in every day. He was an is an essential worker, so he was at work every day. And so now we're going out, and we'll see how that works. But again, as it relates to the weight, we know that working from home must have been challenging. You sit there, you eat, we eat more, we do all of this, and then we gain the weight. But remember, at home, you get to sit, but instead of bringing your tray at once with everything, go back for little differences. Bring your water, then go back for your sandwich, then go back for a fork so that you're moving. Don't just sit because then it just make the weight stay there. You know, whatever you do, walk around on the phone, walk around a little bit, every little bit counts. I was blessed to get up in the mornings and go out for a walk and come back. But there are people who are stuck right at the computer all day, and lack of movement creates a lot of different things. So, again, those of you who are praying, pray for us as we head out, and just hope, I pray that I'll continue to be an effective teacher as I work and support the young people who depend on me every single day. So, peace out, one love, and onward and upward always. Thank you. I said, boy, I just reach home, and today was just interesting. Just so interesting. First, last night, we got the nicest gift because when we went on to when I went on to check this analytics of my little channel, boy, me find some me have all of my watch time, my watch hours did on all my views. Still did I think them did gone because we did delete the video them out of fear. And my goodness, this morning me get up. Last night me, when me look, me see that me have all of my watch hour. I was so happy in the night. I was so happy, so happy, so happy. But today I pay for it. Because when I went to work this morning, the elevator not working. And I'm on the second floor, but it's like the third floor. Because we have the ground floor, then first floor, then my classroom is on the second floor. So it's a long walk up. The stairwells are long. And that's fine. I got to the top. Um, Thank God I was walking and doing them like a stuff, changing my lifestyle, changing the heavy food and what was the carbs and what was weighing me down because I was able to walk up. But then not even 2 hours later we had a fire drill. Oh my God! Now I had to walk all the way down out to the sidewalk, and because it's it's a lot of new things they added to the school. It's a lot of walking. So we had to walk all the way out to wait until it was all clear to go back in. Then we had to trek back and get back inside and climb the stairs again. I said, boy, what a goodness. Because if I wasn't practicing over the break, all the months that we were sitting here just, losing our minds actually, literally, if I hadn't been getting up and going out to walk, like right now, I would be a piece of meat. So, boy, me tell you now, just it might seem hard to start, but please get up and start because I am seeing all the blessings, man, all the goodness, all the reasons why it was good to be out there at 5:30 every morning. I walk and continued with it. Didn't give up, haven't given up, but have been continuing with the way I've been eating and how I've changed things. So, again, become a stronger, better you and lose them 1 pound at a time. So, that's my little mask. That's what I have on, empowering myself. See? So, it's always reminding me that a little bit at a time, it's going to work out just right. So my double chin is here, but guess what? You know what? I don't. You see that it's just losing the fat. So it's a little soggy, but I'll take soggy. I was telling my friend at work. I said, she said, "You're really losing the weight, Miss Salmon Black." I said, "Yep." And the clothes kind of feel a little loose, but I am all right. I'm happy. I'm so happy. So I just need to give a shout out to my YouTube family and just share a little bit of what happened on my day today. It was just an exhausting day, just a very exhausting day because we had to go out twice. We had to be down up and down the stairs because the elevator broke. It's not broken because it's new, but sometimes we go in and it's still working. The gym is not finished, and so they're still doing things to wrap up in the building. So yeah, we have the little, but it's all good. I have it here, but it's all good. I'm just happy that the weight is going. I'm 60 and the skin still looks good. And the little looseness just telling me things are working out all right. So every little thing is gonna be all right. So I'm not worried. I'm happy. I'm so happy. So, my friends, have hope, stay blessed, and just continue moving. Just move a little bit at a time until. Remember how we used to sit down and dance? Until now, we can get up and dance and just dance. So, just take it a little at a time, but keep the movement going until you can start tying your shoelace like I am. Start cutting your own toenail like I am. Watch your hand reach behind your back. I couldn't even do this. I couldn't put my hand behind my back. You know, when I put my hand behind me, it was just to my waist. Now I can reach up in my back. So watch as you do the movements. Just look at all the little things that you're able to do and just enjoy them and be powerful. Be powerful because you are one love. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, so just wanted to do a quick video. I mean, still here, losing my weight and doing what I need to do. Um, Today I'm wearing this blue suit. It's a little raggedy, it's a little, but I am just grateful that for a while these couldn't fit at all. And now I'm having space so they can fit. So I'm just not losing the pounds, I'm losing the inches, and that is awesome. Um, my skirt even has some space in it, which didn't happen before. And so I'm just happy. I'm just very happy. My finger can go in. It couldn't button before. And now it's closing my face. You could see the drooping. It's not so filled out anymore, but I'm thankful. And as I said, I feel much better. I'm getting so much more done. Today I walked downstairs to the office, picked up some wipes for just to wipe my desk down. We have sprays for the tables. So each time the classes move, we wipe the tables down, wipe the chairs down so the children can come into, as best as we can. But today I was concerned. I've been thinking for a moment about the virtual classes, and I need you guys to help me understand this and talk to me about it if you have any experiences about what's going on. Because, what bothers me most, a lot of the kids who are stuck at home right now, a lot of them were kids who, while they were in person before COVID came, they were kids who were not doing much in the classroom. For whatever reason, some were learning disabled, some were just not motivated, and then they got thrown into just being at home from March until we started school back in September. For me, right now, I'm doing two virtual classes. I do three in person, and then I have to do two virtual classes. Um, you have one class, I have about 14 students, and out of that 14, only three shows up each day. You assign the work, and you get nothing back. Some of them, they might submit something, but they did nothing on it. It is so sad because for me, I know that some of them who are not doing work is not because they don't want to do it, even though most of them are just playing video games. They got devices, but they're not using it to educate themselves. Now, most of them, the reason for that is they don't know how to do the work. And then the other thing is when they're at school, even when we're transitioning, they'll get a chance to talk to their friends, they get a chance to talk to their teachers, they get a chance to ask for help and support. Now they're at home and they just seem like they're on their own. Grandparents are raising many of them. They don't understand how to use the technology. They don't understand the work to help the kids. Some of them are gone to work and the kids are left at home. So there's so many factors out there that is just so heartrending, because the children definitely are the ones who are really, really, really struggling right now. Are there any ideas for me? There's none, because each child's situation is different. So I cannot say, if I go to this one's home, how would he or she get the support that he or she needs? Is it just because they want to play the video games? Why the work is not done? I don't know. I cannot judge. But talk to me about your feelings and tell me, if you have any ideas, um, because it's not easy. It's not easy. And you see, we did report cards. The quarter ended last a week ago. We did the report cards, and you saw just how it is just not motivating, because you see so much failure. They ask us to not give anyone less than 50, but then here you go again. Give them 50. 50 is still failing. 50 when they did absolutely nothing. How do we justify that? What we not don't want to teach is to just wait for handouts. What we want to teach is to do something. Do a little, do what you can do. Reach out. They all have our emails to email us. Maybe they can't email, they can't read enough to even, I don't know what's going on. But it is really sad, because the kids who are learning virtually are not really doing much. They're not coming into the classrooms. They're not taking notes. They're not turning in anything. And so, as a person who is very, I'm so passionate about education and these children, that I keep wondering, what can we do differently? So if you have any ideas out there, please pass it on. Let me know, because I really want to see our children succeed. Um, it is like sometimes there are no words to explain anything, but right now I am at a loss. I want to see more kids online. I give out incentives. Unfortunately, like for the kids who are consistently online, we have to mail things to them. So they're not in the classroom, so they can. I do fruit snacks, I do certificates, I do gifts, I even give money. Like today, when my kids' birthdays, I give them a birthday card and $5, because some of them I know that's the only gift they're going to get. So these are little things that when they're virtually and they're out there, we don't even know. Sometimes they log into the classroom, you don't see a face. All they have is a little picture there, and we keep telling them, we need to see your face, we need to see your names. But sometimes they're embarrassed because they don't want other kids to see in their apartments. But it's not, it's just tough. It's just really tough. It's just tough, tough, tough. But we have to keep going and we have to push forward. And we just have to hope that soon this thing will go and we can at least salvage some of the damages that have been done. So, my friends, my YouTube family, if you pray, pray for the kids, pray for the teachers, pray for all of us, because we all need to pray for one another. And as I continue on my weight loss journey, again, I am thankful, I am grateful. I am, again, today, you see, I'm in a different suit, and they are fitting slowly but surely. And I have to be thankful. And again, I said some of them might get a little raggedy, but when I take them down from the closet and I put them on and I could button them and I have space in them, I have to be grateful. And so it's not always the pounds, but the inches that I'm losing also. And as I said, this I took out the closet last night, and today I'm in it. And the waist, months ago when I put it on, I couldn't button it, I couldn't hook it. And now I hooked it this morning and I saw that my hand could literally go in there. It's not too tight. I can put my hand in my pocket, see, and I have space. So it's a blessing. And you see, I'm not, you see, you can see the difference. So again, for me, me, I'm just always just giving thanks. And as the world looks upon me as I travel along, they say I am nothing, but they are so wrong. In my heart, I'm rejoicing. Oh, I wish they could see. Thank you, Lord, for your blessings on me. So I always have to be thankful. And I want you to also find things in your life that will help you to be thankful. So again, let us give thanks. Let us give praises to the Most High One who has done great things for all of us. Okay, so my YouTube family and friends, again, learning is not a spectator sport. Use what talents we have. The woods would be very silent if no birds sang there except those that sang best. So be the change you want to see in the world because it always seems impossible until it's done. Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. So, with all those little thoughts, I want to say thank you for supporting me on my journey. It's really appreciated. And just know that as you bless me, I hope that I would be a blessing to someone else. Peace out. So it's Friday and we're still in November. It's getting cold. Today I had to wear a sweater along with my jacket. It's just rainy. A lot of rain for the past few days. But um just wanted to share a little bit about what's going on as it relates to our school system and this COVID, how COVID has affected us so badly. I teach in an inner city school system, in an urban school system. Um, but we know that poverty just, it's what it is. Um, it's not easy. The kids come in, and as a teacher, you have to have the heart to know that it's not just about teaching them ABCs and one, two, threes, but also to make sure that little needs are being taken care of. Um, they come in and they get breakfast, which is great, and they get lunch. And um, in my area, all kids eat for free, so they don't have to worry about finding money to pay. But the reality of it too is that a lot of these kids coming in, that's the only meal they get for the day. The lunch, the breakfast, and the lunch that they get at school. Now, we have been doing um, in person and remote learning. And as I mentioned before, I teach three classes in person. Each class is roughly about 14 kids each, and two virtual classes. Starting Monday, though, we're going hybrid. Hybrid means that we're going to be teaching a couple days in school and then 3 days out. And so all the kids will go on. They have another, it's different modules. different models. For us, we chose a model where, because we have less than 15 kids in our classrooms, we do not have to have an A and B session. So we are going to have just 2 days, Mondays and Tuesdays, in person. And then Wednesday, they would have the deep cleaning of the school building so nobody would be in the building. And then Thursday and Friday, the B students would come in. But we don't have enough students to split A and B. We only have enough for A. So they'll come in Monday and Tuesday. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're teaching virtually. Um, and as much as that sounds glorious and sounds exciting, because even though we will be in the building Thursday and Friday, but the kids will be home. We will not have children in the building. But I was coming home today and I was thinking of how the ones who really need the breakfast and the lunch, if things are going to be in place for that so they can still get their free food. I don't know how it's going to work, because I know parents have been hit hard. I have spoken to some parents who are just beside themselves because in the spring when they started, they lost their jobs. Some of them was they weren't making enough as it was, and now we're looking again. The virus is spiking again. People are getting it again. People are dying again, and so we don't know where it's gonna end. Are we gonna have another shutdown? I mean, mentally, a lot of people have lost it. A lot of people are depressed. A lot of people are just going through some hard changes. Um, for the past few couple months, I've been teaching my virtual learners, and it was just sad when you put the assignments, and sometimes two kids complete the assignment and turn it in. Sometimes one student. And you're talking about some of the classes have 15, 16 kids in the class. And yesterday I said to the kids, I gave a quiz. And I said, this is the second marking period. We need to see grades. I'm here. If you need me, talk to me. When they come on, sometimes they just hide. They don't want to, don't want people to see them. But then I gave them a little lifeline. I said, you know what? I really just want to see you guys succeed. I know it's not easy. And we had a big talking session. We talked for about 20 minutes out of class time, just talk. And one little kid said, this is one of the best classes because we just got to talk about everything. And then I stopped and I thought about it and said, yep, this is going to be what we do from now on. Just talk about regular things. I even mentioned my channel because it has the craft stick things for the students. And right away they were telling me, Miss Summit Black, I see the craft sticks. Yeah, we want to make these. It was just so refreshing. Um, they had questions about the channel. They had questions about the things there, and I thank God that I had created a channel where it was edifying. Like anybody could go and see it, and so I felt good even today when they were mentioning it. Um, and I also said to them, look, if some of the work is a little hard, I am going to set it up for you so that you can see the math in what you need to do. And if you have to use a calculator, use it, and so that you can get some hope that it will give you some confidence. Practice the skills, work with small digits. And I gave them some examples. And believe me, when I finished my last class this evening, I had 10 kids who turned in work. And I said, my God, this has been an epiphany, because you're teaching, you're giving notes, you're explaining things, but because they were in another place, it seems they weren't motivated, they weren't encouraged. So I have to give God the glory that he, in whatever form, he just brought it to my attention that it doesn't have to be just, um, I did the videos for them so they can use that after I'm not the when I'm not there, so they could use the videos to help them understand. And with the explanation, we have Khan Academy, KHAN, um, which it's a good learning place because it does explain the work for them. So I would assign a couple of YouTube videos from that to help them with the explaining, and they could stop the video and practice, then start it. They can manipulate the video so they could have access to the work. But they weren't interested. But today we had a great day, and we talked about going hybrid. So next week, even though they will still be online for all their classes, they it's going to be a little bit different. So we're moving forward. I know that it's not easy. I know that parents are going through a lot of struggles. I try to reach out to them as much as I can. I try to still do my birthday thing. When the kids' birthdays, I give them a card and $5, and that just make them excited. um, but the little things that we can do, I do invest in the fruit snacks. It's not candy; it's fruit snacks. So I would make sure some of them I'll give a little handful when they're going home, so they'll have that, just to keep them going, and just share with their little siblings. And so we do all the little things we can do just to make this time, you know, doable, tolerable, hopeful, whatever terms we want to use. So we think of the parents, their housing issues. I mean, even though they were saying that, okay, the landlords couldn't evict them, but on the other hand, landlords have to pay their mortgage. So it's a catch 22. It's one thing to have tenants sitting, and then you have those tenants who they manipulate the situation where they can pay their rent, but because the governor asked them not to put people out during the COVID pandemic, then some of them just thinks that they shouldn't pay their rent. So it's a catch 22, and it's tough. And when this is all over, whatever rent was not paid for those landlords who worked with and was, able to manage, those monies have to be paid. So it's a catch 22 when you have no work, or your hours are cut, or it's just hard all around. It's just hard. But let us just keep on hoping. I think we can hope. The sun still shines, rain comes. For us now, the winter is coming. Today was a little colder. So we know it's coming, but there's hope yet. And we have to find the hope so that we can keep our sanity. Because once we start stressing out, and once we start, when if you can fix something, it's one thing. But when you're fighting a losing battle, then it's another thing because it only becomes harder. So I don't know how to say don't stress because every situation is different. But I'm just saying, please find a way to be hopeful. Find a way to, I don't know, laugh some, sing a lot. I find that music is beautiful. As I said, I am so vested in lively music. I grew up with hymns. We sing hymns in church. We sing hymns. We sing hymns. I started in the Moravian church as a young girl. Then I got baptized at 17 in the Seventh day Adventist church. All hymns. But now I'm appreciating the more lively music because it does something to your spirit. It lifts you up. it makes you feel good. And so, as they say, make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Let us find some way to make joyful noises so that our spirits can be lifted up. And as our spirits are lifted up, we hope we can lift other people's spirits up. So again, it's Friday, um, and it's just what it is. It's Friday, and Sabbath has started. So we'll just give thanks and ask the Lord that as He blesses us, that will continue to be a blessing to others in whatever shape or form, in a word. Bless somebody with a song, bless somebody with a little food, bless somebody in whatever way you can bless them. Everybody's need is different. So, in whatever way you can bless them, just be a blessing to somebody because it is hard times and we all need to be encouraged. So, it's Miss Bev saying, take good care of yourselves and walk good. It's another beautiful day. Today is our first day of hybrid learning, and I just want to share with us um, how it felt um, and my concerns about me as a person who has been on this weight loss journey. So you hear knocking outside. It's cold today. It's 30 something degrees, but there are a few things that need to be done on the side of the house, under the gutters, and so the guy is um, doing some work out there for me. So you hear knocking, but it's okay. It's good knocking. um, so today went so beautifully. It's a half a day of school because we have parent teacher conferences later. We'll be able to make phone calls, or I have two Zoom conferences with two parents. But that's it. The rest of them, the kids did well enough so that if the parents don't need to call, they don't have to. We're focusing on the parents whose children are not utilizing the resources that they have effectively to see how we can better help them. Um, so, from the kids who were in person who are now online learning, it was so refreshing. They were all online this morning. They, there wasn't much to remind them of because we went over the rules, unlike those kids who were thrown into this last spring and then they decided to stay home for safety reasons. We we were able to guide these children, explain to them what the rules were, what was acceptable, what wasn't acceptable. So everybody was on. You could see their faces. They were sitting up. They were ready to learn. The other groups, it's a struggle because they hide behind pictures that you don't see faces. You might see one face out of 15 kids who should be online. You might see six kids showing up for a class. Um, they were not so um, receptive to what is going on. But today was awesome. I really felt good because all the kids were awake and they were ready to accept this kind of um, this way of teaching. So, with that said, I have to now talk about us as older people whom, I was concerned about the kids with the games, but then I have to take that back and understand that for me personally, when the pandemic started and everything was shut down and it was, you only hear gloom and doom, it was hard for me. And what helped me was when I started my YouTube channel and started connecting, watching other people's videos and connecting to Jamaica Nice Life, and just seeing how people were there to support others and to encourage others. So it gave me hope, a lot of hope. And so the gloom and doom became something on the back burner, because I could look forward to joining in a live conversation with people on that channel. So I realize now that the kids do play their video games, and what I'm asking them to do is to balance it out. But you could see how joining up with other groups around the world, or in their own neighborhoods, or classmates, that it can give them hope. And in order to survive this and to deal with the mental stresses, um, it is necessary for them. I just tell them, don't make it become your all in all. You still have to learn. So make sure that you're doing some learning as you play your games. So then I look at the weight loss, and yes, I was up, and there was motivation. Now it's winter, it's getting colder. You can't go out and walk as much. And now we're going to be doing a lot of teaching from home. So, what are some of the things I'm putting in place in order to not gain the weight back? What are some of the things that we all need to hold on to make sure, you know, are there to support us? Because being at home in the winter, you can't go out to walk, it gets so cold. You're inside all day. But some of the little things that we could look at: one, find somebody to call. And once you're on that call, walk around your space. So instead of just sitting down or laying down on that call, sometimes we talk for a long time, because I am long winded. I can talk. At age 60, you have so much to talk about. So, but just walk around while you're talking instead of sitting or laying down. Another thing is, don't go back and start with the sweets and the heavy duty things that were helping you to lose the weight. Still cut back and change the way you eat, so that, get your fruits and your veggies in as much as you can, so that you're not adding the meat back on the bones. That's for me personally. Those are the things that I am hoping to do. I will continue to to watch my videos, because especially the one that I'm really vested in, which is Jamaica Life Nice, where people are real, and people are sharing, and the videos are down to earth, and there's a connection there. So when you watch them and you see real people just responding, and giving blessings and big ups, and encouraging, and they motivate you to help keep your stability, to let you laugh again, to let you know that people do care. People are out there doing great things where the sun is shining and it's warm and beautiful. So those are some of the things that I will. My family is important, so of course I will be still in touch. Talking, um, especially one of my daughters. When we talk forever. And she's not, she has no problems with mommy's long-winded thing. Sometimes she said, "Mommy, you told me that already," but it's okay. She still listens. And so it's a good feeling. And I hope that as we go forth and changes have to happen because of this pandemic, that we'll make sure that we are safe, that we're not only safe physically, but mentally and spiritually we are safe, and we feel good inside and outside. So I hope that as I continue on the journey, that I'll continue to lose weight, and 1 pound at a time. I'm not looking for any unnecessaries. I'm just looking to go 1 pound at a time, and just to enjoy each day as they come, and just have that good spirit where I can give back. I can do positive things to enhance other people's lives as much as other people enhances mine because of what they do. and how they do the things they do. It's not about monies and all that that enhances your life. People, some might need money, but some just need an encouraging word. Some just need somebody to just appreciate them for who they are. And so as we move forward through this time, I say, just love yourself. Take good care of yourself. Take good care of, embrace your families for who they are, because we didn't ask for them. They are who we have, and we must make sure that we appreciate them, cherish them. There's no perfection anywhere, there's dysfunction everywhere. And so, as we learn to kind of just shift through it all and find the good things, because no matter how bad it is, there's some good in there. And no matter how great it seems on the outside, there's some bad in there. So we learn to appreciate and embrace and accept the things we cannot change, and not force people to change because of what we think is perfect, but to allow people, for us to reach out and to know that we can be respectful. We might not like something, but we can be respectful as long as it's not hurting someone and it's not demeaning anyone. We can learn to appreciate and accept the changes that we see. So, guys, it's another beautiful day. I'm always seeing a beautiful day, even when it's cloudy and rainy. I still think it's a beautiful day, and I still feel so blessed every single day. I feel so beautiful inside and out, and let's just learn to appreciate those good things, those things that makes a difference, those things that makes us smile, those things that make us laugh out loudly sometimes, and those things that even make us have to stop and think for a moment. Let us learn to appreciate. And now I'll say, one love, walk good, and be good to you, and to be good to those all around you. Take care. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my god, I thought I had it for tomorrow. But I am just here, and today was just thinking of the fight for Black Lives Matter. King Nick in the house. Welcome, King Nick, my buddy. This is just testing. I have no clue. But I was just thinking of how people are talking about Black Lives Matter. And I follow the news in Jamaica and I see the slaughtering of people. You have an old lady, 81 years old. One love, my son. And what you do, King Nick, is so totally awesome. Um, I am so proud to be a part of your following and a part of what you do. Um, Today I was watching one of your shows, and I saw where TikTok was cutting the little boy's ear, and it just really touched my heart. So keep on the good work, and so we can move forward. And we know that if we take care of the children, then the children will take care of our future. Mama P on your platform, awesome lady. So we gotta big them up and support and encourage, because what you do is so totally awesome. So, with that said, brethren, we're talking about Black Lives Matter, and we have to understand that we cannot just think that the white man should make it matter, but we ourselves not making it matter. We have to make sure that if we're saying Black Lives Matter, we have to show that it matters. So when the police shoots down a black kid, we go out and we do all of this. thing. Even in Jamaica, people are holding up cards and they were rebelling. They were saying, we need to stop this. But is it going to stop? Is it going to stop? Will it stop? Um, so we have to understand that we have to live what we're preaching. We have to start first. And if one love, Uncle Bob, one love, we have to live first. We have to show by example. So we have to take care of each other, and then we can talk about forcing other people to think that what we're doing matters or our lives matter, or we have to understand that we have to respect one another first, and then we can expect people to respect us. So this is my first time out here like this. It is quite interesting. I think that as a remote teacher, as a virtual learning teacher, it has prepared me to do this because now I feel like it's doable. And for you, for Prince Nick, I know you're watching there. Joining up with your team and learning so much from you has been so inspirational. Has been so totally awesome. So, my friends, if you have any questions, you can shoot them right now. It's Sunday. Oh, Miss Benji, you can't believe it, right, Miss Benji? So thank you, Miss Benji. I see you. Um, so much has changed. When this pandemic started, I was home. I was very nervous. I was alone in this place, and Danny had to go to work. And it did something to me because you heard so much gloom and doom, but you wasn't hearing any positives. So it really was getting to me. And honestly, um, Prince Nick, not because you are watching, um, but when I found your channel, I was just going through. And when I found your channel and I saw people interacting, and I didn't feel afraid to jump in and say something, and then it just became a part of me. It just like you had so much to say, and you made it so comfortable for people to participate in what you were doing. And so I joined up, and I look forward. I waited for that ping every morning, every day, every time you jumped on. I was right there. Now, because of work, I don't get to jump on often, but but you during the pandemic made it so doable, made it so easy to be part of society, to know that you were not alone, like other people were going through this, but there were still people out there doing things to keep us together. So my people, like King Nick always said, like up the channel, like up, press the like button, and give me a thumbs up. And well, right now, King Nick, our school, we had two people who were infected. There were two teachers who were exposed, who were positive, and they went out and they quarantined. And then there were about six other educators um, who had contacts with them, and they self quarantined. So um, we haven't had any big issues. We have gone to a new way of doing it. We're now I'm teaching 2 days. We're all teaching 2 days in school, and then on Wednesdays it's a half a day for the kids, but we're online from Wednesday to Friday. So we do half day on Wednesday, and then on Thursday and Friday full days the kids are out. We go into the building, but the kids are out. Um, Thanks for being proud of me. A lot of times when we're encouraging others, we do more when people They don't have to give you gifts, they have to, but big gifts come in words like, I'm proud of you, I appreciate you. And so thank you, Kim Nick, for supporting. Thank you, Miss Benji. And so also for the challenges, teaching in a mask, that is tough. Thanks for asking that question. It is the toughest part because just think of a teacher, we have to talk so much. And I have 14 kids in my classroom. And in one of my in-person class, my homeroom, the first class in the mornings. And what you find is that when I am explaining work for them, when I am at their tables working with them, explaining things or supporting the kids who are struggling, it's hard to just sit, just breathe into that mass, just keep breathing into it. And so there are times when you feel tempted to just get some fresh air, but you have to think of the children. So working in the mass, it's tough. Um, when that class leaves, I have 55 minutes with each class. But the first class, we have more minutes because they do breakfast in the classroom. But during breakfast, we're all able to just take the mask off. But then after breakfast at 8:45 until 9:35, then we have to have the mask on. So it's hard. Sometimes I have to turn my back, go to my desk, turn my back to the window or something, and just kind of lift the mask off a little so that you could just suck in some fresh air. But then you're right back at it because you still have to attend to the students. So that part, King Nick, is one of the biggest challenges for me. And I just know a lot of kids come in and their mouth is covered, but their nostrils are out, and we have to keep reminding them, guys, cover your face, cover your face. But I know it's tough. And you cannot ignore things because you don't want to ignore, and then it becomes it becomes an issue for another child. So far, thumbs up. All right, so in my class, I am a different person. I give a lot of jokes so that I know that the kids are, I make sure they are speaking. That's one of the first things I do. Even when we go online, a lot of kids tend to hide behind pictures, and you're asking them, I need to see your face, I need to see your face. Because you want to see if there's abuse going on. You want to see if, one kid the other day when he came on, he said he had the blanket with his head all covered. And I said, you know what the rules are? We're supposed to see your face, and we're supposed to be sitting up and at a table or something. And he said, well, it's a little cold in here, Mrs. Salmon Black. And that just kind of just really, really got to me. I know it's winter time, and honestly, so I told him I need to speak to his parents. So I needed to just make sure that things are okay with them, that they could afford to pay the gas bill to keep the house warm because it can get very cold in the northern section of America in the winter. So that's how that is. So no, no embracing. We cannot embrace them. We're not supposed to touch them. We can give that elbow, but we cannot embrace any child during this time. So if they're sad, I kind of make sure that they know the classroom is a safe place for them. And so there are times when I'll have them just get up and rap something, just get up and sing something. Just yeah, it's that's it. It's tough, but we know that with this thing that we still don't understand, it's a fight to the end, and so we just have to conform and understand that this is a time we're in. So no hugging. Usually kids will come in and they good morning, but we can't do that. There's no hugging. No, we don't really touch them unless we can give an elbow. Um, Usually I give a high five when they come in the mornings and meet them at the door, but no, no, none of that. But I try to make sure that I know they're laughing. I try to make sure that I crack some little jokes or something, and we keep it moving. So that's how it is for now. Don't be sad. We try to keep them, we want to keep them safe. And if they're safe when this thing is all over, then we'll be able to go back to a normal, if there will be any normalcy again. So yes, my people, that's how it is. This is my first time, as I said. It's brand new for me, but I I I think I could get used to this. If I get some good topics, and then we can get used to this and move forward. All right. You're very welcome, King. And I look forward to seeing your next drop, King Nick. I'm so, 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 so proud of you, and I'm so thankful for the platform that you have created. I am thankful for the people who jump onto that platform and are doing such marvelous things, especially for these children who need the support. So for Aunt Val, for Uncle Bob, for Factus, for all of them, I'm so grateful. Rosalie, Queen, I am grateful. So thank you, sir. And my people, this was just a trial and error, so we'll be back a trial for me. So I'm gonna sign off now, and then I will think of another topic. Hey Maya, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining, Maya. Thank you. Any questions for me today, Maya? So we started out talking about Black lives, if they matter, and what we need to really be proactive and not just think of Black lives as it relates to white men killing Black boys, but as it also we should include Black boys killing Black boys, because um, we have to understand it. All right, Maya, I got it. We have to understand that we have to set examples. We can tell somebody not to do something, but we are sitting here doing it every single day. So we have to start understanding that all lives matter, and we have to make sure that we are telling people not to do something that, and we should not be doing it either. We have to lead by example. So thanks for dropping in, my people. And one love as usual. That's what Bob Marley says. One love, one heart. And so, all right, Miss Benji, I'm looking forward to seeing you today, Miss Benji. I was looking for you yesterday. LaShawn D, good morning. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. See, I'm getting old. I am old, getting older. Thank you, LaShawn D. um, so we're gonna do this again. Thank you, Maya. Thank you. Okay, Miss Benji, I'll see you later. Yes, people, so you can give me a thumbs up, give me a like, and leave a comment later on if you once you see this again. And please share my little channel, share with others so that they can see. I'm doing a weight loss journey. Um, Now it has become a mix of everything, some education stuff, um, all of that together. But on a whole, I try to motivate others because we all have had our challenges and we all have had our different experiences, but together, those experiences can help us become better people. So, LaShawn, today I feel great. It's Sunday. We had the break, we had the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, and we're getting ready for the day tomorrow. Oh, okay, LaShawn. And I'm glad to see you here. And big up to everybody. Thank you for liking the chat. And this is beautiful. It's a nice, it's nice. It's a nice environment. All right, so what else? So all right, so people enjoy the Sunday. And thanks for hanging out with me for a little while, and we'll do this again. Um, we'll do this again, and we hope that more people will join in. But I appreciate those of you who came on board today, and it gives me a good warm feeling inside. Thank you. All right, so one love, onward and upward, and let us continue to be a stronger, better us. 1 pound at a time, 1 day at a time, just one thought at a time. Peace out. So my people, I am here again tonight. It's a little late. It's getting late. It's 9:07, and I actually was getting work done for tomorrow. I'm going to be off from work tomorrow. I have a test to take. And today I did my first live streaming, and I talked about Black Lives Matter. Um, we had a little discussion and we didn't get to go into it deeply, but it's quite interesting. As soon as I sat here tonight and I was trying to clean up my computer um, to back up some things on it. And it's so quite coincidental that as I was doing this, I was deleting some things. Something happened. A video from way back when came up. And this was a young man who got a scholarship, and he was speaking. I think it seems like he's a valedictorian. And the message is so similar to the message I wanted to send. I mean, it talks a lot about the inequalities and um, the different issues that Black people face today. But as I said in my streaming today, and the point I want to make is that if we don't start building, if we don't start learning to get along, if we don't start doing what we need to do, then no matter how much we preach and no matter how much we say and no matter how much we blame um, on the inequalities, we're just not going to be moving. Dr. Martin Luther King and all the people who died before us, they preached, they begged. Yes, some changes were made, but we have to get up and do something too. We cannot sit back and we're angry and we're bitter and we don't want to start at somewhere to build ourselves up. We are so angry, and our anger is not being channeled into anything that is building. You know, we get funds, we invest it in sneakers, we don't invest it in stocks and bonds. We don't invest it in things that can turn over and make money for us. We don't build. We just look to buy something that is expensive, and we spend our monies as if we don't worry about tomorrow. We just spend. And so we have to start looking at things differently and doing things differently so that we can have a say in society. We can compete with the best, not just in athletics and that, but also in the wealth. So I want you guys to listen to this speech by this young man because it's so connected with what I was saying today, and then share your thoughts.
Good afternoon, elected officials, legislators, and all other esteemed guests. My name is Travis Nelson, and I'm a senior at Hempstead High School and the first recipient of a full 4-year Questwood Scholarship to Columbia University in the city of New York. However, my intent today is not to pontificate on my own accolades, but rather use them as a supplement to the Brobdingnagian efforts of the man we celebrate today, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you. Dr. King, as we all know, is one of, if not the greatest civil rights leaders of all time. Yet for all of his accomplishments, we neglect to acknowledge the humble beginnings and dedication to education that he possessed. See, with a triad of degrees, including a PhD in systematic theology all before he was 27, it was evident that Dr. King understood the old adage to labor for learning before you grow old. See, learning is better than silver and gold. Silver and gold will perish away, but a good education can never decay. In my own life, I've grown up with the truth of the maxims, I can do all things through Christ which strengthens me. The heights by great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. To study, to show thyself approved, a workman needeth not to be ashamed, rightfully dividing the word of truth, all from my Caribbean household. I was taught to be the head and not the tail, above and not beneath. And through these ideologies, my thirst for excellence commenced. You see, greatness was always the standard in my household. My mother grew up in Kingston, Jamaica. And due to unfortunate circumstances, see, she wasn't able to receive a college education. Still, even in high school, she fostered the zeal for the exceptional. So that when she birthed me and my sister, she knew that regardless of our paternal absence, we would never be average. She taught us to read from the age of 3 and nurtured our potential and pushes me to do my best, so much so that I can aspire to be the President of the United States of America. Nevertheless, none of my accomplishments would be feasible without the toil of the civil rights movement that continues to resonate in our contemporary society. Yet with all the questions we are faced with, we must understand how we move forward and what role we must play in our future. Let's for a minute examine our past and glean light from its message. See, on February 26, 2012, a young man by the name of Trayvon Martin was walking home from a convenience store in Sanford, Florida, when he caught the eye of neighborhood watchman George Zimmerman. Zimmerman viewed Trayvon as a person of suspicion and proceeded to call the police at 7:09 p.m., a call which, when reaching its conclusion at 7:15, 6 minutes later, resulted in the death of Trayvon. Zimmerman was recorded stating, "He looks black and he's unintelligible. He was just staring." These were his observations and subsequent reasoning for taking the life of 17-year-old Trayvon Martin. To this day, it is incredible that the color of Trayvon's skin and the gaze of his eyes was enough in Zimmerman's 2012 mind to take Trayvon's life. It seems even more egregious than the taking of Trayvon's life was that when Zimmerman was taken to trial, he was acquitted of this murder. It was this acquittal that ignited the international activist movement we now know today as Black Lives Matter. You see, initially just a simple hashtag on social media, this ideal expanded with the additional deaths of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and Eric Garner in New York City, exposing the dormant racial inequality still malignant within the body of America. With the turn of the 20th century, it seems our society became blind to racial injustice and started associating it with a thing of the past, as if somehow these beliefs were long gone. After the civil rights movement, we ignored racial injustice and transformed into an incurious populace that enabled prejudice to be supplemented by power systems, policies, and actions. Not only this, but with the emergence of the Black Lives Matter movement came the countering phrase, all lives matter. a title deemed more proper by our society due to its inclusion of all races, avoiding any possible prejudice. It is this argument that has woken our social consciousness and stirred action within individuals of color, young and old alike. You see, George Zimmerman was protected by Florida's Stand Your Ground law. Yet as a 17-year-old African-American male, where is my ground and where do I stand? These are the questions that require action, because it is unacceptable for any child of color to leave this room and venture into the land of the free and the home of the brave, afraid and unaware as to whether they'll return home. It would seem our only solution is to require equal rights and justice in our own country, because a system built to divide cannot stand if we do. Over time, we have listened to the many quotes and the many sayings of Dr. King, and we have swallowed the truth of his message that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. But have we digested the ideal that injustice in any form is a threat to justice of any kind? Our generation faces xenophobia, Islamophobia, prejudice, and rising tension towards the system whose sole intent has become to decimate, disavow, destabilize, and disenfranchise our people. As millennials, it is our time to rebuke the mentality of constraints and understand the sky is not the limit, but only our direction. We must understand that there is a greater plan for our lives, a greater plan and will. And if we ask God, he will hear us. If we pray to God, he will reveal it. And if we go with God, we will achieve it. Dr. King himself expressed, if a man hasn't discovered something he will die for, he isn't fit to live. This cause is our own, and our concern cannot be with what was or what will be, but rather the imperative focus of what now. I come from a community of mostly earnest people opting for possible doorways of success instead of the resonance of dysfunction. Still, wounds in various capacities run deep. Within the 3.68 miles that encompass my community reside more than 5 separate communities, turf wars, if you will. It is due to this segregation that in my life alone, I have witnessed the death of a youth every July. However, I am tired of going to funerals for lives that haven't been lived. I'm tired of watching a street war that is enabling the genocide of our kind. Last November, I lost a good friend. His name is Scooter. A big brother and a protector to all, so in his memory, I inspire everyone to take the explicit authority to act. To be young and not a revolutionary is a biological contradiction, yet my rhetoric is a decree to people of every nation, of every tongue, from generation to escape the darkness of complacency and enter the light of progress. You see, the motto of Columbia University is, in thy light shall we see light. Psalms 36:9. And with the Matthew 5:16 charge to, so let your light shine before men, it is in my hope that in my light you shall see light. Opportunities of a lifetime only last within the lifetime of the opportunity. And this is our time to stand up and shake the foundation of the global community. No one person can do it without the other. We rise and we fall as one. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with certain inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Ours is the generation to fulfill Dr. King's dream and the realization of our American creed so that we can finally establish freedom and justice for all. Brothers and sisters, now is the time to escape the darkness of inequality that we live in and look for the light. Thank you.
So that's the message from this young man. And as I say again and again, it's a good message. But and as you said, we're in this together. This it's not my speech. It was given by that young man at his graduation. Um, and we need more like that. We need more people. We need more for young black men to rise up and to do well. Just stop hurting each other. Stop fighting with each other over foolish things. Stop taking lives. Our lives matter. Black lives matter. And so, if it does matter, let's live in peace and unity. Let's learn to work out our differences in meaningful ways. Right? Let's understand that a gun, why do you have it? Is it something you can eat with? Why do you have a gun? You have a gun because you have intentions. What are the intentions? So let us think about it. Let us understand how to resolve conflicts instead of trying to take lives, because there are too many of us. Too many have gone too soon. So let us build. Let us watch the video, and I hope and share your thoughts. And let's just live in peace. It's one love at a time. And I'm promoting my shirt. A stronger, better you. 1 pound at a time, but can be a stronger, better you. Living the dream, educating yourselves, getting trades, building, doing, investing in stocks and bonds, coming together to start our own businesses. Let us be effective. Let us build, and so that we can have a voice, a stronger voice. All right. So my people, one love. Thanks for watching. Leave your thoughts and walk good. It's the light. Oh, oh, oh. So my people, I am here. It's one of them evenings. I'm home from work and decided to just jump on to talk with us. So, Miss Roberta Drummond, blessings. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Um, so let's talk. Um, oh, she called me a queen. Good evening. I so appreciate you. I'm an old teacher. I'm an old foot. So queen is a nice, 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 nice um title. Appreciate you, Roberta. So I just wanted us to talk. I just wanted to jump on here and just I did my first live on Sunday, and it was quite an interesting um experience. And so tonight I came in and we had staff meeting. Um, then after staff meeting, my principal made an announcement on the Zoom, and she wanted a big up Jamaica. Yes, Torian. Yes. People. Yes, LaShawn. Welcome to my channel, and thanks for coming in to talk with me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So my principal made an announcement that I needed to come see her in the office. So I was thinking of everything. What did I do? What did I do? So I got downstairs and she actually had done my evaluation and it was awesome. So I felt good leaving work today. I felt good. We had a lot done. I was hoping the kids would be, would be doing a little bit more, but it's we're going step by step a little at a time. So I'm just stopping by so we can talk about anything, any questions you have, anything on your mind you want to share. Thank you, Roberta. Yes, um, thank you. There was a lot of things that I did because I'm old school. There's so much that has changed in teaching today, and but I teach the old school way because I know that our children, if they get a solid foundation, they are going to do well. So, um, pick up yourself, Lashandi. I am doing well, son. I am doing well. Thanks for caring. Thanks for asking. So I teach an old-fashioned way. So when they come into my classroom, I don't get carried away with all of the fluff. I just teach, have the kids, make sure that they're part of the class that I'm teaching. Make sure that they are, they're comfortable to get up and ask questions, answer questions, and just to feel good about themselves. Part of what we do is to build self-esteem, to make sure kids, they are moving forward. And so that's what I that's what I focus on. So Terry, and you talk acts about the repercussion of not getting a good base or foundation in learning. If when our kids, when you look at sixth grade students, they're not able to multiply numbers, basic numbers, they're not able to add or regroup numbers. When you see a kid in the sixth grade and they are struggling with reading because they didn't get the foundation. Foundation means that they got their phonics in so they can put pieces of words together and sound them out and make sure they make sense. Foundation means that they know how to put digits together. They have strategies. 8 plus 7, call myself 8, add 7 more. Do those old time things that we were taught when we were kids building that foundation. When they don't have a foundation, they cannot do much of anything. The work becomes overwhelming. They they're confused. They can't give back. And a lot of bad behaviors that we see in the classroom stems from our children not having a solid foundation. Yes, my niece, the foundation is the most important piece because when children can add, subtract, multiply, divide, your brother, when they can do these things, you find that they are confident in what they do. They want to expand, they want to explore more, they want to do so much more. But when there is no foundation, you find that they disrupt the class because they don't know how to do the work. You'll find that they don't want to come to school. They're not happy to come because the work is too challenging. Um, and you just find that it is so much harder to help them because they don't have the little pieces that they need to build with. So again, the repercussion of that is that, oh, exactly, exactly, Terrian. When the kids struggle like that, because you're not going to have one kid in a group of 20 something, or in your case, 30 something, it puts a lot of pressure on us because, first of all, they like to ask you what happened. That's one of the biggest questions. They take the assessment and the kids didn't do well. They look at the teacher. So, what happened? How come they didn't do well? And so you start looking at how much support did you give to me to help them because they're struggling. And you can work with a group of five, or I put mine in groups of five. But I only have, right now, we only have 12 in the classroom. Most of them are learning from home. Um, so you can work with them. Now I have a support staff in the room. I have a paraprofessional with me. And so we are getting so much more done. We're reaching like all the kids who need support. But just think of when it's a normal setting when there was no COVID and you had 27 kids coming into the classroom, and 15 out of them are 2 grades below grade level. And they are telling us to teach the curriculum. The kids have to be exposed to distributive properties and finding percentages and multiplying decimals, and they have to be exposed to these things. But exposing them to it is one thing, but getting them to do the work is something else. Some of them have been taught some little misconceptions that it's hard to undo. So, in building the foundation, you want people who are knowledgeable to make sure that whatever they put in that foundation, it is the right things so that the kids can build and they can do well. Yes, Janice. I love niece. So teaching is interesting. It has its great points, but it also has it's a lot of work, and a lot of responsibility that is pushed back on us, and we have to be so passionate with what we do, and we have to just leave the fluff alone and just focus on the children and to help them build where they are, and so we can bring them up. Because for me personally, they look at them for proficiency. I don't look for that. I look for progress made. So if children come to me and they are 2 grade levels below, I'm hoping that with the strategies that I give to them and what that we use together, that they can get even to another grade level above. So I'm not looking, they might not reach proficiency, but I want to see that they're making growth as we go forward. Hey, Janae! um, hey, Pumpkin. All right, so I see Miss Terrian, you are correct. You are so correct. But let's look at it again in another way. The parents, they work, they come home, and yes, you want them to help. You know that many times these parents can't even do the work themselves. We we want parents to encourage the kids and to do more. That is true. We need them to be more involved. And one of the things that I keep wondering is I see from experience that some of them cannot manage the work, but the problem is that they're not reaching out to get help for the work, to do the work. They're comfortable. The only time they get excited is when report card time and kids didn't do well, then they start asking, oh, come, nobody told me. Yes, we have been telling you. If you were looking at if you were looking at the work they were doing, if you would only take their notebooks when they come home, you might not understand it. But you can see that they didn't get something right, or they had to make corrections, or they didn't even make corrections. And you can have conversations with the teacher. So you might be from another country that speaks another language, or you might just be one of those teachers who struggled, parents who struggled, and you didn't get that much, so you cannot help them. But reach out to the teachers. Let us see that you're interested. Um, After school programs, tutoring programs. My sister, my big sister, one love. Um, we can. There's so much more that parents can do apart from just sitting and accepting the failure of the children. Um, when we look at this time, kids have laptops, they have whatever they have as a learning mechanism. Are they using it? You'd be shocked to know that when I go into my virtual classes, people, that, that yes, LaShawn, I know it's so hard with what's going on because if they don't have it, then there's nothing to build on, and there are too many of them falling by the wayside. Um, we look at the virtual learning. They're home with these things. Who is monitoring them? No one. So you find that out of 19 students, I have 4 students logging into a classroom. We take attendance, we call home, we do everything. And parents are saying, they will be there tomorrow, you'll see. We're not seeing it because they're not coming on. So we cannot stay out here and do it for them when they're home. So somebody has to be there monitoring, making sure they're getting on. The kids are smart too, so they will put the screen on and say, yeah, we're on, but then they are playing games. That's all they're doing. They're burning out their little eyes playing games. And the work sits there, never gets done. You have assessments to be done, you have the assignments are posted, and you go in there, 1 turned in, 2 turned in, or 4 turned in. And hey, Mojo, thank you, thank you, thank you for stopping by. Mojo, Jojo. Um, so you find that these things, it's not a one-way street and it's not a one size fit all. It is all hands on deck to make sure that learning continues. What can we do? It's when they're in, we can do small groups and help them. When they're out there, you're calling, you're begging, you're pleading, you're saying, please, you gotta log on. I'm doing videos in there for you to help you. They don't even look. So it is a little interesting. I teach sixth grade, LaShawn. I teach sixth grade, so they're 11 plus. Um, whoa, King in the house. Yes, Jamaica Life. Nice. Blessings, blessings. Thank you for dropping in. Um, how is it going, King? I saw today that you guys were out there building and getting things done for that lady. More power to you guys and what you do. My people, and I'm talking about teaching, but again, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Um, and teaching comes in different shapes and forms, not just standing in the classroom. I will share something with us. Sunday I came on. I was just on and off because I was so excited. It was new. It was different. I didn't know what to expect. And tonight I got my thoughts together, and so I'm coming on again. And I want us to not only, as for me as a teacher, understand that every one of you in your own way also has that in you. We are all teachers at some level or the other because we take on the charge to guide, to love, to care for, to do so, to encourage, to build self-esteem, to just do so much. During COVID, when COVID just started and we all were so lost, we were so afraid, we didn't know what was going on, we didn't know what to expect. I was home here too, and I mentioned that the other day. And I would talk to my sister, she's on here watching me, my sister Alma, one love. I talked to Terry and I talked to many people around me. But there was still that fear because I was here by myself and they were far away. Um, One day I was just sitting here at the desk and I was just looking at YouTube and I came up on a channel, Jamaica Life Nice. And I stood back and I'm just watching and I saw people type, just like they're doing now. You're asking questions and people are involved and laughing out loudly. And I think one person was cooking. I think the first show, King Nick, was a cooking show. And I was so impressed with the skills of that person. And after that, I just want, as soon as I subscribed, and I hope that all of you watching here subscribe to Miss Bev, subscribe and like the videos on Miss Bev's production. Um, and I did my subscription, and every time I hear a ping, I would make sure I go and I watch them, and people are laughing, and that thing just lifted my spirit up so much. It gave me hope. It gave me something to come out and to look, to just look forward to. And this young man, there was so much. He started with those cooking shows, and I'm so glad he's here again this evening supporting me. He and his wife have supported me on my journey, and I got to know them because of what he has been doing. And the first thing that he did was uh, they had a charity thing the way they went back to St. Elizabeth. My sister, that's our place, right? Went back to St. Elizabeth in Maine, and they did a marvelous thing. People on the channel, they supported him, and they were able to go back and just did such a great thing, giving back to the old people. I remember one of the persons he went to as a teacher, and it just brought tears to your eyes to see that, some people push teachers aside like we're not that important. But that teacher, when she spoke, it just brought tears to your eye. And they gave nice bags. People donated. One lady, I think, donated a lot of chickens. And they packed some nice bags with his aunt Valerie and them up their name and his sister. And they distributed like 40 or 50 bags of food. Awesome. I had to mention this because so often we have the negatives, but we don't hear about the positives that people are doing for others. But that thing just did so much for me, and and I just look forward to watching their show. One of the shows I want to highlight, I'm just asking you, my people. If you go, I hope you can read this. If you go into the YouTube channel and look for Jamaica Life Nice, changing lives one elder and child at a time. You're going to see some of the videos that were done, some of the things that has been done. Recently, he did a back to school drive where kids got book bags, and he even did, the other day went out. He got tablets for kids because we know many kids are living in the remote areas, and there's nothing. Parents are not working. Things have changed, and so he got the tablets, and he handed them out to children so they can get a little learning while this thing is going on. But we know a lot of our children are lost because of poverty. So I want you guys to go and check out that channel. And I would like one evening that he has a way to hook things up so we can talk to him personally and just hear his story. Okay, he has a story to tell too. And you'll see his humble beginnings and to see how he did not become bitter, he did not become angry. He has used his the blessings that God gave him to give back to others. And that's what I admire about him and appreciate him and his wife, and his following is great. So a lot of them are here now, and I want to say thank you, Mojo, Sean. I see you guys over there on Jamaica Life Nice, and just to support and to encourage. And I said, money is nothing in life. It's the things that we do. It's the support we give. It's just a kind word. Even as a teacher, you don't you don't know what the kids are going through. They come every day with their struggles. But just a kind word to them, and then you see the little faces now. The mask is hiding a lot, but you can see their eyes, and that's good. And you can know if it's sad or if it's average. So teaching is an interesting thing, and we're teachers in our different shapes and forms, and um, it's okay. So, Joshua, you talk about going back to Africa. I want you first to understand that Africans have done a whole lot for this world, a whole lot, son. So whether it's from Africa, whether it's from wherever, we have carried our share of load. We have, thank you, Mysterian. Yes, we have done well. So it's all good, son. You see, ignorance is not a good thing. That's why we need to educate ourselves. It's not about having degrees. It's not about, how much money we have or what we can drive or how we can dress. Education means that we understand each man as your brother. We understand that no man is an island. We understand that if you have a bread and and somebody else, you give them a piece of that, you have done something great. So ignorance is not good because ignorance is not good because we know that when we learn about people and their cultures, we learn about the children we work with. We don't need to be judgmental. We learn to appreciate them for who they are, and we try to help them where we can. If you have any questions, guys, Miss Benji, thank you, Miss Benji. Miss Benji, when is my cake gonna be ready? If we have any questions, we can shoot them. So before you leave, guys, give a thumbs up and just if you have questions, then my brother just brought me some fish. So I'm gonna be having that for dinner. Thank you, Jamaica Life. Nice. I'm proud of you too. I'm proud of all that you have done and continues to do. I am so glad to be a part of the people who follow you and feel encouraged by what you do because we all have our special talents, and when we find them, they said do not hide them under bushels, but let them shine brightly. So I am so proud of you also. So, um, where is so how is Jamaica doing, guys? I saw my sister, I saw my niece. Oh, no. That's what they call them, swimmers. Of course, here you go. Take it, Prince Nick. Yeah, swimmers. Yeah, man, having some swimmers tonight. So my sister-in-law, Elsa, I see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's all we can do, my dear sister-in-law. Just keep up the good works and just put God in front, and then we humble ourselves and go in his name. All right, Prince Nick, take it easy. Okay, I've been to Montreal, Sean. I visited Montreal years ago. Yes, Miss Benji. Oh, Jamaica getting ready for Christmas, Jenny. Lights and all the excitement. Weather is nice, Christmas spirit in the air. Wow. Usually people look forward to coming home. Now we just have to stay put. Yes, Miss Benji, that's my middle name, right? I have to just look and find the good in these children and help them and encourage them. So That's how it is, my people. Christmas still keeping. I hear you, Shadina. Look, we Thanksgiving passed last Thursday. We didn't even put up a tree. We're just like going with the flow. We're just going with the flow. So that's it, people. I know some of you are just getting off work. Thank God we have a job. So I'm going to jump off now until next time when we can hook up again and just talk. Let's talk about anything. Yes, Shadina. Miss Benji said yes. LeSean, there are 11 going to somewhere already 12, but they are, I teach the age where they're not, they're still trying to find themselves. And so they're not so over the top as yet. So 11, some 11 plus. Yeah. But they just need the guidance and the foundation. If they have that and the encouragement, a lot of them, their self-esteem are low, but if you make them feel important. One of the great things, I I do the gems, just like when Jamaica, I still do the gems that I grew up with. Oh, Terry, and stop it. COVID or no COVID, there's Christmas. I guess you have to keep your spirit going. Just be careful. And so I do labor for learning before you grow old. For learning is better than silver and gold. Silver and gold will vanish away, but a good education will never decay. Things like those, I keep them alive and keep encourage the kids with it. It can be done. It's all, just motivate them and encourage them. Thank you, LaShawn. I appreciate you. Thank you. Love returned. So, my people, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you guys and stay safe. Continue to give love. It costs nothing, but it means much to those it is imparted to. And let's just continue to pray for each other as we go forward because we can do nothing without prayer. Um, so I'm going to sign off now while I enjoy my fish. And I just hope that wherever you are, that you are okay. Thank you, guys. Peace out. I'm happy that you have a calling for teaching, Auntie. Thank you, Pumpkin. Oh, it's important to have the passion when you're a teacher because it can be, um, it can be. Sometimes the behavior of children, it turns you off, but you always have to look at it. I say to the kids, your first teacher is your parents. You came into this world with nothing on your little blank slates. So I try to redirect and help them to understand. I would put them in my position. Would you have felt good if I had said that to you? And let them understand. So I so I so I use that to just keep on encouraging. So that's what. So peace out again. One love, onward and upward always. And let us encourage one another as we move forward. Thank you, LeSean. Thank you, and take care. One love. Yes, Jadina. All right, guys. Goodbye. So tonight I feel like a poet. I'm just here. I've been today we work from home, and after I'm finished, there's so much paperwork to get done. Oh my God. Teaching is not the fun filled thing it used to be. Teaching is just so much paperwork to do now. It's so much paperwork. But you kind of sift through it and wait to teach the children because that's the fun part of it. But I just felt good tonight and just wanted to do some poems, maybe just two. My favorite one, Maya Angelou, Still I Rise. I work with my students each year to do that one for Black History Month. But Black History Month should not be just in February. Black History Month should be, we should have Black History Month every month because there's so much history for us to learn and for our kids to be exposed to. And so tonight I just felt poetry because it seems like poems, people don't play with words the way they used to. I remember back in the days in school we used to just create poems, and for a long time when I taught reading along with math, I would have the kids just, I give them words and say create something with it. But now everything is so different, everything is so different. Kids are not allowed to create anymore. Everything is just so prepackaged for them. But tonight I just felt like I want to do my favorite poem for my YouTube fans and those who want to listen to my voice. So, Still I Rise by Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high. Still, I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed heads and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, because I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come at a surprise? Does that I dance like I've got gold diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear. I rise into a daybreak that's wondrously clear. I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slaves. I rise, I rise, I rise. So that's the one from Maya Angelou. I just love it because it gives you such hope. It doesn't matter where you have been and what's going on. Don't sit there and just give up. Rise up like the dust rises up. Rise up like the air rises up. And let us just be strong as we can be, and just continue to rise. Because you know what? We have been through a lot. Our foreparents went through a lot, and we're here today to tell the stories. So let us rise up, stand tall. And if we're standing tall, remember you we are standing on the shoulders of our ancestors who were flogged and treated badly, so that we could stand today. So that's, tell me what to think of it. If you like it, give me a thumbs up. Um, And then the other one, again, this is from Louise Bennett. These are not my words. I did not create any of it. I am just enjoying it. And so this one I liked when I was in primary school. This was like over 50 years ago. I remember a young man came to our school and they call him Sammy. And he did these two poems I never forget all these years. And I tell people memorizing things, it's a good thing because it stays with you. Today they're telling you kids shouldn't memorize things, and now they're in sixth grade can do their timetables. While when I went to school, memorizing was what we did. After lunch, every day we were two ones two, two into two goes one time. Two twos four, and we would keep saying it, we're multiplying, we're dividing. And as I'm 60 years old and I still remembered. So there's some things that you have to memorize so that it stays with you. So this guy, we call him Sammy. His name wasn't Sammy, but when he came, he did a poem about Sammy, shut your mouth. And it was so funny that the auditorium would crack up laughing. Um, I don't remember all of it, but some of it was, Sammy, shut your mouth. Have one granny in my yard. Everything me say, she say, Sammy, shut your mouth. And it would just go on until he said, I went out in the world to go look a little living. See one pretty little girl out there. We decide for marry her. We go home and tell my granny, they lock me back. My granny said, Sammy, shut your mouth. Anyway, we didn't obey. Him say married to the girl, and him when in granny, when the pastor says, will you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife? And him saying here down at the back of the church, Sammy, shut your mouth. Sammy said, anyway, me didn't obey. Me say, yes, pastor. Look like my poor granny take it to heart and dead. The day of the funeral, by the time if I say, Lord, my poor granny, me hear down at the bottom of the grave. Sammy, you don't hear me say, shut your mouth. So it was just fun the way people were playing on words, and we had so much fun enjoying it. So the name Sammy stuck to him. So after that, everybody called him Sammy, Sammy, Sammy. So this was another poem. Before we knew of Louise Bennett, we know about her ring ding and her stories, and she and Mas ran with the jokes. But he brought this poem to light up there. And this is my Louise Bennett book. I never leave it. I have my kids in my class who are from the islands, and I would take time out when I get a chance to read Anansi stories and to keep them connected to their culture with some Louise Bennett. So this is one that I always do with them. It's a My Brother by Louise Bennett. Wanna call my brother for me? Beg you tell him come here quick. Tell him bring him pelted king cow card. I bust you out my stick. Me nah make no joke with you, ma. Quick and brisk and pay me off. Or me call my brother in here, make him beat you till you're soft. You answer my advertisement. You come slap on me yard. Come tell me how the pay is big and how the work no hard. Me never like your face. But when my brother tell me say that your husband is a nice man, me decide to come today. Me oversleep this morning, never wake till after 8. It's a taxi cab me take come here to hinder me from late. I know you start from fool, but you know what me? What is this? Oh, no call me brother for me. It now go so missus. You will have to beg me pardon loud, make all the neighbor hear. You will have to pay me 2 weeks' wages plus me taxi fare. So a talking stupidness? Oh no call me brother there. Oh, you change your mind. Thank you. Goodbye. What that you say, missus? You would have liked to know me brother? We can't help you with that. Me would have liked to know him too. Cause I'm a one my parents got. And Louise Bennett always end with ay ay ay. So these are some of the things, it's our culture. We have to keep it alive. And as I said, those are not my words. Those words are for Louise Bennett, our famous Jamaican lab. She did our Jamaican labrish, and so I'm using her words and I'm giving her full credit for it. But it's just one of the things I love to share with my students because many of them have never heard about Louise Bennett. Many of them, you know, they speak the patois and all of that. And for me who understand it, it's okay. But then when they come in and so many different nationalities are teaching the children who doesn't understand the culture, it really becomes a problem. I spoke about that in one of my videos where I talked about the disadvantages of children who come to America and try to assimilate in the public school system, that it is a very hard time for them. But for me, I try to mix it up for them. I try to make it fun for them, especially now. We have this pandemic and there's so much that we cannot do. But I try to implement things so that they feel a moment of they can laugh out loudly. As I said in the live, that some kids I just tell them if I notice that they like the music thing, I don't give up on children because we never know what they're going to become. And so if they have a strength in the rapping, I just tell them keep it clean, but get up and rap if that's what you feel like doing. Don't disrupt my class. But come get up and share. And a lot of them many times will just get up and do their little thing, get their little 2 minutes of laughter and they're okay with it. So once you give kids a chance, instead of them being afraid and have things bottled up and we never see them shine, give them a chance to jump on the stage and be themselves. Because we don't know who the singers will become. We don't know we hope that some will become poets. We don't know who the teachers will become because that's my thing. I push it. Become a teacher. Teaching is good. The salary is not great, but teaching is good. Who will be our doctors, our nurses, our lawyers? Who would become our electricians and our auto mechanics and our carpenters and it's our children because they are our future. And if we teach them, they can learn. We just have to teach and guide and encourage and support. Build them up, because they are our future. So I just felt like talking tonight, just reaching out and just sharing my other voice. I think one night I'll just sing for us. So, with that said, my people, my family, my friends, good night. Stay safe, please. Stay warm. Those of you who are in the cold weather, stay positive. Stay uplifted. Feel encouraged. Feel good about who you are inside and out. Remind yourself you're beautiful, you're strong, you're confident, and let no one steal your joy. Again, walk good. If you can't be good, be careful. All right. So, my YouTube family, it's Sunday. I am here. So far, everything is good. And I just was talking to someone, to my friend Terry, and talking about this COVID thing and the vaccination that's coming out. So I know when this COVID came about, it was a puzzling thing. It was, a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformations, just a lot of stuff going on. People, a lot of fear. Um, we lost a lot. A lot of lives have been taken during this COVID, and you know, people lost jobs, people lost loved ones. It has been a mess. Um, we hear of all these different remedies for it, but then hand washing took this front forefront, and we had social distancing, and we have the mask to help us to help protect us and to keep the numbers down. We did all that we could do. We gave up a lot in order to stay safe and to um, put a cap on the amount of lives that were lost. So it was a lot. It was tough. It still is tough. We're getting to do a lot of things, but it's still tough. So right now I'm holding my thermometer. I remember we had to. So mine is a 96.4. Um, but there's a lot going on that, and we had to change a lot of things in order to survive and to be here right now. So um, the interesting thing now is that vaccines are now, well, before we even get to the vaccines, let's not forget about our ginger and garlic and how many different remedies were created using this ginger and garlic. Um, but people had to survive, and whatever worked, the good old white rum. Remember, we talked about this, the rum and lemon juice. And so people were just doing, or vitamin D, a lot of cod liver oil, um, just to build the immune system and to make sure that we change our diets, cut out some of the meat, and all of those things so that our bodies could continue to renew the cells and to build the immune system and to just keep us going. Then our mental health, that was a big thing because if you couldn't focus and if you couldn't think positively and if you couldn't have hope, then it was tough. So now we've been through all of that, and now they say we have vaccines on its way. Um, so I just wanted to reach out and find out from you what your thoughts were. Um, Vaccines are almost ready. Will you take the vaccine or won't you? Share your thoughts with me. Just share your thoughts. Let me know the reason why you would take it or why you wouldn't take it, and what the alternatives are, what they would look like. So this is not a long video. It's just to say hello, um, and to talk. Now the big talk is about the vaccine. So I just wanted to know your thoughts, and whether or not you plan to take it. As an educator, I know I am thinking. I hear people saying a few things. Um, as in some cases where they tell you if you didn't take this, then you couldn't keep your job. So I am just just hoping that they do not attach us being able to work with taking the vaccine either way. So talk to me. Let me know what your thoughts are, as we continue to stay as safe as we can stay safe, keeping our hands, washing our hands. This shouldn't have been happening because of COVID. It should have been a part of us already, because we know when you use the bathroom, your hands must be washed. Um, you're going to fix your food, your hands must be washed. You're coming from outside, you're touching the car steering wheel, you're touching money, you're touching handlebars, you're touching all sorts of different things. And so when you get to your house, the first thing you should do is to wash your hands. Um, so these are things that should have been in place before COVID hit. Um, and we should just continue doing them even after vaccines are available and are being used. We should continue washing our hands because it's a good thing to do. So it's Sunday, as I said. I'm getting ready for school. I had a lot to do this weekend, so I still am not finished. I'm going to get work done now, set up work for the kids for tomorrow. Um, so I just took a few minutes out to give you guys something to think about and to share your thoughts with me. And please enjoy the days ahead. Stay safe, love yourselves, walk good. So, my YouTube fans and families, I am just taking a few minutes to talk with you. Today is Tuesday, December 22nd, and I just wanted to give thanks. As you notice in this video, you'll see that there are a lot of bags of goodies um, on the counter. And this is for all our children who are going home this holiday and will have something good to snack on for the weeks that they will be away from us. Um, Also, they have warm socks in there in those bags, pencils, um, inspirational booklets, um, peanut butter and jelly, cookies, crackers. Oh my God, you name it, they have it in there. And this was a sixth grade team effort. All of us put together and we got this done. One of the things, as I always say, we have to be thankful for everything because we're so blessed. I I'm part of the SGC committee now, and that's the committee that oversees the school's budget. And I met a lady there. It was so funny, who wanted me to be part of their foundation. And in talking, the principal said yes, encouraged her, me, kind of said, it sounds like it's something that you should look into. And I spoke with the lady that night and told her about one of my teammates, Miss Simcoe's initiative to get bags of goodies to send home with the kids. And right away, the lady said, I will talk to the foundation and see what happens. And would you believe that they donated $1,000 to a sixth grade team? That $1,000, you see, all those bags of goodies was able to, they would have gotten bags, but this enabled us to do bigger bags with more things. Oh my God, the bags are so heavy. Um, and so, in all things, we give thanks. I did a WhatsApp send out, and I have to shout out to my children who contributed, also my brother, my sister, my niece, my other sister, even my co-teacher in my classroom, Miss Darity. Everybody chipped in. And so we raised 1,200 plus what the other teachers put in. Everybody just came on board and we did a good job. So the kids are going home feeling great. So I want to big up my team because the best team in the whole world, Miss Simcoe. Oh, she's awesome. Technology. Totally awesome. Miss Vida, technology. Savvy, also savvy. Miss Kelly, totally awesome lady. And Mr. Davis, who he's so cool and so tech savvy. These people are so tech savvy. I'm the oldest in the group, but they are so helpful. I feel so good and I feel so grateful. So again, as we give gifts, remember, all gifts doesn't have to be materialistic things. The kind deeds that are done for us on a daily basis, they are gifts. They're good gifts that we can keep forever and ever. Amen. And so today, as we get ready for the holidays to come, whatever and however you choose to celebrate, just remember, be thankful for every little thing. This is a tough year. And so don't watch the neighbor and what they have and worry about what you don't have. Just embrace what you have, enjoy it, and be thankful always. So, again, if you can't be good, just be careful. Love yourself. Love yourself. And walk good. All right. So microphone should be working now. Oh my God, the microphone should be working now. Um, I am here, and it's such a beautiful day. Such a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Such a beautiful day in the neighborhood. So the snow has passed, and it's now today we had like 51 degrees. It was so beautiful this morning. Um, I went to work and I didn't even wear a scarf. I didn't have to button up my coat. It was so nice outside. And um, as the day went on, as the day went on, it just got still see me talking, but no sound. But the microphone is working. It's moving. Um, off. Hey, Fire Reed, still can't hear me. I don't know what happened to my sound, Fire. Howdy, 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 Jody, loud and clear. Yeah, love it, love it, love it, love it. Kate vlogs and Faith's vlogs. Hi, Miss Summer Black. Hey, guys. I love it. Blessings, Queen Roberta. I see you. Thank you. Talk up TV1. Oh my God. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate that. I thank you, Joe. You can hear me loud and clear. I miss you too, Fire. I haven't seen you giving me any love, Fire. I haven't seen you coming over and giving me any love at all. But I because it's school time, Fire, it's hard to I don't get to watch you guys like I used to when we were just home. Once we get back in the building, it's like so much to do. It's very hard. I'm good, Fire. Thanks for caring. Thank you so much for caring. That means a lot. I am good. I am doing well. I'm gonna. We're getting a week off, so I'll get to watch a few things. Up, move my family. Yes, talk up, onward and upward always. It's such a beautiful day today. You know, we had all that storm the other day, and today was so beautiful. I went to work. I didn't have to button up my coat. I had to, it was just nice. But then after school ended, the wind picked up and it was interesting. It was interesting. Thank you guys for coming on. I'm just hoping that you all just stay safe and during the holiday season. We know this has been a tough year, but we're still here, so we have to be thankful. Um, don't know how we're planning to spend the holidays. Jamaica, we know that you have some curfews to deal with, but it's okay. It's just to keep you. Elionette, my student, hi. How are you? Oh my goodness, thanks for joining, Elionette. Appreciate you. Thank you. Um, so we know curfews are going on. We know people. Hi, Terian, welcome. Welcome, welcome, my friend. Um, so the curfews might be tough, but guys, we do have to understand it's all about keeping us safe. So it's just a lot of love. So we want to yes, 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 Darian. Thanks for joining. So we know that sometimes we have to do tough love. It's tough love. We mean well and we care, but we have to just do some drastic things to make sure everybody stays safe. So just listen to them, stay safe, and enjoy the holidays as best as you can. Um, this year has been quite interesting for me because it's the first, like usually I go to work and I discreetly put gifts in. This time I'm in a new school, didn't know what to expect. But first they had a secret Santa, and then from the secret Santa, they had a big potluck yesterday. And we all had to bring in whatever we brought for a secret Santa. They limited us to $10, which was quite interesting. But it was shocking, like usually I go and I'm not expecting gifts. I kind of just draw back and leave it alone. This time people were just bringing things to my classroom. Or principal gift. Look, this year I have gifts. I really have gifts. My principal brought sent this. And I didn't open mine, but somebody opened theirs, and it's quite an interesting thing in here. It's something I'm gonna have to really look into because she had it in different bags. Thank you, Elionette. My secret center treated me well, Terry, because you had to fill out a survey as to the things you like and what have you. So I said I love hot chocolate. So she bought me. Look, this was my secret Santa. She actually put a box of Swiss Miss chocolate in my bag and she gave me a gift card for $10. So that was awesome. But she actually gave me a box of Swiss Miss hot chocolate. And I love, love, love hot chocolate. And then my teacher, the teacher that is in my room with me, she actually went out and she got me something also, which this was so nice. She sat down and decorated the box herself, and she gave me a nice, nice. Hey, Elaine, how are you? Happy holidays, my dear friend. Happy holidays. She gave me a nice soap. I don't know if you can see that. That's a big soap, but it has it's a vanilla toast or something. She said it is, but it has a beautiful soft scent. Usually, I'm allergic to loud perfumes, but this one is so soft. So I really appreciate it. I had one of my teachers gave me a little goodie bag. This was just an interesting year. I went home. I came home with stuff. Somebody gave me a candle, but I don't do candles because I'm allergic to them because the scent is so much. But she meant well, so I appreciate it. Um, I have one of the interesting things. People are just giving gift cards. I got a gift card for I think Olive Garden or something. And then they gave me chocolate. So school was good today. We did math bingo, Elionette. We missed you today. We did math bingo, and the kids were able to get little incentives for winning the games. So we miss you today. I know that you're going remote. So I wish you well. So I have these things here, and you know what? I am just so thankful. I wasn't expecting anything at all because I tried to stay away from that. The gifts are yes, they are. And so I have to. I'm so grateful. Um, so we did a tree. There's another gift in here. I think it's a mug with chocolate again. Um, I think I got like three gift cards, and it's just I think I thought about um the COVID and the struggles people are going through, and it has been real. And it is so interesting that despite of everything that's happening. People are still giving love. People are still caring. And that's a good thing. Absolutely, talk up, talk up. And guess what, talk up? My kids have not even come in yet. Right, Joe? The kids didn't come in. But you know what? I am so grateful, talk up. My principal gave us that thing, and I need to open it to see what it is. But for everything, I am so thankful. I needed to share with you guys too this. So, 2 weeks ago, I became part of the SGC committee, which is okay, Jody. And this committee is what they do to look at the budget, the school budget each year. And so this parent liaison, she kept asking if I wanted to join. I'm like, no, I didn't want to do politics. But then I said, okay, I would, because it's about the school, and I love the school. I love the school. And so I decided to join, right? When we went on Zoom that night, I was introduced to this lady. She has a foundation, West Indian Foundation. She's from Jamaica. And she said, I've heard a lot about you, Mrs. Salmon Black, and I really want you to join us to be part of our foundation. I said, I didn't know about the foundation, so I'd like to talk to her first. You know, when the lady called me, we talked like almost an hour. And then I told her about our sixth grade, what we had planned for sixth grade students. And when I told her that, she says, what can the foundation do for us? And that was shocking. You know, and when she said it, I said, well, we're planning to give them bags to go home with. It's we know when kids are home, they eat their parents out of house and land. That's what a lot of parents and grandparents are saying. So we decided for the sixth grade team to pack a bag of goodies for them: peanut butter, crackers, cheese, not cheese, but crackers, drinks, um, little goodies, fruit snacks, things like those, and socks, hats, gloves. So the lady said to me, so I said, anything that you could the foundation could offer, we will appreciate it. And my friends in TV land, on YouTube, in Jamaica, wherever you are, the lady returned with a $1,000 check for my team. And then I had put out a WhatsApp, and I asked for donations. And and I received, my brother gave me 50, my niece gave me 50, my sister, my daughters gave me 50, my sister that works at my school gave me 20, my partner teacher gave me 20. And my friend, she's right there in the chat right now, Terry Ann. She stayed in Jamaica and transferred me $30 towards the project also. So in total, I brought in 1,200 and something for them. Today, you should see those kids. You'll see a short video of that. You'll see all the bags that we packed. They were so filled with all the goodies that the kids can have to keep them for the week when we out. Yes, Debbie. Debbie, one love, Debbie. Thank you. Blessings back at you. I claim those you sent me. So it was just a glorious thing. So I was just in the mood for giving, and just doing what I needed to do for my little kids, or our little kids, the sixth grade team. And when we look and see the abundance of what we got, it was just tear jerking. But that's how it is. When you do, then it comes back tenfold. So I wanted to talk with us tonight. I am so glad to see my friends here and talk up radio. I love what you do and how you do it. And I want you guys to go and subscribe to him and support him, share his videos. So he has some interesting topics, little raunchy sometimes, but I love what you do. Talk up, keep on doing, keep the videos coming. I wish you well, and hope All the best for you. So, guys, go find Talk Up, and subscribe to him and support him as he gives us material to listen to, materials that would sometimes make us have to think out loudly and give him the support. Also, want to big up. I can't leave him out. King Nick at Jamaica Life Nice. His program has been such a great platform for goodness. They just finished a house in St. Elizabeth, and for a young lady who has 4 children. And I mean, to see that thing started from just bushes and woodlands, and now she has a 3 bedroom place. They painted it today for her and her children to enjoy for the holidays. King Nick said he wanted to have it ready for Christmas. And believe me, guys, they did a beautiful job. So we are supporters out here. Good night, Debbie. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. He has a lot of supporters, but even with supporters, if you don't have somebody in the lead who can get things done, make sure that people are sending their monies, it goes to what it needs to go to, then it's of no use. But you can see the work he does. I need you guys to support him. Subscribe to his channel. Go over there, support him because it's his platform is an awesome one. It's really doing a lot for not only um, older people, but for children, because the children are our future. We don't take care of them, we're not going to have a future. So we have to make sure that we give them the tools for success, give them the resources to help them to be strong, to be independent, to be confident, and so that we in turn can gain from that. So as I said, as we get into this Christmas season, not everyone not everyone. Hey, my friend Pauline, thank you for joining. You had to stay up, Pauline. You couldn't fall asleep on me. So as we approach the season, and even though it's COVID time, as I said to my children at school, in every one of my classes, I've been telling them since last week. I said, don't worry about what others have. Just think about what your parents can afford during this time, and just love your parents and learn to appreciate what they do. Learn to say thank you. Learn to give them a hug and let them know you understand. And so that it's not the gift that you got, but it's the thought behind the gift that you got. So I tell them, if you got nothing, it's okay. It is okay. And if all you have for dinner that day, it's not a platter of turkey and all the fancy trimmings, if it's just whatever it is, just be grateful and know that we're still here and everything will be okay. So I know you guys, different experiences where you are and all of that, but I just wish that all of us stay safe. We have done it so far. We just hope that we'll continue to stay safe and to just continue to do good, because good is a good thing. And when you can make, there are people who might never tell you that things are hard, but sometimes you give a card and it creates a miracle for them. So let's walk good and let's do good, because good is good. And let us support one another in words, deeds, and action. And let us know that, and so we can know that. Yes, Elaine. Yes, guys, and please like what did Elaine say? Whatever Elaine say. I'm getting used to this kind of talk, Elaine. Thank you so much. But give me a thumbs up, guy, if you like what's going on. A gift that keeps giving us the best. That's right, Pauline. And keep loving one another. I love that, Pauline. That is so true. And that's you at heart, another teacher who it's a natural thing. It's just a natural thing to just give back, in so many different shapes and forms. And so I know from experience that it's a good thing. I've seen children who have just blossomed and bloomed because somebody gave them something, somebody believed in them, somebody gave them hope. So it's not all about material things. Sometimes it's just a kind word. It's just, lessons come in different shapes and forms, as I said. So we must go forward and lift somebody up, no matter how bad our situation seems. It just seems like when you're here for somebody else's situation, we're like, whoa, mine wasn't so bad after all. So I'm not gonna sing for you tonight because I sang the other day during the snowstorm, and but I want you all to know that it's easier to love than to hate. It's easier to give. Sometimes they say not to receive, but everybody wants to receive something once in a while. It doesn't have to be money or goods or food, but again, a kind thought. You want to receive those compliment, and anything. So we go forward and we do those little things that cost nothing but mean so, so much because it makes us feel good inside. So, my friends, you have any questions? So I'm going to take those questions now. Um, Today is our last day in person. Tomorrow we work from home half day, but then we have PDs for the rest of the day. But then we're on vacation, which is good. Um, so the kids will return on the 7th, but we go back, I think, the 4th, because again, we have PDs the 4th and the 5th. But you know what? We get our break and we will be revived and ready to go again. So, thank you, Terry, and thank you for your support all the time. How's Jamaica going, Terry? What's going down there? We need to send us some sunshine. So, any questions? Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Have a safe holiday season, whatever you classify it as, whether it's Christmas, whether it's whatever you deem it to be. Please stay safe, stay healthy, especially with your peace of mind. Don't let anything bother your mind. Keep yourself nice and in a calm place because nothing is worth stressing over. At the end of the day, you have a sound mind, you have a lot. So I will say good night now. No questions. It's just that, guys. So take care and walk good. Take care and be good, be careful. Bob Marley says, one love all the time. And as Miss Bev says, a stronger, better you, 1 pound at a time, 1 day at a time as we move forward. Take care, guys. Blessings. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Talk up, talk up. Good night. Oh, Debbie L. One Love. Well, talk up has a question. If you have questions, I'm here to answer them. I will be here. So talk up. When I came to America, I really, really want to be a nurse. I worked taking care of patients for a minute. Um, and then it was helpful while I went to school. I have twin daughters and I have a son. And it was interesting raising them. And then when I went to my first college, I was heading right into nursing. I want to be a nurse. But then raising the kids, working full time, and then have to find those 4 hours for college in the evenings, it was too much. So when I looked at the curriculum for nursing and I looked at the curriculum for teaching, the teaching curriculum was more friendly. So I switched my major to education, And believe me, I love, love, love it. I love to teach. I actually was home in 1999. I was home and I was able to teach. I stayed there for almost a year. My children loved it out there, the sunlight all year round. My daughters actually finished high school down there. But I was able to come home and teach in Jamaica, and that was fulfilling for me. But I came back here in 2000 and started teaching in New York City. And then from New York, I moved here to Connecticut. And that's what I do. It has been such a blessing. So, okay, Eliana, good night, Pumpkin. Good night. Hey, Annette. Whoa. Thank you for joining. Girl, Jamaica in the house. Thank you, Annette. Appreciate that, my friend. So that's what that was talk of. And it has been a journey, and it has been a good journey because I really connect with children. I have a few teachers on here who we work together, and it would be me working with the kids and then sending them to them and say, hey, look out for this kid or these kids. And it was just such a beautiful thing because especially when the kids are coming from Jamaica. I did a video on the for that when they come up and the language is such a big barrier and the lack of experiences that really prevents them from excelling the way they should because we come understanding things the American way is a little hard. And if you don't have the experience and the exposure, when you come here, it seems like the kids don't know. But with us, and you see Pauline in the chat here, she was a warrior for them in a program. And then when she came into the classroom with us, we got some good things going. So it's I love teaching. I love the education system. It's very political nowadays. And so I can get into all of the things because I just want to teach. I don't want the other stuff. So that's how I got into teaching. It was just the curriculum and the time strains and the demands that I went to education and not nursing. But I'm glad I did. So, Anna, do you want to know about the COVID? Well, so far, we're just praying and hoping, and we continue going. We have kids coming in. We do 2 days of in person with the kids, and then we do 3 days of remote learning. So far, we just have to keep hope alive because we have been going for quite some time now, and we're still here. So it's a lot to be grateful for. So we're coping the best way we can, wearing our mask. Sometimes it's tough because you really need to catch a breath. But we've been wearing our masks, encouraging the washing of the hands. We have dispensers right around the school. In our hallway, I think 4 dispensers. So kids know once they come up to the classrooms, they get and they clean their hands. When the kids move from our class, we have to wipe the tables down before the other group of kids come in. And we are consistent. We make sure it happens every time so that so that everybody stays safe so far. That is so true. Talk of. The journey, life's journey, the things that we experience or situations, they do change our lives. And I would just hope that everyone, as they do their journey, that their lives will be changed for the better. Any more questions for Miss Bev? Know that it's now Sabbath hours. I still believe in my faith. Hey, Latoya! Finally, Latoya! Latia Moore, welcome. You really just wanted to see Antina in on this, all right? Glad to have you, Pumpkin. Glad to have you. Make sure you give me a thumbs up or like up the live, as my people say, my YouTube fans say, like up the live. And Any questions to me? And for the weight loss, I'm still on the journey. Sometimes I look and I see how this is not, it's like, you see that I'm losing the weight, but you know what? I'm enjoying the journey. Um, I am happy. I'm able to do so much more. And so for that, I'm so grateful. I mean, I am so grateful. I mean, it is just totally awesome. And so, as I had said from day one, I wanted to do 1 pound at a time. I didn't want to go crazy getting into these diets and all these unnecessaries. I love me, and if I don't love me, nobody can. My kids love and appreciate me, and so that's awesome. And so, as I lose the pounds, I find I'm fitting back into things that I used to wear, and I am just happy. I am content. And so just support and encourage me as you have always been doing. And it's what it is. I have an ideal, but as I said, wait, that, it would be nice to get there. But as I said, I'm taking it 1 pound at a time, and I'm enjoying each stride. Each day I go to work and I can walk the long corridors. I'm grateful because I remember when I was just puffing and puffing. And so I don't walk in the mornings anymore because my partner who used to walk with me, she went back to work. She's retired, but she went back to work. Um, so I really don't want to walk alone that early in the morning. But when I go to work, I have enough space there that gives me more than a mile every single day. Well, Latoya, thank you. Do I have a choice, Latoya? Do I have a choice? Um, because it's such a short holiday, Terry, I don't mind it, right? I don't mind it because it's short. But the summers drive me crazy. Once, like after a week, I really need to be back at work. So for this short break, I am good with it. We're going to be teaching tomorrow, and then that's it. And then Thursday, Friday, we're off after tomorrow evening. Um, but I have a lot of things to catch up on. I might have to call you up in Jamaica so you and I work on one project. But it's not a long break, so I am good. And because this is not daylight savings time, this is Eastern Standard Time. So the mornings are not so short anymore. So I do get enough sleep and I'm not so very tired. So I am okay. How about you? You have like what, 3 weeks, Terry? Think your school gave you 3 weeks? We go back, right? I think we got two, right? Because we're going back. Blessings, blessings. Lady V. Clark, you caught my life. Earlier I was picking up your platform, you and your husband's platform. How to do? Welcome, welcome. 2 weeks and 2 days. Okay. You seem like a long time because you were off. You got off last week. I thought you were off longer. Welcome, Lady V. So, guys, this has been great. Any questions? I'm here. Blessings return. I claim them and I'm returning them to you, Lady V. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, amen. Yep, indeed, 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 indeed. How are things going? Are you getting ready for the holidays? Are you ready? Are you working on the holidays, Lady V? Oh my goodness. Oh, Lady V, I'm sorry. Oh, you're watching. Elsa. Oh my God, my sister-in-law. Thank you, thank you, thank you for joining. Please like up the live, people. I'm so happy to be among people that my friends. Thank you, and family. Thank you. It's a good thing, right? It's a good thing. Oh, you know what? I got another gift today too. Look at this. So one my friend, she does my t-shirts for me. She gave me this pen, right? But it's not only a pen. Guess what this is? It rolls out to be, look at that, a back scratcher. Look at that. Look at what they have in a pen. This is a pen at the end. And then I pull it out and I could scratch my back. This is so this is so awesome. Then I push it back and it's a pen again. So this was quite unique, very interesting. It's a pen that turns into a back scratcher. So these are the things that people gave today, and they do make you feel good. Miss Behavior. I got that from my mom, Debbie L. Yeah, this is cool. Yes, a back scratcher. You see the fingers on it like a rake? So when she, hey Beverly, oh my God, thank you, Beverly, thank you, thank you. Keep smiling, you light up the world with your smile. If my mom could only hear you say that, my mom is so gone. They say I have her smile. I got that from her. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. You're so kind. So yes, Lady V, a back scratcher. So thank you, guys. Back home when we used to eat our sugar cane, and I remember on Mondays when we go to school, and the principal, we had to put our hands on the desk. I don't know if any of you remember those days. And they would look at your fingernails. We didn't have fingernail clips. We had to bite our nails off to make them clean. Or we use the lizard cane and rub them with the water. Um, and then she would come around and she would look in your ear and she'd look at your teeth. And so we used to have to eat sugarcane to brush our teeth or put the fire coal in something. And my grandmother, that's how my grandmother used to put it in a white thing and you rub your teeth with them. So it helped because even now at my age, I'm able to have my own teeth and have to be thankful for that. So thank you guys. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Today was we had a snowstorm and my husband has to work he works until 11, so it's not easy. But it's the snow is outside. It's piled up out there, but it's melting a little at a time. Yes, family, like the live. Lady B, thank you. Tell them to like up the live. Yes. It's a good thing, and we're in a good place, and we have to continue to give thanks. And it's not the big things; it's the little things that we must pay attention to. It's not the loud noises; it's the little whispers, because in those whispers, sometimes some of the most important and the nicest messages are being shared. And so as we go on, we just know that. Okay, famous. I don't know famous is, but welcome, welcome, welcome. And thank you for joining. Like up the live as you join. Jamisha, another one of my little students. Thank you, Jamisha. You're so awesome. You're a young lady. You are so totally Oh, thank you. Yes, Debbie, she is. She is a blessing. So it's as we get ready as for the season again. Um, Let us just walk with love, talk with love. I mean, it's worth so much more than anything else when we encourage and we support one another. Because at the end of the day, none of us are islands. We're all here to support each other. And thank you. Thank you, Jamisha. I appreciate you. You're an awesome student also. You're an awesome young lady. And you stay focused and continue to work hard because it can be done. You're filled with greatness and you can become whoever you want, whatever you want to become. So I could talk till next year because you know I'm long-winded. I can talk and I'm so happy that you guys came to share with me tonight. I appreciate you um totally. So thank you guys. Thank you. Enjoy your holidays the best way you can. And Lady V, I know you have to work, but you know what? I think that in your own way, you're going to make a few people, those patients, feel better. So it's okay. It's gonna be all right. One of these days, you're gonna own your own building, and you will tell people what time to work, what time they should go on, while you can stay home. Well, you know what, Miss Famous? Handfuls are good sometimes. The good thing is that handfuls also know how to work hard. And so, because there's that balance, we can handle the handfuls. Think that there you go, Lady V. Blessings are poured out on you. So, one of these days, as I tell my kids, stop playing these games and buying these games. Start owning the companies that are selling these games. I want my kids, I said, we teach them how to do coding. I said, use your skills to start creating your own. So you're not spending all this money buying the games, but rather you're working to own these things. We want these kids to start owning wealth. They can't just sit down buying expensive shoes and expensive clothing, and yet they don't have a bank account with $1 bill in it. I'm preaching every day, tell them, stop being the tenant in the building, start owning the building. So we hoping girls will start doing nails for their friends for $5, $10. Start learning to braid here. Charge your friends $20, $30, and put these monies away. Boys can make picture frames and sell them. There's so much they can do. They can start cutting here. They can start cutting each other's hair. They can learn to do these little things. Because at the end of the day, we want to see black people having wealth. I'm tired of people complaining about what people didn't do for them instead of saying, look, we have done this, help us make it better. So that's my story every day in my classroom. I said, yep, there's a lot of social injustices, but we better start fixing something so that we can create, because without the wealth, we're going to sit down here just getting the handouts and not making headways. So let's start creating wealth. When our kids get money, don't let them run and spend it. Let them put it away, save it, buy stocks, invest in stocks, buy things that can turn over money, you know, and so that they'll have a better future. So I'm just saying, I think that those things will help us more. Then every day we're marching and we're asking and we're marching and we're begging and we're pleading and we're marching and things are what it is. You go speak love and share love, then that's what we just need to do. It's not hard, it's not costing anything. All right, guys, so Debbie, Debbie. I do. I have to teach my kids that, they have to start owning things. They have to start somewhere. Parents need to really start Debbie, teaching our kids to stop spending so much and start saving. You give them a I give money in my classroom and I give money because I know that I had a student once whose mother when I gave him I wouldn't tell you how much I gave the kid, but the mom got it and she needed to go to work and she had to use that money to go to work. So I know a lot of situations are there, but I encourage my kids. Like we have the remote learners, they're not in school to get any of the incentives we give out. What I do, I get on Amazon and I, for the month, I look at what they're doing and I send them a little gift card just to say thank you. And it encourages them to do more and more. They work harder because they know that there's a little something there. And I encourage the parents, don't spend their money on foolish things. Put it aside. When it gets to be $100 or so, put it in the bank. Let them start learning to save their money. And so I am begging and I'm pleading to all parents, help your children, teach them. If you don't teach them, they grow up and as soon as they get, they spend. And they spend what they have and then they spend what they don't have. And so the cycle continues. But if they learn, they'll teach their children. And together we can hopefully build a better future. So, with that said, my people, I so appreciate you. And just know that I love all of you. And may you receive a special blessing. And as we walk, let us walk in what is it, faith? And know that you are loved and appreciated. So, gonna have a good night. Happy Sabbath to everyone. And if you can't be good, be careful. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Lady V, thank you. I got you. I got you. Thank you, Lady V. Always supporting. Good night, everybody. Love you, pumpkin. So, my YouTube fans and families, I am just taking a few minutes to talk with you. Today is Tuesday, December 22nd. And I just wanted to give thanks. As you notice in this video, you'll see that there are a lot of bags of goodies um, on the counter. And this is for all our children who are going home this holiday and will have something good to snack on for the weeks that they will be away from us. Um, Also, they have warm socks in there in those bags, pencils, um, inspirational booklets, um, peanut butter and jelly, cookies, crackers. Oh my God, you name it, they have it in there. And this was a sixth grade team effort. All of us put together and we got this done. One of the things, as I always say, we have to be thankful for everything because we're so blessed. I I'm part of the SGC committee now. and that's the committee that oversees the school's budget. And I met a lady there. It was so funny, who wanted me to be part of their foundation. And in talking, the principal said yes, encouraged me, kind of said, it sounds like it's something that you should look into. And I spoke with the lady that night and told her about one of my teammates, Miss Simcoe's initiative to get bags of goodies to send home with the kids. And right away, the lady said, I will talk to the foundation and see what happens. And would you believe that they donated $1,000 to a sixth grade team? Um, that $1,000, you see, all those bags of goodies, was able to, they would have gotten bags, but this enabled us to do bigger bags with more things. Oh my God, the bags are so heavy. Um, And so, in all things, we give thanks. I did a WhatsApp send out, and I have to shout out to my children who contributed, also my brother, my sister, my niece, my other sister, even my co teacher in my classroom, Miss Darity. Everybody chipped in. And so we raised 1,200 plus what the other teachers put in. Everybody just came on board and we did a good job. So the kids are going home feeling great. So I want to big up my team because the best team in the whole world. Miss Simcoe, oh, she's awesome. Technology. Totally awesome. Miss Vida, technology. Savvy, also savvy. Miss Kelly, totally awesome lady. And Mr. Davis. Oh, he's so cool and so tech savvy. These people are so tech savvy. I'm the oldest in the group, but they are so helpful. I feel so good and I feel so grateful. So again, as we give gifts, remember, all gifts doesn't have to be materialistic things. The kind deeds that are done for us on a daily basis, they are gifts. They're good gifts that we can keep forever and ever. Amen. And so today, as we get ready for the holidays to come, whatever and however you choose to celebrate, just remember, be thankful for every little thing. This is a tough year, and so don't watch the neighbor and what they have and worry about what you don't have. Just embrace what you have, enjoy it, and be thankful always. So, again, if it can't be good, just be careful. Love yourself. Love yourself. And walk good. So I'm sure you're tired to hear my voice now, but don't be tired. It's another message. Again, we talk about Black Lives Matter, and I was talking to my niece in Jamaica, and one of the things that we're been talking about is, yeah, we talk about Black Lives Matter, and yes, they do. But are we abusing the mantra? Are we these young people who, you watch them on the TV and you look at what happens before the, the, the other things happen? And one of the things that I would notice is since Black Lives Matter, people are chanting. People want better. They want to see better. They want our people to do better. But one of the things that I notice out there is once they realize they have the support, you find that some of them, when they're confronted by the police or if the police ask them to stop, they keep walking away or they're mouthing things, or the police stops the car and the first thing, oh, you're stopping me because I'm black, or they come up with reasons that doesn't even make sense instead of just listening, following directions, and keep it, you know, it becomes they create this confrontational situation, and even in the classroom you see it often when you might just say to a student, you need to just stop so that the other kids can learn. And instead of saying I'm sorry and stop, they want to question you. Why are you even in my face? Don't talk to me. Don't say nothing to me. No, I ask the kids often, how do you think I should respond to that? Because as a teacher, we are trained and we have to know how to not escalate things. But how would you respond to a kid, a child, telling you as an adult, get out my face, don't say nothing to me. Why are you even here? Why are you talking to me? You're the adult in the room. You have to guide, you have to teach. And so you see the behaviors that how they happen in the classroom and how it makes you feel as an adult. So you think of them out in the street, much older, um, much tougher, and just think of somebody saying to them, stop, or somebody say, let me see your license. And it becomes, why? Because I'm black. Instead of just looking at the situation that, okay, so I must have done something wrong. And then a lot of times you look, they get out, they start running. They get out, it's things can be different. But as we chant Black Lives Matter, let us also teach them to be respectful, to listen and follow directions, because we're not above the law. We need to listen, we need to do the things that I'm not saying that there are not people out there who are crazy enough to do. But I think when I look at a lot of the situations that escalated into other things, if they had just, it didn't have to. They didn't have to. And I'm not saying anyone should shoot anyone, even though we as black people are killing each other for no reason, for less than the police are shooting people down out there for. And I'm not saying that with any mean spirit way, in any mean spirited way, but we have to look at both sides of the coin. Because even though we're asked in Black Lives Matter, we're saying these things, we see that it's still, people are still getting killed. So let us fix both situations. Let us ask our black people to be respectful, to be decent, to know where they are, what they're doing, so that when they're pulled over, they don't have to be running because something is in the car they don't want found, or they are wanted for something, or the car is stolen. But let us teach them that when these things happen, we're not going to back you. We're not going to back you when these things happen. So make sure when you go out there that you're doing the right things. Let us go out there and do the right things. And so that in the end, when these things come about, the tears are not in vain. So I just needed to speak on it because I see a lot where people just feel like, oh yeah, we're gonna make some money off this, and so they just challenge people out in the street, and people are afraid too. Don't look at it one way and think that I personally remember when I was mugged, and I wasn't mugged by white boys. I was mugged by my own black people in my community, mugged at gunpoint. I just have to thank God. I thought I would have gone crazy to know that I was just coming from work. I didn't even have money in my wallet. I had $1 in my bag when the two boys ran up and ran in front of me and pulled the gun out on me. That wasn't a nice thing, you know. And for what? So we have to teach them, we have to let them know that it's one thing when we're out there chanting that our lives matter. But it's another thing when we are out there creating situations that are totally unnecessary, that we feel empowered. You look at children whose parents, when if a teacher talks to the kid in school, they go home, they tell the parents a story. Instead of the parents coming to you as an adult and say, look, my child said this or my child said that, let's talk. What happened? Nope, they stay home and they talk badly about teachers and they cuss and they carry on. Know what the kid does when they come back to school? They do worst because now they feel like my mom doesn't even like you. That's how they talk to us. They come in and they let us know my mom doesn't even like you. So and you look, no, you can't talk to the kid because he or she knows that mom is on their side, right? So instead of the behaviors get better, the behaviors get worse. And I see that happening, with our kids, with our young men out there. People are chanting, people are protecting, people are crying out on their behalf. And so instead of them getting better, we see that they're still out there challenging the cops. It's not an easy thing. When you have to, you yourself, you're afraid because these kids are not joking. They're not afraid. They challenge you. They have a weapon. You see them shooting at these people. And then they want to go home to their parents too, their families too. So you have kids out there who are they are so daring, they don't care. And so it's a catch-22 and it's a two-sided thing, and we have to look at both sides of it. We have to look at both sides. I tell my son, I said, you get pulled over, please, you listen, follow directions. If they hurt you while you're following directions, another thing. It's a different story. But if you go there running your mouth because they ask you to stop, you feel like you need to challenge, you need to talk back, you need to say things that are not necessary, you need to run away as if you're running from something, then the outcome is going to be harsh. But what am I supposed to do? I can go out there to march and to say, oh, your life matter when you didn't protect, didn't try to do the right thing. So, parents, I'm begging you, don't just sit there. Know your kids are doing the wrong things. Know that they're stealing, they're selling drugs, they're bringing the money home to some of you. You know what's going on. You are participating in it. You are getting the monies to do your thing. And I know this because I know enough a lady years ago, and her wealth didn't come from working hard. Her wealth came from her son peddling the drugs. And when he pulls the guns on other people, she covers it up. She goes up, and before the police come, she grabs the gun from him, put it in her breast, and the boy walks scot free. But in walking, he did some ugly things. He did some harsh things, and I look and shake my head because she might have gotten houses out of it and all of that. But what did it even matter? It didn't even work out to anything because now I don't even think the boy talks to her. So we have to teach our kids the right things. We cannot be so angry. And then we think our kids are going to be nice and decent. The behaviors we practice at home are the behaviors the kids feed into. So please, as we try to build and we're asking for better, we see in Jamaica the bloodshed all over the place. Let us understand that poverty creates a lot of problems too. But again, if some kids can live without stealing and hurting people and getting caught up into the harsh things, then I think more of us can do it. So I just had an epiphany tonight and I just needed to talk about it and to not just talk about one thing and not the other thing because we have to fix these little things so that we can be better off than where we are. We have to fix them. And so I try in the classroom to do that. I try in my home to make sure that, I am supporting. I don't push my kids away because I feel like what they're going with, oh, you're buying a house, can you afford it? I don't do that. You're buying a house, how can I help you? That's what we're supposed to do. You know, you're buying a car, I don't really care for that type. Why you're choosing that? But in the end, you don't let them go on the street corner to steal or to you support and encourage, make sure and encourage them to work. And so that they come in with $50. They need 20, put it on there and help them. Don't let them have to become, live less or because we feel like, oh, if they can't afford it, they shouldn't touch it. No, let us encourage and help them. Don't go out and just buy them a nice car. But if they're trying, help them up. Help them up. If they're trying, help them up. Don't push them down. So that's how I raise my kids, and believe me, I have not regretted it yet. And I will continue supporting them. We will continue to support them. My husband does too. As long as they are working, as long as they're respectful, um, as long as they're trying. I don't have riches to give to them, but what I have, I'm always willing to share with them. And it does work out. It does work out. So help them to get into their beds and sleep well, and teach them to share, and teach them the good things. And if you teach it to them, believe me, those good things will blossom and bloom. So again, they can learn on their own. I always said if they didn't need us to guide them and to provide for them and to believe in them and to support them, then they would be like a cow's calf or a goat's kid that is born in the morning, and within the hour they have to be up on their feet, standing up, trying to move around because they don't have the luxury of laying around. Our children need us from birth. You see, you have to nurture them. And as they grow, you have to build the character. And as they grow, you have to continue to nurture. Let them know what love is. You have to teach. You have to model by your behavior, the way we speak, the way we care, the way we respect. All of these things have to be taught to them, to be industrious, to be honest, to be decent, to be kind, to carry themselves with dignity and pride. All of these things have to be taught. So if we don't teach it, they can't give it back because they don't know it unless we teach it to them. When we teach it at home, because home is the first school, then when they get to schools and teachers and reinforce it, we're going to have stronger, better people to deal with. So just need to talk. I'm the long-winded teacher, but there's so much to share, and I sometimes we have to say it because if we don't say it, then people won't know it. So as we talk about Black Lives Matter, let us not use it as a abuse it. Let us use it because it is needed, but let's not use it as a crutch to do things that are negative and harsh. But let us use it so that when people go out there, they don't have to feel embarrassed when recordings come out to show exactly what happened. Let it be used to really empower our communities so that we can have better. And again, better starts with each and every one of us, whether it's the church, the school, the home in particular. Let's help our children. If we believe in them, they will become achievers. So let us believe in them, let us help them, let us support them. My faction. But today I walked. Last night I walked. I was out in the backyard doing laps. And today I had to get my hair done. And I walked all the way up to the ladies' shop. And then when I was finished at about 6:44, I walked back home. So I have to be grateful. I have to be so thankful because these things are blessings. These are things that are blessings. So my people, have a good night. And again, I said, if you can't be good, be careful. Walk good. Love yourself. Love others. Respect, respect, respect. Because it's free. You don't have to pay for them. So let us just give it in abundance so that we can be better people. We can be the best us we can ever be. Let us command respect so that people will want to come in our communities and help us. And when they come to help, we can say, yes, this is what we have. We can use that. Help me to make it better. But don't sit back and talk about what I don't have. What we don't have, we don't have. And when we do have a lot, we just don't want to see what we have. We want to see what the Browns have on their side. But we have a lot to be thankful for, and we have a lot of opportunities right where we are. We have to find them, use them to build so that we can be better people. So have a good night. Stay blessed. Can walk good. So this is another night of just speaking to us, um, mostly to us as parents and aunts, uncles, grandparents too, because the success of our children is not only about the parents, but it's about all those who have to interact with our children. And we want them to be successful. We want them to do well. So, first thing I'm going to talk about tonight has to do with, so often I'm talking about how we need to create wealth and so that we can create better communities. And if we have better communities, hopefully we'll have better schools for our children. And but we have to start somewhere. The more we destroy things and we tear down, it's the less we're going to be able to build wealth. So I thought about it and I sat down and I created some ways in which we can start saving, so we can start investing in things, and we can start making sure that we as parents are handing down a little something for our kids, or we're teaching our kids how to start building and to become financially independent. So I'll just go over some of the things that I came up with. First of all, if we work hard in school, children, if we work hard in school, parents encourage them to work hard so they can get scholarships. One of the things that are burdening our children are student loans. For the kids who have worked hard and decide to go into colleges, then they, because parents are not able to help them, and they're burdened down with student loans. It takes a long time to pay these off and to have that freedom where you can buy a home or get a car. Some right now at my school there are teachers, one teacher in particular who talks to me about she have to turn off her cable. She has to get her phone at basic. She can't make too many calls. She has to change a lot of things. I was speaking to her in December and she didn't have the heat on in her house because they're trying to pay off the student loans and to build and to so she can feel um, better, because even though she's a teacher, her salary isn't there yet, so she have less burden to deal with. So they can get scholarships. If parents, if you work on your credit, just stop buying the unnecessary things. You don't need a Gucci bag. You don't need a Gucci this or that. If you pay down your debt, keep yourself humble and satisfied, because as Solomon said in his words, he had so much. And when he looked at it in the end, it was all vanity and vexation of the spirit. So we want to make sure we're not spending unnecessarily, but we're spending cautiously and carefully so we can feel contented. When we're not stressed with bills and debt, we feel more contented, we feel more relaxed, we feel less stress. So forget some of those things and start saving, keeping your credit clean so you can pay down on a house. You have a house, it becomes a home, and it will create wealth for you and your children. Um, Kids can, especially teenagers, they can start babysitting for their neighbors and make that money. Don't make it and spend it as soon as they start working. Oh, I'm going to the mall. I have to get this up. No, you're going to do these little things to start saving, start putting away. So you're learning, you're practicing. It becomes a part of you. It's natural. You could do pet sitting. Small pets. You don't need the big old dogs or the big old pit bulls, but the small dogs. You can sit with them. Cats that are easy. Lawn mowing. Boys, girls that can get out there and mow people's lawn and get your monies and put it away. Yard work. A lot of people need little things done around their yard. Um, you can go and rake leaves. You can shovel snow. You can plant flowers and help people keep them up. Water their grass for them. You can um, do newspaper delivery where there are still newspapers to be delivered. You can do you can work at Amazon. If there's a family business, bring the kids in and let them work and pay them. So they could do filing, they can file papers in the office, they can answer phones, they can do other little jobs around the office. Instead of hiring somebody out there to pay them, pay your child that money and teach them how to save. Again, if we don't teach the youth, we're going to have continuous downfalls. And as it becomes, they get older, it becomes worse. When our kids are trying, we should be able to help them, support them, to build them up. Don't see them saving up and trying to move ahead, and then you turn your head the other way. And I'm not getting into that. I didn't send you to do. No, support your children, support them, encourage them, so that they're staying off the street corners, and so that they're building wealth instead of destruction. If we don't teach them, they can learn. So even though we might not have gotten the teaching, let's teach them. So tonight I said, let me just give some ways in which we can help them to build wealth. Again, we don't need expensive sneakers and shirts and hats. We don't need to tell anybody anything by showing off things that are not even necessary. These things don't make us. It's who we are that makes us. So no nice $30 hat, no $150, $200 shoes. None of those things make us important. No $250 bags. What is that? Build our self-esteem so we don't need these things to prove who we are. So that's all I needed to say tonight as it relates to creating wealth in our communities so that we can build our own communities. Um, one of the things I had also written is that we can plant callaloo and sell it. You know how much per bundle? Sometimes my neighbor had told me, she said she went up to a guy's yard to buy callaloo. He gave her three stocks of callaloo and charged her $3 for it. So those are things. If you plant your callaloo, take care of it, water them, you can have in the springtime into up into the summer. You can sell your bundles of callaloo for good money, and that's making money. It doesn't matter how small we start, as long as we're teaching the youth and they're using it wisely. I want to see more of our Black people building, creating, and doing well. We talk about cutting hair, we talk about the girls doing nails, putting in braids, learning to do hair. So by the time you reach 18, you can open your shops and you can already build your clientele and ready to go. So again, I just needed to talk to us. I'm a little tired, but I needed to just talk to us. Because as the thoughts come, and I think about my kids in school and I see that some of them are so giddy, they're not focused, they don't want to, because no one is guiding them. So I'm just trying to appeal and asking those of us who are able to just guide them so that they can build, build. Our communities has to be better. Our communities have to be known for more than just another one got shot down in the streets, another one in jail. We need to be known for better. So let's start building people. Okay, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. So again, walk good. Can be good. Just be careful. This is what I'm talking about, people. These were the days when they get to share ice. This is what I'm talking about. All right, my friends, it's another day in the neighborhood. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. But I just want to share something with us again. Here is a title here. I just read it in an article this morning, and it's written by Ishina Robinson. And I'm just sharing, giving her credit for the hard work she did. It says, woman falsely accuses black 14-year-old of stealing her phone. Then she gets support from hotel manager. Then it turns up the phone was in an Uber, right? So it goes on to say that um that despite all that has happened this year, and this is what I've been saying, all that has happened this year, from Amy Cooper calling the cops on a black man who asked her to leash her dog, to the many protests against racial injustice. Things haven't changed all that much in terms of everyday racism in America. So here you have this musician. This is not just somebody from the street corners. This is an upstanding person, um, whose son was accused in a hotel in Soho, New York, right? You're talking about somebody who rented space there to stay overnight, or how long they decided to stay. And a white woman who comes in saw the little boy with his phone and started accusing him of stealing her phone that she couldn't find because he was just there as an easy target. And then you have the manager for the hotel coming down, not supporting the people who paid him to stay in his space, but supporting the woman who had no right there, who, not saying she didn't have rights there, but who was not a guest at the hotel. But she comes in, accusing the little boy, and he is demanding that the kid show his phone to prove that it's his phone, right? And these are the things that why I keep saying to us, teach our children something, so that, you know what, sometimes when you head out of town, it's good if you can stay in a hotel that like we can provide for some things, because it's not going to stop as long as we're dependent, and as long as we are dependent on these people for whatever it is. These things are going to be just how it is, because they're not phased by any protests and all of those things. They're not phased by it. They're consistent. The seeds are planted, and they just find easy targets to blame for everything that is ugly. So the article is the in the Yahoo News, and I was just going through and saw it this morning, and of course, this little boy will have to deal with that trauma as long as he lives, because it's real. It is real. Luckily, his father was there to stand up and say, "No, you're not gonna take my son's phone. He doesn't have to prove anything. It's his phone. He didn't take this woman's phone." And so, eventually, guess what? Her phone was in an Uber. The Uber people returned the phone to her right there, and she didn't even have the decency to say she was sorry. And this is what, it is. I'm telling you, it's an interesting world. But guys, we still are hopeful, and we teach our children. He didn't fly off the handle. He didn't, you know, they stayed the course. Thank God the police wasn't called, so they would be locked up. More injustice, because if the police had come in, maybe they are the ones who would have gotten the shitty end of the stick. So, my people, let's be hopeful. Let's continue to strive for greatness in the midst of all the chaos and the confusion and hatefulness. So, people, it's winter up here, and I'm just gonna do a short video. But I just want, oh my God, it is freezing out here. If you look out there, you see all that snow. You could see all that snow still piled up, and it is crispy, crispy frozen. So this is the side of the yard, all that snow. So you could see all that snow pile up. Today was so cold. So I just thought I'm gonna just remind us of our little remedy for our cold time. So here we go, back to the kitchen. Back to the kitchen. So we remember this little remedy. Um, so here we go, Miss Bev is at this again. So I'm gonna go back outside. So so I came in from work. Long time enough. But I'm gonna go back to this little remedy. Just look right here on the table. See that? So we see our honey, the golden honey, and we notice 2 bottles of white rum, right? I see our lime in there, or vitamin C. It's all there. And our honey is right there. That's their friends. So there's 2 bottles of rum because we want to show this one is the drink. It is the one that we keep to drink, right? So this one helps to make the honey and lime and rum. That's what's in this one. Honey and lime and rum. I hear the spoon hitting it. So this one is for the throat. If the throat gets itchy, this one is for that use. Little honey, little lime, and some white rum. This one, though, so when you come in from out the cold, just to take a little bit of this one, and you rub it, inhale it, you rub it, you rub your forehead, you rub your feet, just to make sure that it is, I don't know, but I'm just sharing what I grew up with. When I came to this country, what saved us in the winter was our mom telling us and keeping the rum in the house. When we go to Jamaica, these would come back because we need it for the winter. So we take a little, we rub our faces, we rub our necks, and we inhale it, and we put this one aside in the bathroom so that this one is to do the rubbing. So people, when your family come home, if you can afford a bottle of rum, give it to them so they can have it during this time when we get cold outside. It's so cold in the teens today that they have it to keep them warm. So because today was so cold, I'm going to just do one of my little thing. Whew. It goes down, it feels so warm inside. It spreads out. And belief kills and belief cure, but it's something you can try too as you go through the winter season. Makes you feel warm inside. It's not a lot. Doesn't cost too much. It's just your white rum, your honey, and your good old lime. So for whatever they're worth, We do it, we're still here. And I'm just saying, you have a choice. So this is Miss Bev. Onwards and upwards. Walk good. If you can't be good, be careful. One love.
Hi guys, welcome back to another video. You don't know it's your girl Toya.
And your boy Poppy. Today, guys, we have a fun couples discussion for you guys, okay? This week, one of our female friends reached out to us and we were talking, and she's having some commitment issues with her partner. He is having the commitment issues, and she wanted to know why is it that men found it so hard to commit. She wanted to know if we could talk to him and just see if we could push him a little bit and steer him in the right direction to see if
Just to get some feedback, see where his head's at.
definitely.
Yeah.
So we did that, and he gave us his reason why he felt that he's finding it so hard to really say, because they've been together for like a couple of years, but they are not even living together, guys. So he told us his reason. Afterwards, Taya and I, we sat down and we came up with 5 reasons why we think men,
Especially Jamaican men.
specifically Jamaican men,
Yeah.
find it so hard to commit. So we have the 5 reasons here. I'm going to give you my 5 in the order of least to most likely. Toya is going to do the same. So we're going to go vice versa, back and forth. She gives her least, I give my least, and so on and so forth. Also, in the week, I did a poll. I did a survey of 20 of our friends and families and gave them the same 5 reasons and tell them to put the 5 reasons in order of least likely to most likely. And we're going to reveal the results of that poll at the end of the video. We haven't seen it yet, so we're going to talk about our least likely, and then at the end of the video, we are going to reveal their least likely to most likely. In the comment section, I want you guys to leave us your least likely to most likely as well. And as always, if you haven't subscribed to Papi Show, please do so, guys. Please subscribe, like this video, and share it with someone who you think is probably going through a similar situation.
And we also wanted to give a shout out before we get into the video.
Most definitely. You want to shout out?
The first shout out I want to give to Shelly Pandui.
Yeah, Shelly, big up yourself. Shelly Pandui, active Papi Show JA supporter. You don't know, we love and respect everything that you're doing for Papi Show. We also want to give a big shout out to Paul Phillips. Paul, big up yourself.
Paul.
Always supporting Papi Show JA, leaving us, crazy comments and feedback and everything. We really appreciate you guys. And
also Christopher.
Chris Wills, big up yourself, my brother. Thank you so much. You're very active on the channel, on the forefront and on the back end as well. You really help out Papi Show JA. So big up yourself, man. We want to always, support those that support Papi Show and give you guys the recognition that you rightly deserve. So Shelly, Paul, Chris, big up on yourself. So why do most Jamaican men find it so difficult to commit? Right? So for this one, I'm going to start with my least likely.
But I think we should throw all 5 out first.
No, we don't want to tell them. They're going to hear the 5. You're going to give me yours, and I'm going to give you mine, and then we're going to reveal the results of.
But the viewers that are watching, though, how are they going to know the 5 that we gave
They're going to hear it now.
Okay.
Are they going to hear it?
All right. So what's your least likely?
So my least likely is, and this is very, I think this is very true. And as I say, you guys can tell us if it's probably one of the most likely. But for me, this is a regular occurrence, but it least likely on my list. They're either already in a relationship or they're married to somebody.
Yeah, and that's what I chose too. He's already married.
Yeah, so
So no commitment can go on.
yeah, now you go on. If commitment go on,
Yeah.
then probably I gonna break off that relationship to commit to you. But how committed is he gonna be if him leave
Right.
somebody who is but well so called committed to come to you? A
Right.
lot of trust issues are gonna be there. So as I said, that's very, very, very likely to happen. We've known that to happen and we see it happen a lot. And on my list, on the list of reasons, that's number 5 for me. And you said that's number 5 for you
Number
too?
5 for me too. Yeah.
For real. So that's number 5 for both of us.
All right.
Number 4, you
Number
go.
4
Mhm.
would be he really doesn't love you like he say he does.
Okay, elaborate.
So the reason why I said that is, you know, guys would say, "Oh, I love you," or whatever, but you know how they always say action speaks louder than words. So yes, the guy can tell you, "Oh, I love you," and all of these things, but does his action, matches up
What he's saying.
to what he's saying?
Yeah.
So for me, that don't work. If you're gonna tell me you love me, love to me is an action. Is an action. So you have to show it to me as well.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
That sounds.
especially if you're seeing this person for so long,
Mhm.
like you want to tell me after 5 years or so, you claim you love me, but prove it. Like, what are you doing for me to show me that you truly love me? Me, just buying some clothes or paying a bill or two, that alone doesn't tell me that you love me.
So
Like,
you must commit to your married and all these things.
yeah, I mean, there's growth,
Definitely.
there's stages, there are levels to things. So you can't just be at the same spot that you were 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
what's the purpose of that relationship?
Definitely. All right. Number 4 for me
Mhm.
is I don't think they know what it means to commit.
Hmm.
Yeah. Everybody wants this commitment and marriage, and in a lot of situations, I don't think they fully understand what it takes to commit because I've known men who are, and I know a lot of people probably know that are married or in serious relationship that the world would see as being committed to their partners, but they're still out there doing their things. And you know, do they fully understand what it takes to just wholeheartedly commit to someone? A lot of these men really don't know that, you know. So that's number 4 for me. I don't think they fully understand what it takes
Hmm.
to commit to someone.
Okay.
All right. All right. So number 3,
Number 3 for me,
least likely.
least likely,
Mm-hmm.
they don't know what it means to commit. So
Okay.
that was your number 4.
Mhm.
That's my number 3.
Okay. So
What's
they
your number 3?
my number 3 is
They really don't love you.
yeah. That that,
so
that
so we your number 4 is my number 3. Your
yeah.
number 3 is my number 4. Okay.
So and I'm gonna put it on the screen so you guys will see it as it matches up with what we're saying. Yeah, my number 3 is they really don't love you as they say. For men use the love word a lot. Men always throw out the love card, and women love
They're a
the
sucker.
yeah.
Sucker for nice words.
Women hear love and it just rules out
Man.
everything else. So every time a man play the love card or the love word card to a woman, the commitment can go to the wayside because
Ladies, we have got to stop falling for these sweet words. Like, for real. We need to start falling for actions and not words.
definitely. So that's my number 3. I don't think they love the woman as much as they say that they do. You know what I mean? For real. So on to number
and
2.
and and especially if they have 2 3 women, like, how can you really love that many people at the same time?
Yeah, but if you tell all of them individually, nobody don't know say you have 2, 3. So all of them are gonna believe, you know what I mean?
Mm.
So that's my number 3. What's your number 2?
All right, my number 2 is he's afraid to commit.
Yeah, that's a big one. Elaborate.
um when I say he's afraid to commit, I know there are some guys who they just don't have it together.
Mhm.
So they may still be struggling financially, and they're thinking, well, if I go marry you, then I become pretty much kind of like the sole provider in a sense.
Mhm.
Whereas if you guys are living apart, he can help you pay a bill here or there, but he doesn't have that 100% responsibility. So
Definitely.
you know what I mean?
So he's afraid to commit.
Yeah. So that scares a lot of men.
Yeah.
Like seriously.
And you're absolutely right. I think
I think that's one of their number one their finances.
financial
Yeah. Yeah.
responsibilities. Yeah, and I think we're right on point with that because that's my number two as well. Yeah, I think a lot of men are afraid to commit. And it go hand in hand with what I said. They don't know what it takes. But once them fully realize that there's a lot of responsibilities when it comes on to commitment,
Mhm.
a lot of them back away from that. As we all know, Jamaican men, myself included, that wasn't something that maybe 75% of boys in Jamaica grew up around a dad that really showed us that kind of pathway. So a lot of us really, really had to learn that on our own.
Mhm.
Now, how we learn that and how we deliver it, it's very different because some people learn it good,
Mhm.
deliver it good as an adult. Some people learn it, however, them learn it, and the deliverance of it is not always on point. So yeah, they're that's very high on my list. Being afraid to commit.
Another thing too is you have some men, right,
Mhm.
who they feel like the more women they have, the more power, or oh, me a done. You know what I mean? Like it's a, what do I call it? It's a look good feeling for them. So them feel like, okay, if them go lock down now with one woman or whatever, it's like my friends them now gonna see me now as
As a
as
macho
the
man.
man.
Mhm.
I'm the
The
man. I'm no
boss.
longer the man. I'm like, oh, me have to go home certain hours now. Me have different responsibilities now. So some men they
Peer
just
pressure.
don't want. Yeah. So some men they just don't want to give up that
Yeah, that
lifestyle.
status.
Yeah, that status
Yeah,
because
them afraid of what them friend might think.
right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Number one, no. This are the primary reason why I would think so the man them not commit to the woman them wholeheartedly.
Mhm.
Right? Number one reason is if the man them a get un already,
Yep.
why them a commit for?
Why buy the cow
Yeah.
if the milk is free?
Straight. If the man them are already a get what it takes when them commit, what am I gonna commit for?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's like, why would I go to school if I already get an A?
Right.
Why would I go get a job if I already have a paycheck? You know what I mean? Things like that. So if you get the end result before you put in the work, what you about to put in the work for?
Mhm.
It's like going to school for go get a business degree, but you already run 2, 3 business. Unless there is aspects of the thing that you want to develop and learn more about, it wouldn't make sense because you're already doing the thing. So why you go, you know what I mean, try to learn the thing that you've already been doing.
Mhm.
And I think that's key, ladies. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you want someone to commit, and what you do is, I don't know, you attract them with what is the goal,
Mhm.
what they can get. You give it to them, and them get it, and at the end of the day, them not commit, and you wonder why. But at the end of the day, them get it over and over and over and over. So
But how long do you
sorry.
think a woman should stay in a relationship with a man before she calls it quits if he's not stepping up the
Hmm.
game?
Well, I mean, first or
Because some women they just feel like sometimes the men will tell them, oh, next year, or them come up with all these sweet talks and whatever, and them say, all right, whenever make me have them enough money man to buy a house, or whenever me me I say, and
yeah.
then use all these little things. So the women know still in a relationship 2, 3, 4, 5 years, because some of these men they
Mm.
keep coming up with excuses,
Straight,
as
straight.
I say, oh, me not have enough money, me want to get a wedding of your dreams and all of these things. Because men do that. They play on women's emotions.
Well, my thing is that if you can work with it, work with it. If you can't work with it, leave immediately. You know why?
Mhm.
Because the longer you stay in the relationship, the more attached you will be, and it'll be harder for you to see this man
So
as not wanting to
what would
commit.
you say is long, too long?
Immediately, if you can, if say you have kids with a guy and it's worth your while to wait and see, I mean, you can do it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not telling anybody to leave them relationship. But if this guy is continuously, farming a fool, just pack up your head of lies and stuff, you can see it, ladies. Sometimes we know. You know
Ladies,
what I mean?
I think to prevent all of this, why by the code, whatever, I think going into a new relationship, like, or dating, when you're dating a man, I feel like um both parties should sit down and kind of give some expectation of what they're looking for. You understand? Because a lot of partners or a lot of relationships, people jump into relationships rather without having any clue as to what they're hoping to expect from this relationship.
So you don't want a man to talk to you about marriage and kids from the first,
Yes.
from the
And
get go?
yes. Not the first date, but the second and third date. What are your views? You guys need to talk about these things. Like, do you want children in the future? Where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Would you like to get married? Like, because some man them just in a no married thing, period.
That's true.
So if you have that conversation initially, then it would kind of steer you as to what path you should take. If you should continue dating this guy, or stick around because he could be a potential husband later on down in life.
True. Yeah,
You see what I'm
that's a
saying?
very good
So
point. That's a very
I
good
think a lot of these things are occurring because of poor communication. We're
That's
not
true.
communicating with each other, like we're afraid to talk to each other.
That's true.
And you and I, we didn't have that problem because I dug into him and he dug into me. What you looking for? And I'm like, what you looking for?
Yeah,
And then we come halfway. You know what I mean?
definitely. But it 50-50 same because that can work and that can happen and it's still no work out. So I mean, it's a good practice, but it's no guarantee say it ever happen. You understand?
Well, in that case, no. If you said to me, say, okay, later on down in life, yes, I would love to get married. I'm gonna say 2 years with you. I'm gonna say no move and make no thought, no make and whatever. I'm done. I'm gone.
Definitely.
But people still stick around, hoping, say,
Yeah, say the change ever happen.
just a waste of time, pretty much.
Yeah. So guys, I'm gonna reveal the poll. As we said, we did a survey on 20 of my friends and family, and we asked them the same. We gave them the same 5 options, and they put it in order of least likely to most likely, and this is the result. So as you can see, everybody chose, if you can get it for free, why you're gonna commit to it, which is the same reason my friend gave us. When we talked to him, the man I said, yo, like if it not break, not fix it, you know what I mean?
That was sad to hear.
Yeah, we're already doing, the husband-wife thing, what the ring are approve and, all that kind of stuff. So we wanted to see what, what the general consensus were. And that's really what it was. It was, the fact of the matter is we're already doing it. So why should I commit, propose and all this kind of stuff?
It's like, why fix something if it's not broken?
Definitely. So as Taria said, it was sad, but it is the nature of the beast. So we want you guys know, right? You hear the five options, right? They're getting it already, so why commit? He really doesn't love you as he say it does.
He's afraid to
commit. Right? They don't know what it means to commit.
And last but not least, he's already married or with someone else.
All right. So those are the 5 options. Leave us in the comment section the order of least likely, which is number 5, to most likely, which is number 1, in your head, your opinion of what you think that causes a Jamaican man to find it so hard to commit to their partners.
Or if you have a different opinion as to why
you think, definitely,
then please feel free to leave us some comments.
Definitely, give us your other. Yeah. If you have an other, like one of my friends reach out back and he say, maybe an option 2 is they committed before and got burned, so they're now afraid to. Which falls under they're afraid to commit, but this afraid to commit meaning initially.
Yeah. We don't know Bridget's
definitely. This is an innocent afraid to commit. His was like, what if they got burned already and that caused them to now be afraid to commit? So that makes sense. So if you have an other, put it down there as well, guys. And we know you're gonna love this video as always. Very informative. Watch it with your partner and hear what they think. You know what I mean?
Or
Maybe
if you
they
have a single friend out there that's struggling and just kind of
definitely,
want some insights,
definitely,
then please
definitely.
share the video out.
For real,
Yeah.
for real. So, as always, guys, we love big up on yourself. Continue to support Papa Show JA. We have some amazing things coming, guys. Some awesome stuff coming. We're trying to upload a little more often than once a week that we are uploading right now. With work and everything else, it's kind of a little difficult, but we're doing our absolute best. You know what I mean? One thing's for sure is that you definitely get at least an upload a week, and
Especially on Sundays.
definitely chances are 2 or 3. So big up on yourself, guys. Thank you so much for watching another Papa Show video.
And we hope this was helpful.
Definitely, definitely. Share it with somebody, guys. Please share it out to somebody. Leave us some comments and like the video. And until next time, this is Papa Show JA. We love you guys. Peace.
This Sunday, a 4th COVID wave.
So much reason for hope, but right now I'm scared.
Cases are climbing.
We need to hold out just a bit longer and give vaccines a chance to really get the upper hand.
Even as vaccinations hit 4 million a day.
Too many Americans are acting as if this fight is over. It is not.
States are dropping restrictions and domestic air travel is up as the CDC relaxes guidance for vaccinated people. But is the U.S. getting back to normal too soon? My guest this morning, epidemiologist Dr. Michael Osterholm. Also, rebuilding America.
It's a once-in-a-generation investment in America.
President Biden is making his pitch for a $2 trillion infrastructure package. How will he pay for it?
It just raises taxes.
And how much will he spend?
We need to go way higher.
My guest this morning, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and Republican Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi. And taking a stand after President Biden weighed in.
I think today's professional athletes are acting incredibly responsibly.
Major League Baseball pulls the All-Star game out of Atlanta. Just the latest of nearly 200 companies and organizations to condemn Georgia's new voting restrictions.
This is something that's more than money. This is about protecting the voices of our people.
It means cancel culture and partisan activists are coming for your business.
What's next for the fight over voting rights? Joining me for insight and analysis are Yamiche Alcindor, White House correspondent for PBS NewsHour; Amy Walter, national editor at the Cook Political Report; Rich Lowry, editor of National Review; and Maria Teresa Kumar, president of Voto Latino. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history. This is Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning, and a happy Easter, and a happy Passover. You know, the backdrop of the current political fights on COVID, the economy, immigration, and voting rights is a country that's still on edge, despite rising optimism. Consider Friday alone. An attack on the U.S. Capitol left a police officer dead and another injured, shaking Washington's slow return to normalcy. The CDC announced vaccinated Americans can travel without testing or self-quarantine, but cases are rising up in 31 states over the past 2 weeks. America's pastime, Major League Baseball declared Georgia's restrictive new voting law un-American, announcing it was moving the All-Star game and the draft out of Atlanta. And all week in a courtroom in Minneapolis, the nation watched the personal trauma of eyewitnesses forced to relive the violence of the final minutes of George Floyd's life. And it's perhaps because of this uncertain backdrop that Joe Biden officially declared the era of small government over by deciding to go big on infrastructure. Biden is hoping to drive a wedge between Republican elected officials and their voters, putting his political capital behind legislation that on paper is widely popular. The COVID relief plan had 70% support, and Americans in theory also favor infrastructure overhaul. 79% support a government overhaul of American roadways, railroads, bridges, and ports. And while Biden is going big on infrastructure, it's what he chose not to go big on. Think guns and immigration. That does reinforce this idea he's still a pragmatic politician at heart. But with Republican officials already seizing on the size of the plan and the tax increases that Democrats are proposing to pay for it, fighting for this popular infrastructure proposal may not be any easier than any other Washington fight he could choose to pick.
It's big, yes. It's bold, yes. And we can get it done.
President Biden rolling out the next phase of his economic plan this week in Pittsburgh.
It's a once-in-a-generation investment in America, unlike anything we've seen or done.
The president's proposal includes $620 billion for transportation infrastructure, at least $650 billion to expand broadband and invest in clean water and green energy, upgrading homes and schools, $400 billion for home and community-based care for the elderly and disabled, and $580 billion for research and workforce development. Former President Trump and congressional Republicans left a bipartisan deal on the table, turning promises on infrastructure into a long-running joke.
The American people deserve the best infrastructure anywhere in the world. We will create the infrastructure of the future. We call it Infrastructure Week.
We're actually at the end of what the president called Infrastructure Week.
Last week was a great week. It was Infrastructure Week.
How many times have we heard this is Infrastructure Week the last 4 years?
Now Biden is determined to push a bill through over Republican opposition.
I'm going to fight him every step of the way because I think this is the wrong prescription for America.
Paying for his plan by primarily raising the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%.
It seems less about infrastructure, more about tax increases.
A big whopping tax increase.
Joe Biden wants to come along and jack up taxes.
Still, Biden is counting on the fact that public works projects are popular back home. Despite their objections to the plan, some Republicans already appear to be promoting them.
I was able to get some money in there specifically for the completion of Corridor H and the Appalachian Highway system.
I can't imagine that somewhere in a multi-trillion-dollar bill there wouldn't be money for the Prince Bridge.
Like President Obama a decade ago,
Mr. Boehner, Mr. McConnell, help us rebuild this bridge.
This week, Biden's cabinet members are heading out on a roadshow to make his case.
I think the Republicans, voters, are going to have a lot to say about whether we get a lot of this done.
While most Democrats are praising the president, some have concern.
I'm going to be sensitive to any tax increases that hurt the families in my district.
And it's not clear whether the White House can unite progressives and moderates around the plan.
We need to go way higher. We can do 10 trillion.
To get on to reconciliation, you have to vote to proceed. I have told them I will not vote to proceed until we try.
You believe that you can get 10 Republicans on an infrastructure bill?
I sure do.
And joining me now is the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. Mr. Secretary, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you. Good to be back.
I want to start with, for you, for our purposes of this discussion with both yourself and Senator Wicker, who I have later, define infrastructure as this administration sees it, because we're already having a debate of, hey, bridges, roads, that's infrastructure. Elder care is not. Define infrastructure in your view.
So I'd say infrastructure is the foundation that makes it possible for Americans to thrive. And what we know is that that foundation has been crumbling, whether we talk about care infrastructure or whether we're talking about roads and bridges and the other things that I work on as the Secretary of Transportation. We have fallen to 13th in the world in terms of our transportation infrastructure and continuing to head in the wrong direction because we've been failing to invest for a generation. The American Jobs Plan is our chance to fix that.
This is being broken up into two parts. This part is approximately $2 trillion. The next part being rolled out in 3 weeks is, I guess, another trillion or so here. Is this being broken up because you think, well, all right, the bricks and mortar part of infrastructure, we can find Republican support. The social service infrastructure, we can't?
I think we can find a lot of support for all of the elements of the president's agenda. Certainly what we're seeing with the American Jobs Plan is overwhelming support among the American people. In many ways, it feels like we've already convinced America. Now we just got to get Washington to follow suit. And I would note also that there's a lot of support for how the president is proposing to pay for this. That's part of why I think this is such a compelling package. We know that we as a country can afford to make big investments in infrastructure. We just need to make sure that corporations are paying their fair share. That's what this plan is going to do.
Let me start first with how long you're going to look for bipartisan support. You know, it was about this time in 2009 that President Obama and a Vice President Biden rolled out a health care plan, and they spent 6 months convinced because polling told them there was bipartisan support. And individual lawmakers thought you thought there was bipartisan support, and you ran into sort of a party brick wall there. How much time do you give to bipartisanship?
Well, the president really believes in a bipartisan approach, and it's one of the reasons I'm constantly having conversations with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, gathering ideas. But the president also has a clear vision, and as he said, this has to get done. He's asking for Congress to make major progress on this by Memorial Day. The bottom line is we've got to deliver for the American people, and we can't let politics slow this down to where it doesn't actually happen.
You know, it looks, as from this observer standpoint, that the administration looks like it wants bipartisan support more than congressional leadership, Democratic leadership. Is their patience less than the president's?
Well, you'd have to ask them, but I believe that they are just as interested in trying to get somewhere that's a win-win. At the end of the day, yes, it's the president's belief, but it's also the belief of the American people that government works better when you got both parties actually talking to each other, negotiating, working in good faith. And that's what we're working to do around infrastructure. I mean, if there's any issue area where it could be done, surely it's this one. Now, at the end of the day, of course, it'll be up to the other side of the aisle whether they're prepared to vote for a package that maybe isn't perfect for anybody, but it's a great package. And again, now's the season for hearing any ideas they want to bring to the table. I think you'll find the president's very open to that. We've already had 2 Oval Office meetings with members of the House and Senate from both sides of the aisle. You can expect more of that.
Talking about paying for this plan, President Biden has one idea, right? Mostly corporate tax rates. And I know the idea is, hey, if you've got another idea, we'll listen. There's 3 ways to fund projects, right? There's user fees. You know, you could throw gas tax into kind of a user fee category. There's straight up corporate taxes, income taxes here. And then there's deficit spending. Does President Biden, does he guarantee that he will sign a bill that is totally paid for, or will there be some deficit spending in this bill?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of the process in Congress, but what I will say is that the vision the president has put forward is fully paid for. Across 15 years, it would raise all of the revenue needed for these once-in-a-lifetime investments. So by year 16, you'd actually see this package working to reduce the deficit. And again, it's important to point out that the American people agree with this because we've seen corporations paying zero. We're just asking corporations to pay their fair share at a rate, by the way, that would be lower than it's been for most of my life. Now, again, if folks on the Hill have other ideas about how to pay for it, we're going to be interested to hear those ideas. But there is a clear vision to pay for this bill in full.
I was just going to say, it's not lost on me, though, that you say there's a vision to pay for this bill in full. But if a bill that funds this infrastructure project comes to the president's desk and it does not include enough to pay for this bill and its deficit spending, it doesn't sound like he would somehow veto it. I mean, is that what you're saying here? He's going to be open. If Congress decides to deficit spend, so be it?
That decision is very literally above my pay grade, and we'll see how this thing looks by the time it actually reaches the president, which we hope is quite soon. But what I'll say is we've got a great proposal for how we can do this that is responsible, that keeps the American economy competitive. But if there are other ideas, now's a great time to hear them.
Are you worried that the sense of urgency for this bill, you call this a jobs bill, right? The acronym JOBS. You guys want this to be seen as a jobs bill. We just had a tremendous jobs report on Friday. We're probably going to have a couple more months just like it, if not better, as we reopen due to the pandemic restrictions. It's natural. Do you worry that that will recede the sense of urgency for this plan and perhaps make even some Democrats hesitant to spend this much money?
No, because those jobs numbers, which are good news, still reflect an economy that's coming out of a deep hole created by the pandemic. But those are also numbers that are about this week, this month, this quarter. The American Jobs Plan is about a generational investment. It's going to create 19 million jobs. And we're talking about economic growth that's going to go on for years and years. So yeah, the rescue plan was largely about just getting through this season, getting America back from the brink. But I want to be clear, the American Jobs Plan is not about short-term stimulus. It's about making sure that America is positioned to compete for the next decade and for the generation ahead. We know that China and our other strategic competitors are already making major investments. It's time for America to lead the way again. And those 19 million jobs we're about to create go way beyond some quarterly or monthly report. This is about our future as a country.
Do you have a vision of what is America going to look like in 2035 if you implement this plan?
Absolutely. Yeah. By 2035, America will be much more economically competitive. We'll be stronger in terms of leading the world because of the research and development investments that are here. And we will be on track to avoid climate disaster because of the provisions for things like electric vehicles. And just as importantly, because we will have made these investments here starting in 2021, those electric vehicles that more and more people around the world are driving will have been increasingly made in America by union workers. This is what you get for planning for the long term. I mean, look, right now, we're still coasting off of infrastructure choices that were made in the 1950s. Now's our chance to make infrastructure choices for the future that are going to serve us well in the 2030s and on into the middle of the century, when we will be judged for whether we met this moment here in the 2020s.
All right, Secretary Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us. We'll see how long this takes. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And joining me now is Republican Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi. He is the top Republican on the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, one of the key committees that is focused almost solely on infrastructure in this country. Senator Wicker, welcome back to Meet the Press, sir. On this
Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate it.
Hey, let me start with a study from the American Society of Civil Engineers. They gave a infrastructure report card to the country. Wasn't very good, C-. For the state of Mississippi, it was slightly worse. Bridges by the civil engineers were given a D-, drinking water a D. We know about the Jackson, Mississippi issue. Roads a D-, overall a D+. How badly does the country, and Mississippi in particular, need a massive infrastructure investment?
Chuck, thanks for having me on. Let me take a minute, though, first of all. Your panel will probably be talking about the attack on the Capitol.
Yeah.
I just want to say our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of our Capitol policeman, Billy Evans. He gave his life for his country. And I think I'd be remiss.
I'm glad you did that, sir.
In not mentioning that.
Yeah, we are definitely going to honor him later, but I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
Right. Listen, I'm all for working with the administration on an infrastructure bill, and yes, we need it in Mississippi, and I voted for it as a state legislator and as a member of the House Appropriations Committee. And let me tell you, I think I can work with Pete Buttigieg. I spoke to him the day he was nominated. We've been trading phone messages for the last 3 or 4 days in an effort to talk about this bill. I think Pete and I could come up with an infrastructure bill. What the president proposed this week is not an infrastructure bill. It's a huge tax increase, for one thing, and it's a tax increase on small businesses, on job creators in the United States of America. And Chuck, you made a statement that I just have to wonder about. You said it seems the administration is more eager to have bipartisanship than members of Congress are. How could the president expect to have bipartisanship when his proposal is a repeal of one of our signature issues in 2017, where we cut the tax rate and made the United States finally more competitive when it comes to the way we treat job creators? He reverses all that. And I'll tell you what, if he says no one will pay extra taxes if they make less than $400,000 a year. That may be true. We'll have to see the details there.
Okay.
But under this tax increase bill,
Yeah.
there are a lot of people making $100,000 and $50,000 that are going to lose their jobs because of the extra burden this plan would put on job creators.
Well, look, what they're talking about, though, is lowering, basically finding a middle ground between where the corporate tax rate was in 2017 and what the corporate tax rate is today. They would like to move it to 28%. I am curious, this tax cut that you guys put through in 2017, there were various promises that were made that they would pay for themselves. Hasn't come close to that. That it was going to produce 4 or 5 or 6% growth. We didn't even get 3% growth. At one point, former President Trump said, this thing's going to pay off the debt like it's water. Well, as you know, the debt is way up. So I guess when you look at this tax cut proposal, when most of the benefits seem to go to stockholders, with corporations didn't do what you thought they were going to do, which is take this savings and invest. They instead did stock buyback. So wasn't this tax cut kind of an economic failure?
No, it wasn't at all. And until the pandemic hit in March of 2020, the tax cuts were working just as we expected them to. Unemployment was down. Job creation among African Americans was up. Job creation among veterans was up. Among women in the workforce, there was more participation. The fact that we had lowered the tax burden on job creators, particularly small business, which is the great job engine in the United States of America, was working fine. Now, some of these predictions that you mentioned, I never participated in that.
I understand.
But what I said was, you make us more competitive internationally, and we will create jobs, and we did just that.
Let me ask you this. How would you pay for infrastructure? Where would you get the money?
Well, listen, I'm open to suggestion about that, but I have 2 bipartisan bills that I've introduced. Senator Stabenow is on an advanced
right. I understand. I'm investing in municipal bonds, right? So basically, debt financing.
And Senator Bennett is on another bill of mine. I'm absolutely up to looking at ways that, for example, Mayor Buttigieg's home state of Indiana did. They use private public partnerships and things of that nature. But the very worst way to finance this is to put a major tax burden on small businesses that create the jobs in the United States of America and on all.
So
job
should big
creators.
businesses pay?
I'm open to paying for this. We got to pay for it.
How about big
but the
businesses?
worst way to pay for it is to tax job creators.
Should there be? So I understand that you want to carve out, but let's not conflate. Should the big businesses that benefit from smooth running roads and really good ports and airports that will improve delivery mechanisms, should they contribute something to our infrastructure? You got a whole bunch of companies that pay zip into the federal government coffers.
I'm all for looking at ways to pay for it. And let me just again say that states like our neighboring state of Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, they've all found a way, a fair way that the public will go for to pay for roads and bridges. But when you talk about big businesses, and you're saying we should raise their tax rate from 21% corporate rate to 28%, let me just tell you, that's going to cut job creation in the United States of America. And it's the very reason we lowered those tax rates in 2017. It's a plan that worked. Right. And if the president wants a bipartisan plan, how can he possibly try to get something passed that that repeals a bill that every single Republican in the Senate voted for in 2017? To me, I don't see the bipartisan gesture there.
One last question here. Did you guys blow it? You had 4 years to do an infrastructure bill. You had the presidency, you had the Senate and the House for a bit. Did you blow it?
No. As a matter of fact, we passed infrastructure bills, the FAST Act, on 2 occasions. But yes, I would love to have passed a larger infrastructure bill, and I certainly hope we can do that. But I don't want to do it by raising taxes and cutting jobs for Americans.
Senator Roger Wicker, Republican from Mississippi. I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us. Thank you, sir, and a happy Easter.
Thank you, Chuck.
Got it. When we come back, can the rising pace of vaccination stay ahead of the virus? We'll talk to epidemiologist Dr. Michael Osterholm next. But before we go to break, as Senator Wicker mentioned, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Kenny Shaver was released from the hospital yesterday. This is a bit of good news here I want to share. After that attack on a barricade about 100 yards from the Senate entrance there, you can see Capitol Police officers, friends and family cheering. Good to see cheers of Shaver were in the air as well. But we also want to take a moment to remember Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans. He died in that attack. An 18-year veteran of the force, Evans was a member of the Capitol Division's First Responders Unit. He grew up in North Adams, Massachusetts, graduated from Western New England University. Evans is survived by two young children, folks, Logan and Abigail. He was the third Capitol Police officer to die since the January 6th insurrection. Welcome back. This week, the U.S. hit a milestone. More than 100 million Americans have gotten at least one COVID-19 vaccine dose. At the same time, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky issued an emotional warning of impending doom as case counts continue to rise, personally reaching out to governors to plead with them to reinstate restrictions. 12 states have seen their highest case counts in 2 months, and states are racing to get ahead of new variants, which are spreading rapidly, by speeding up their own vaccine rollouts. But is that enough? Joining me now is Dr. Michael Osterholm. He's the director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota. Dr. Osterholm, the last time you were on, the metaphor was we are in the eye of the hurricane, that basically things felt rosy, and you said, hey, this is going to get worse. Well, do you believe we're in the midst of this fourth surge, and are we still sitting on a Category 5, or do you think this is a manageable fourth surge?
Well, thank you, Chuck, for having me again. And first of all, let me say that at this time, we really are in a Category 5 hurricane status with regard to the rest of the world. At this point, we will see in the next 2 weeks the highest number of cases reported globally since the beginning of the pandemic. In terms of the United States, we're just at the beginning of this surge. We haven't even really begun to see it yet. We have had, over the course of the past year, surges of cases that occur in the upper Midwest and the Northeast, and they subside. Then we see big increases in cases through all the southern Sun Belt states. Then it subsides in the Northeast and Midwest come back again. And we're now, I think, in that cycle where the upper Midwest is just now beginning to start this fourth surge. And I think it was a wake-up call to everyone yesterday when Michigan reported out 8,400 new cases, and we're now seeing increasing number of severe illnesses, ICU hospitalizations, in individuals who are between 30 and 50 years of age who have not been vaccinated.
I want to actually put up some CDC headlines from the week, because there was a little bit of confusion, and I want you to try to clear it up. And I get there's guidelines, and then there's interpreting the guidelines. You know, we had the CDC reiterating that Americans should limit their travel as the U.S. hits 30 million cases. And then, of course, they say fully vaccinated people can travel in the U.S. without tests or quarantines. Then we had the CDC data suggesting that vaccinated folks don't carry or spread virus. Then there's some scientists said, whoa, we don't know if that's the case per se. And then there's the president of Argentina apparently has COVID after getting the Sputnik vaccine. So clear up this confusion for us. And is the CDC, should they be clear on what our guidelines are?
Well, we all want to be clear, and I do give the director of the CDC, Rochelle Walensky, great credit for, I think, being a truth teller right now. But let me just give an example on the airplane flight. When you get vaccinated, it's like buying a fireproof suit that works 90 to 95% of the time, but it doesn't work all the time. So why want to walk into a big fire if you don't have to? So what they are basically saying is yes, if you are vaccinated, you can start opening up a lot of things in your life that you couldn't do before. But now, if you know you're going to be walking into a fire, why do it? So I think their message was completely consistent, although it may have confused the public. So get vaccinated, that's your fireproof suit, but don't put yourself in harm's way unnecessarily, because it's not going to be foolproof. I think in terms of all the other recommendations we're looking at right now with the public, that's the challenge we have. And please note, this B117 variant, the one that we've talked about, the one from the UK, just as we've talked about it, how it's now 50 to 100% more infectious, it causes more severe illness 50 to 60% of the time. This is almost like having a whole new pandemic descend upon us. The only good news is our vaccines do work against it.
I want to ask you about a mutation within these mutations. It's, I guess, nicknamed the EEK mutation, and it's I guess it's less like a variant, and it seems to be it's a calling card of these more virulent, I guess more intense variants here. How concerned are you that this will be that will get around our vaccines?
Well, I'm concerned about all the variants. Before November, we really didn't understand that this virus would mutate as it does, and that in terms of its mutations, it can do one of three things. One, it can be much more infectious. Two, it can cause more severe illnesses. Or three, in some instances, it can actually evade the immune protection from the vaccine or from having previously been infected. The ick that you're talking about, that particular variant addition, is one that does evade the protection of the vaccine or natural infection. Not totally, but it surely compromises them. We're very worried about this. But Chuck, I'm even more worried about what's coming down the pike over the next several years. Right now, if you look at the vaccine distribution around the world, 10 countries have received about 80% of the vaccine. 30 countries have not even seen a drop of it. If we continue to see this virus spread throughout the low and middle income countries unfettered, they're going to spit out variants over the course of the next years that in each and every instance could challenge our vaccines. This is why we need not only a U.S. response, but we need a global response to get as many people in low and middle income countries vaccinated so we don't risk the actual capability of our own vaccines right here. Now, this is about vaccine security with these new variants.
How are we going to live our lives the next year? Should we be wearing masks? Are we going to be getting a third vaccine shot in the next 6 months? Is whatever pre-pandemic normal was never coming back?
I don't think so. I think we surely have that opportunity to come back. But in the meantime, please understand this B117 variant is a brand new ballgame. In fact, right here in Minnesota, we're now seeing the other aspect of this B117 variant that hasn't been talked much about, and that is the fact that it infects kids very readily. Unlike the previous strains of the virus, we didn't see children under 8th grade get infected often, or they were not frequently very ill. They didn't transmit to the rest of the community. That's why I was one of those people very strongly supporting reopening in-class learning. B117 turns that on its head. These kids now are really major challenges in terms of how they transmit. The fact that I could sit here and talk about 749 schools in Minnesota in the last 2 weeks now having B117 activity. So the message is we have to get through this.
You would close schools?
And this means we're going to have to reconsider what we're doing now and how we're doing that. But that's all to get us to this summer. I do believe, and I give the administration great credit for how it's bringing forward vaccine as quickly as possible. But at the same time, we're not going to have nearly enough in the next 6 to 8 weeks to get through this surge. And we're going to have to look at other avenues to do that, just as every other country in the world who's had a B117 surge has had to do. And that's what Dr. Walensky was talking about, in all honesty.
Well, and what you just said there about in-person school and what's happening with this variant, I think a lot of scientists and the CDC will all be taking that into major consideration, what's going on there. That is a very uncomfortable development. Dr. Michael Hosterholm, as always, thank you for coming on and giving your straight talk to us.
Thank you.
When we come back, can President Biden muscle through another $2 trillion bill with Republicans vowing to fight him every step of the way? And former Speaker of the House John Boehner is promoting his new memoir, and he is unloading on his former colleagues. And Boehner's language is quite colorful in doing it.
P.S. Ted Cruz, go yourself.
Panel is next. Welcome back. The panel is with us. Yamiche Alcindor, White House correspondent for PBS NewsHour. Amy Walter, the national editor at the Cook Political Report. Rich Lowry, editor of National Review. And Maria Teresa Kumar, the president of Voto Latino. I want to start, Yamiche, where former Democratic Senator Heidi Heitkamp, I think, did a pretty good job on NPR of at least giving words to the size of this package. As she said, you get a bridge, and you get a bridge, and you get a bridge, and you get a road, and you get a hospital. It's the Oprah of infrastructure. This is a very, very big bill. And I think at times we're all, there hasn't been anything like it in our lifetime.
That's right. And the Biden administration is really banking on the idea that this big, bold plan that is not just about roads and bridges, but also about the way that American society has functioned and the societal ills that have been allowed to happen, that this bill really focusing on that will somehow get the attention of the American people, will get the support of the American people, and will allow them to continue to use what is really their redefined idea of bipartisanship, which is that, as Pete Buttigieg just told you, the American people support it. The Republicans in Washington may not. I also think that when we think about this bill, we should look at the money, right? There's some $400 billion in here for in-home health care. That's about women of color who are working in people's homes. It's about also helping societies and communities that were torn apart by highways, African-American communities. So they're really betting on the idea that this bill, focusing on racial injustice as well as roads and bridges, that will be enough to run on in 2022 and beyond.
You know, Amy, this is going to be one of the political fights is going to be over taxes. And Democrats are saying, hey, the public is in favor when you connect a tax increase to infrastructure. And there's no doubt, there's plenty of polling. We all have the polls to prove that. But I want to single out another poll that was out this week. And it's out of the state of California. This was mostly a poll about the recall. But our friends at PPIC asked Californians on their personal tax bills, federal, state, and local. Nearly 60% of Californians said that they think they're paying more than they should. 36% said they're paying about right. This tax argument is always a lot trickier than what your polls tell you, is it not?
Right. That's right. I mean, and when you asked Chuck to have Senator Wicker define the debate about infrastructure, he said, this isn't an infrastructure bill, this is a tax bill. And you're right, if you look at asking folks the question, do you think people making over $400,000 a year should pay a little more in taxes? Sure, I support that. Do you think that corporations should pay a little more in taxes? Sure, I support that. But at the end of the day, it's how politicians define it. Look, I think the biggest challenge right now for the Biden administration is what Secretary Buttigieg put forward, saying this is a generational issue. This isn't just a short-term political gain. And in politics, we live in the short term. We don't live, and we're not being defined by generational, in large part because the voters don't trust that politicians can deliver on this. The easy part, Chuck, has been thus far, people were getting tangible things. They got money in their bank account and they're seeing vaccines going into people. This is going to take a long time to get through, which gives Republicans a long time to define it by taxes.
Rich Lowry, what is the risk here? Republicans are going to make the tax argument, and there's a sort of a comfortable place for the party. It can mostly a unifying issue in many ways. What's the risk in pursuing a tax strategy to defeat this bill?
I don't think there's a huge risk at all. I think the corporate taxes, they're not really entirely paid by corporations. The research supports that. Consumers, shareholders, workers end up paying part of that burden. But just the number here, Chuck, is just astonishing. In 2019, the federal government, the entirety of the federal government, spent $4.4 trillion. And Biden is talking about basically matching that in his first two bills out of the gate. So I think this one's going to be harder than the first one because it's harder to spend the second $2 trillion than the first $2 trillion. Taxes adds another complicating factor. And then finally, he has got to worry about sort of the Obama stimulus example. You spend the money, you litter the landscape with money, and then at the end of the day, does anyone really point to anything that's big that's changed because of it?
Right. It took 4 years for people to see Obamacare, tangible results from it. Maria Teresa Kumar, we're having this debate. Is Biden FDR? Is he a centrist? But there's still some pragmatism that he chose to pick here. He's going big on infrastructure, which in theory is very popular with the country. He's not going big on guns or immigration. Because why? Those are a bit more divisive.
Chuck, earmarks are back. And that says all we need to know right now about how Biden is channeling the FDR, but also channeling the LBJ. LBJ used earmarks as an opportunity to shore up the Republicans that were oftentimes not aligned with him. But it is another arrow in his quiver to ensure that this bill will get passed. And it allows for him to put points on the board, not just with Republicans. Earmarks often creates an opportunity for bipartisanship, but it also helps to shore up a lot of those Democratic union workers that went Republican. because he's going to be putting money back in.
Right.
And who did he choose to be the head of transportation? Pete Buttigieg. Why? Because he's already looking into the midterm elections, recognizing that the unions in the Midwest are in trouble if they want to come back to the Democratic Party. And that is one of the reasons why he's using it. Now, is he going to be able to pass gun reform and immigration? This is another way of trying to figure out how do you actually make sure that there's a political calculus to say you were able to be bipartisan here. Will you move on a step further? And for those Republicans that say that they don't want any of it, ask them, what will they give back? What will they basically not give back to their states? Because that none of them can answer, not even Mitch McConnell and not McCarthy.
Very quickly, Rich Lowry, I want to ask you about the impact of John Boehner. Boehner really torches the entire sort of right-wing media ecosystem, the all things Freedom Caucus, all things Ted Cruz, as we noted in our tease here. I know what the criticism of Boehner is going to be, so now you tell us. But is he onto something, and is this only going to split the party more?
Well, one, it wasn't a secret, as you know, Chuck, that John Boehner couldn't stand Sean Hannity, couldn't stand Ted Cruz, couldn't stand all these people that made him have such a miserable experience as Speaker of the House. But it's really simplistic, the idea that what Boehner calls the Chaos Caucus took over the Republican Party. Because if that's true, the Republican Party would be overwhelmingly concerned with debt and government spending right now, and it's not. I think to look to why Republican voters got so alienated from their own establishment, you got to go to the issues of immigration and the Iraq War, where the Republican elite became out of touch with its own rank and file without even knowing it, and then Trump drove a truck through that gap.
Yeah, I think that is very well put there, Rich. Coming up, COVID changed the look of Easter services for a second year in a row. But there's some signs that some of these changes might be here to stay. Welcome back. Data download time. Today marks the second Easter that's being celebrated in a time of COVID. And vaccinations and optimism aside, things are not yet back to normal in most churches. In early March, our friends at Pew Research found that only 27% of U.S. adults were planning on going to church in person for Easter this year. In a non-pandemic year, in case you're wondering, 44% of that group say they would be in the pews today. Because of that, many have opted to attend church from home, doing it online. In fact, 33% of churchgoers have worshiped online in the last month. That's down just a bit from July of last year. 17%, by the way, have visited their congregations for in-person worship in the last month, and that is up just a smidge from July. So what does this mean for the future of worship overall in this country? This week, Gallup released some data showing that the number of Americans who say that they are members of a church, mosque, or synagogue has dropped to below 50% for the first time ever in this country. This is not to say that that's technically the percentage of adults who claim that they are religious. But this is significant, that less than half of Americans are members of a specific house of worship. It's going to have long-term political consequences for whatever that's worth. Look, when virtual services end and worshipers decide whether or not they physically want to go back to church, what decision will they make? It's all part of the difficult decisions we're all going to have to make when the normal life that we all want to live begins again. When we come back, is the Major League Baseball decision to take the All-Star game out of Georgia the beginning of a business backlash to new voting restrictions across the entire country? Stay with us. Welcome back. Major League Baseball became the highest profile entity, corporation, however you want to describe, to essentially make us not just a statement about Georgia, but make a statement with a decision pulling the All-Star game out. Quite a few companies have come out publicly against the new laws that have been passed in Georgia. Some are going after Texas, but you know, this boycott situation is complicated. And in fact, Stacey Abrams herself, in what she said before baseball's decision and after, I think, shows you this discomfort. I've no doubt that voters of color, particularly black voters, are willing to endure the hardships of boycotts, but I don't think that's necessary yet. 2 days later, MLB leaves. Here's what she says. I'm disappointed that the MLB is relocating the All-Star game. However, I commend the players, owners, and league commissioner for speaking out. I respect boycotts, although I don't want to see Georgia families hurt by lost events and jobs. Maria Teresa Kumar, the boycott issue is a complicated one, particularly if you're a Georgia public servant or you aspire to be one.
Well, it's complicated, but basically what we're seeing that happen in Georgia with the Republican legislation is that they're corking the path and putting resin on the ball. They are cheating. They were the ones that created the current existing laws that were on the books. The Secretary of State of Georgia certified that there was no cheating, that this was actually a certified election. And now, because they didn't like the fact that young people, people of color, African Americans, Latino, Asian, came out, flexed their muscle, said that they were going to have a different direction for Georgia, they're changing the rules. And that's just not right. And the fact that Major League Baseball, and you see all these other corporations coming out, talking about the importance of having access to the voting booth, this is the fundamental issue in our country is facing right now. It's democracy with a little d, not the big D.
Yeah.
And unless we get this right with access to the voting booth, more Americans and more corporations have to come out, because that's what we saw a result of the insurrection of January 6th, when individuals wanted to say that a certified fair election was not correct.
You know, Amy, it was interesting to watch Governor Brian Kemp yesterday. He almost seemed as if he was relieved not having to deal with Donald Trump anymore. And he was almost embracing this aspect that he can court his base again. At the same time, you know, it does feel like Georgia's in an awkward situation. The economic engine of that state politically is in one place, the Republican leadership's in another. Do you think these boycotts will have an effect?
I don't know that they will, because I think what they do is reinforce the sense, as you pointed out, Chuck, that there are two Georgias, as there are in so many of these states, where you have the economic engines of those states, which are becoming bluer and bluer, including the suburbs around those major areas, and the more rural and small town that are becoming more Republican. And the other issue I think that is really important to appreciate is that voters also are seeing this really through the lens of politics, that they believe. And I've sat in a couple of these focus groups recently, and what I heard from both more conservative leaning swing voters and more sort of middle of the road to liberal swing voters is that they all think that this is being done by both parties in order to win. One voter said everybody just wants to win. They're going to do what they do and change these laws for politics, not for the issue that Maria Teresa brought up, which is a threat to democracy.
Yeah, it becomes an ends justify the means mindset. You know, Yamiche, LZ Granderson in the LA Times, actually, he connected what's happening in Georgia to what we've been watching at the Chauvin trial. And here's what he wrote. He said, the Chauvin case is less about the soul of America and more about the goal of America. Who and what are we trying to be, and are we sincerely ready to do the work to get there? Not just write a check or post a statement, but do the interpersonal work required to say, you know what, I like my tax cuts, but I can't support politicians who would outlaw handing someone a bottle of water as they stand in line to vote here. I have to tell you, the impact of the Chauvin trial so far, I know just on myself, and I think a lot of folks, has just been seeing up close and personal the trauma that eyewitnesses have in these events. And I say to myself, times that by 5,000 of events that we don't watch as closely as we're watching this one.
Well, the Chauvin trial and that murder trial and the death of George Floyd is connected to voting rights, because at the end of the day, it's about how African Americans and whether African Americans are allowed to survive and thrive in America and are able to have access to the principles that America holds up as near and dear. And that, of course, is democracy, but it's also your ability to pursue happiness and to not have an officer kneel on your neck on 9 minutes for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Watching this trial and watching what's going on in Georgia, they absolutely connect.
You know, Rich, Republicans, are they risking something here by appearing to go too far?
I think the attack on this Georgia bill is an outrageous smear, Chuck. It actually increases early voting hours. It tries to deal with the problem with long lines. The key security measure is you got to sign your driver's license number on an absentee ballot envelope. No one is going to be disenfranchised because of this law.
I'm going to leave it there. Before we go, a programming note. This week, we're kicking off a new season of our streaming show, Meet the Press Reports. Every Thursday, we take a deep dive into one issue. Our first episode focuses on the rise of domestic extremism in the United States. You can catch episodes from season 1 of Meet the Press Reports today, beginning at 2 p.m. Watch the season 2 premiere, by the way, on Thursday, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand at Peacock. That's all we have for today. Thanks for watching. We'll be back next week, because if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans
watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Thank you, everybody, for joining with us here today. In particular, I want to express my gratitude to the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Director McCraw, General Norris, who is the Adjutant General for the Texas National Guard. We have with us Brendan Judd, the President of the National Border Patrol Council. And I also want to thank all of the Texas Department of Public Safety troopers, agents, Texas Rangers, and all the members of the National Guard who are involved in Operation Lone Star. And I want to thank all of the Border Patrol agents who serve on the front lines every single day dealing with the challenges that we see increasing along the border. And then finally, I want to thank local law enforcement. Local law enforcement has been working side by side with the Texas Department of Public Safety as they've been going about the process of responding to the challenges on the border. So the Biden administration's open border policies have created an open season for human traffickers, for drug smugglers, for cartels and gangs. These criminals are preying upon women and children, exposing them to abuse and to terror. Because the federal government is failing to act to respond to these dangers, Texas is stepping up to secure the border and to keep our communities safe. To achieve that goal, about a month ago, I launched what we have named Operation Lone Star. Operation Lone Star was launched for the purpose of filling the gaps that are left open as Border Patrol officers are busy, occupied with detaining the large number of people who are coming across the border. And when Border Patrol officers are occupied with those detentions, it leaves wide swaths of sectors open for the cartels and drug smugglers, as well as in human smugglers, to be able to get people and drugs and contraband across the border. Without Operation Lone Star, those cartels and criminals would have open season to get across the border, whatever they wanted to get across the border. Because of Operation Lone Star, the numbers are staggering. What has been done just over the past almost month. Operation Lone Star effectively began on March the 4th, so less than a month ago. In 28 days, the Texas Department of Public Safety has made 598 criminal arrests. They've also made more than 16,000 referrals of illegal immigrants to Border Patrol. So the math on this is the Department of Public Safety made more than 21 arrests per day of criminal arrests, and they made more than 571 referrals of illegal immigrants per day to the Border Patrol. I want to give you just an idea of the type of arrests that the Texas Department of Public Safety has been involved in. In early March, one of the arrests involved a stash house in the Rio Grande Valley. While investigating the stash house, Department of Public Safety troopers and special agents discovered 4 illegal immigrants and a gang member. The gang member was wanted on 2 counts of rape of a child under the age of 13. On March the 8th, Department of Public Safety troopers made a traffic stop that resulted in the arrest of a man wanted for continuous sexual assault of a child. On March the 14th, troopers attempted to make a traffic stop that escalated into a pursuit. After the pursuit was done and after stopping the vehicle, they discovered that the male driver was smuggling illegal immigrants, including a 14-year-old child who had been sexually assaulted. The driver also had child pornography on his phone. On March the 16th, the Department of Public Safety assisted the Border Patrol with several waves of illegal immigrants being smuggled on rafts. This included 217 illegal immigrants apprehended, including among that group 152 children. One of those children was a 6-month-old girl who was thrown into the river by smugglers. As Brendan Judd explained to me, there is a reason why smugglers and cartel members do things like throw a young child into the river. They know that when doing so, it will cause Border Patrol and Texas Department of Public Safety officers to focus on that child and to save that child like what they did do. When law enforcement is focused on saving a child, that opens the door to the opportunity for the drug smugglers and the cartels to engage in other crimes. And that's part of what happened. But to show you how abusive these people are, there was a mother among the group who was stomped on by the cartels and broke her leg. And that woman was also helped by the Texas Department of Public Safety working alongside the Border Patrol. We have Trooper Woodard with us right here. Trooper Woodard with the Texas Department of Public Safety was the trooper who was involved in the rescuing of that child, as well as dealing with the mother who had a broken leg. Trooper, thank you for your service. So this is just a small sample of the dangerous criminals that the Texas Department of Public Safety is apprehending and the horrific abuse these criminals inflict on their victims. A concern that we have is how brazen and open the drug cartels are getting in trying to recruit people here in the state of Texas to assist them in these crimes. I was provided these. I'm going to show you these two pictures if you can zoom in. These are two pictures from TikTok. And these are ads or videos and things that are being run by cartels on TikTok trying to recruit people in Texas to assist them commit their crime with the promise of money, as well as other things. And it's rare, I am told, to see the cartels open or operate that openly so that it could be seen by law enforcement. But you can be assured now law enforcement will be following up, tracking down who these criminals are and doing whatever needs to be done to make sure that these types of operations will be shut down. Bottom line is this. Operation Lone Star is doing everything they can to keep our community safe. But this problem is not going to be fixed until the Biden administration does its job to secure our border and to get this crisis under control. Next, we will have Director McCraw.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Public safety is the protection of people from harm. When we talk about public safety in the department and certainly the state of Texas and the governor and the state legislature, that means all people in Texas. An unsecured border with Mexico has resulted in corridors of crime is the bottom line. I mean, Mexican cartels is enemy number one. And throughout Texas and nation, these corridors, they bring cocaine, methamphetamine, marijuana, fentanyl, any particular drug that's marketable, the cartels have it. But importantly, people. When we say people, as the governor indicated, it's a commodity to them. They don't care. They'll throw a 6-month-old baby into the water. They just don't care. I mean, they will stash, they will starve, they'll beat, they'll rape, and they'll abandon these children. And so it's very important. And one of the things that the governor's number one priority is that when we fill these gaps, because make no mistake about it, when you put those many unaccompanied children and family units into one area, the Rio Grande Valley area, Border Patrol becomes overwhelmed. We saw it in 2014, we saw it in 2019, and we certainly see it right now. When that happens, it provides a great opportunity for cartels to move migrant children that are high valued, okay, that are moving towards the sex trafficking industry, as well as criminal aliens between the ports of entry. They're not trying to be interdicted, and they're trying to avoid apprehension, and they're available at that point. So it's important to be able to fill that particular gap, which we're doing right now. We're certainly proud to work with our brave Border Patrol partners as well as local law enforcement. And we're seeing a lot of things we hadn't seen in the past in terms of brazenness of some of these smugglers and coyotes that are sitting on ranch lands and refusing to leave and moving into areas, as well as carrying weapons on this side of the border, which is a usual occurrence. And certainly we're concerned about that. Social media, who would have thought they're advertising for more coyotes? They need more smugglers to come from San Antonio and Houston. We didn't see that before. But again, this is a $1 billion a year industry by organizations that we've never seen before, the Mexican cartels. There's nobody more violent, more brazen, more depraved, and I'd say more cowardly in terms of what they do with women and children than the Mexican cartels. And they're enemy number one. They represent a domestic security threat to Mexico and certainly a public safety threat for all of Texans, and I would argue the nation as well. So thank you, Governor. We have an opportunity to be able to serve, and we're here to serve. And we're proud to protect and serve the state of Texas and work with our Border Patrol partners and certainly local law enforcement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Among the other numbers that the Texas Department of Public Safety has achieved just over the less than 1 month, they, through this operation, have seized more than 14 pounds of cocaine, more than 23 firearms. They've arrested 9 people who have been identified as members of gangs, seized almost $1 million in currency. And so this is just the beginning of what is going to be an onslaught unless and until the Biden administration steps up and does something about it. Next is the Adjutant General for the Texas National Guard, General Tracy Norris.
Thank you, sir. Sir, from the date you activated us on March 4th, within 5 days, we were activating the state active duty under the governor. Within 5 days, we had a number of observation posts and listening posts on the border in support of our Texas Department of Public Safety. Our role is to add eyes and ears to DPS as well as Customs and Border Protection in order to detect, identify, and recognize any activity, illegal activity that is going on, and call that into DPS and the Border Patrol and make it quicker for them to be able to react to where that event is. Our soldiers are using multi-sensor systems that are able to detect, recognize, and identify that activity. And sir, again, our soldiers have been not unfamiliar with the border. They've been down here several times and supported DPS. And I just want to thank the employers of all our guardsmen and also the families that support our guardsmen. I want to thank them for all of that they've done the last couple of years.
Great point. Thanks indeed, but also thanks to the members of the Texas Military Branch for being down here. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have Brandon Judd, the president of the National Border Patrol Council.
Governor, thank you. I appreciate you inviting me to be here. My name is Brandon Judd. I'm the president of the National Border Patrol Council. I operate largely in a political aspect, but I also put on a uniform and I go out and I patrol the border to try to secure the safety and security of the American public. I will tell you that policies matter. Without policies, we will have the problems that we're seeing today. I want to thank the governor, first and foremost, for allowing Texas DPS. And I would call on the governors of our other border states, New Mexico, Arizona, and California, to also step up to the plate and assist in this issue. Problem is we wouldn't need governors like Governor Abbott if the federal government would do their job. Because policies matter, and if we continue down the road that we're going to continue to see these numbers increase, and the safety and security of the state of Texas will be threatened, and the safety and security of the entire country will also be threatened. If we continue to allow people to cross our borders illegally, to be released into the United States pending a hearing sometime down the road, we're going to continue to see this problem rise. We must look for the solutions. And if the Biden administration wants to say that the Remain in Mexico program was inhumane, then he needs to look for a solution. You cannot get rid of a program that worked and was very effective and not replace it with something else. And that is, in fact, what the Biden administration did. There are solutions that can be had. If we were to set up courts to adjudicate these cases, then we would give relief to those individuals that deserve relief under U.S. law. We would also send back those individuals that are coming here to game the system, that never have an intent to leave this country, regardless of whether they receive an order of deportation. We can solve this issue and we can solve this problem. And by solving the problem, we can release Texas DPS to do the job that they were supposed to be set up for. But if we don't, then we're going to have to call on governors like Governor Abbott. And thank goodness Texas does have a governor that's willing to step up to the plate when the federal government fails. So again, Governor Abbott, I appreciate the time. I appreciate what you're doing and the resources you're devoting to an issue that you should not have to solve.
Thank
Federal
you,
government should
and
solve.
thanks to the men and women of the Border Patrol.
Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Yes. Please speak up a little bit. Sure.
We don't arrest anybody for crossing the border illegally. We arrest smugglers, and there are been smugglers that we have arrested. As the governor talked about, over 16,000 IAs or illegal aliens became in contact with them. Those referred to the Border Patrol. We did not maintain them. There's no state immigration violation. Smugglers, yes, we charged with them. Drugs, as the governor talked about, marijuana and cocaine, we made arrests on those particular things. And stash houses where we have a smuggler. And of course, he documented 3 incidents in terms of we had sexual assaults on children, underage children that were coming here illegally and no doubt was exploited and will be continue to be exploited. Those are the majority of the type of criminal violations that we came in contact with that period of time. As for the duration, it depends on what happens on the ground. As they come and Border Patrol is swamped, I mean, the governor's made it very clear that the Department of Public Safety and National Guard is going to be there to support them, and we'll be continuing operations in that regard. The one thing that shifted from the last time that the governor had a press conference is Del Rio sector. It became the number 2 sector in Texas, and that's never happened before. We've had those types of numbers. So we got the call from not just the sector chief, but from the sheriffs. I know Representative Morales was very concerned about that area. So the governor had us increase our tempo and resources within the Del Rio sector as well. I can say that when we do that, we move to 12-hour shifts. We make sure we cover 24/7. We bring resources outside. So hope that answers both your questions.
Let me add some additional information because you did bring up one other topic I want to make sure you understood the answer to. You mentioned special interest arrest. I don't know if you were intending by that, but that is a term that's used that deals with people who come from countries with ties to terrorism. Is that what you were referring to? Sure. So we had discussions about that in our meeting before we came down here, where the discussion was that, yes, in fact, there have been people who are called special interest arrest, people who are coming from countries with ties to terrorism. And that's one of the extreme dangers that we face. And the people who are special interest coming from terrorist countries, they're not the kind of people who are going to walk up and turn themselves over to Border Patrol or to DPS. They're the type of people that the cartels get a whole lot of money for to try to sneak through the gaps while the Border Patrol is occupied dealing with the children that they are dealing with. And that's exactly why the Biden administration needs to step up and explain to his fellow Americans that there are terrorists trying to get into the United States across the Texas border, and the federal government has to step up and do something about it.
There is, but we're not discussing.
So Minority Leader McCarthy, he highlighted this issue just a couple weeks ago when he was down on the border, and he learned that there were several individuals from special interest countries that had been arrested. I personally have arrested people from all over the globe, whether it be Poland, Russia, Bangladesh, Brazil. We deal with people that come from all over the world. The politicians want to make this an issue of Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico. And it's just not. We get them from all over the world. And that's why it's so important that we have Texas DPS, because as the cartels continue to flood us with unaccompanied children, as they continue to flood us with family units, it takes our resources out of the field. And if it's not for the Texas DPS to plug those holes up, that the cartels are creating artificial gaps in our coverage. And if it's not for Texas DPS to plug those holes, we would have a lot more coming across into the United States.
Go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah, why don't we,
Super, why don't you
Wait.
take the mask off? But, and here's a microphone. I think
he was the one involved in it.
A younger, much better looking version.
So just tell him everything about what happened.
I had established a land position and seen the smugglers bringing approximately 6 people across on a raft. I gotten a little bit more brush on me, and the raft had gotten into a tree, just on the other side of a tree that had cane in it. I heard splashing and ayuda, ayuda from a distressed woman. Once I have night vision on at this point, I climb into a tree and see that this woman is hanging onto a tree branch with the baby in her arm. The baby's in her arm and the water's going over the baby. So I got above her, kind of fell in, grabbed the baby, held the baby like a football, and helped the woman onto a tree branch. Positioned myself back on the tree and then walked out. I got up to the bank, and on the picture that you've seen, I start rubbing the chest of the baby because the baby wasn't moving at that point. Finally seen that the baby started moving, started crying, and handed off the baby to a ranger, and then helped the other 5 back onto the bank.
That baby was turned over to Border Patrol Resources, but that was a family unit. That was a woman and child. Most likely, because of the age of the child, most likely that those 2 individuals were released into the United States.
Go ahead.
Governor, Adolfo Muñiz with Spectrum News 1. What comment do you have about the fact that the Biden administration says that they are returning 80, 70-something% of the migrants back to Mexico? And this question also goes to the Border Patrol Council. Is that alleviating anything? How is that affecting? Is it true? What's not true about it?
All I can tell you is that we see increasing numbers of people coming across the border. I can tell you the words that were used by the Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas himself, and that is, this is an unprecedented number of people coming across the border, the most in more than 20 years, and we're just getting going in the process. These numbers will continue to increase because the Biden administration has established open border policies, making it clear that they are going to allow people to come in, and making it clear that we have thousands of people in locations across just the state of Texas, whether it be in Carrizo Springs or in Midland or in Dallas or now on military bases. And so as the numbers continue to increase, it is clear there's no slowing down in the number of people coming across the border.
So to answer that question, you have to take a snapshot in time. And if you go back to Inauguration Day, yes, it was probably close to 80% of the people were in fact being expelled under Title 42. But then you had an explosion in the numbers, numbers that were absolutely unprecedented. We've never seen these types of numbers of unaccompanied children before. And then you had the carve-outs for Title 42. And of course, you started to see even more people. Axios, which generally tends to be on the liberal leaning, Axios fact-checked President Biden and said in the week that he gave his press conference, it was only about 13% that were being expelled. So again, you have to take a snapshot in time. You have to look at what are the current conditions and what are the drivers, these pull factors. And no, we're not expelling 80% of the individuals that are crossing the border today. If we're lucky, if we're expelling, or if 40% of those people that are crossing today are actually being removed. We're lucky.
We have had reports of people, stating that it looks like that these traffickers are taunting, in a sense, Border Patrol agents and also DPS. Has there been any plans or any communication with the Mexican government and kind of do something about it?
So there's been no communication with the Texas government and the Mexican government. There are communications, obviously, between the federal government and the Mexican government. I don't have that information provided to me, but I do know that the federal government and the Mexican government communicate all the time about this. Yes.
They say while DPS is helpful, they could also use resources like social workers to help deal with these families that are coming here traumatized, and resources like those hotel rooms. Are you planning to provide any additional resources of that nature to some of these towns who are where these migrants are primarily being released? And my second question is, we've heard from some reports and some migrant families about the situation at the Ansel Lewis Bridge. There are some folks that have been spending 2 to 3 days there in that processing or intake area. Wanted to get comment on that and any information or intake from you or any of your folks here.
I'll let somebody else take the second question while I answer the first question, and that is, there are well-defined organizations that are in charge of responding to each type of situation every step along the way as people come across the border illegally. The organizations in charge of providing the level of assistance that you're talking about at the local level, those are organizations, those are NGOs associated with ORR, if you want a whole bunch of 3-letter alphabet soup names, but you know what they are. It's the ORR, the federal government, the Office of Refugee and Resettlement, that they are in charge of paying for and organizing all of the non-governmental based organizations to provide the assistance that is needed at the local level. They're the ones with the federal funding to provide that assistance, and they have the job to do it. One thing that we have seen is the Biden administration was completely unprepared for the large number of people coming across the border because they were completely unorganized with their own federal agencies. The Biden administration was unorganized with the Federal Health and Human Services, with ORR, with the NGOs that collaborate with ORR. And they are just scrambling, even having to rely upon military bases to put these children on because they were so inept in getting this organized to begin with. But that is the federal government's job, and that's one of the many things that we're saying they need to step up and start doing their job. Whether someone wants to answer the second part. Yeah.
So look, I appreciate that question. We have to have an open and honest conversation if we're going to solve this problem. If we do not have that, if all we're doing is taking short little quotes and running with those, we're never going to solve this problem. I don't care whether you agree with me after we have all the facts out. The truth of the Ansel Lewis, what we call TOPS, it's a temporary processing center. Individuals are not supposed to be held there for more than 8 hours. If they're held there for any more than 8 hours, they then get transferred to one of the other facilities, most likely Donna, because that Ansel Lewis is only supposed to be for family units or unaccompanied children. They'll then get transferred to one of the facilities, most likely Donna. We don't hold people at TOPS for more than 8 hours, so that's just not true. Do you know how many people were there, Brandon? Oh, we experience a large number of people at Ansel Lewis all the time. It just depends on how many people cross. I mean, there's literally on the trails, there's literally signs that point them to go to the actual processing center. So people that come across the border, they know exactly where to go because the signs point them there. But talking about taunting, it was Paul Perez and I, we both had the 18 senators out on the border, and we took them to known smuggling routes. And this was about 1 o'clock in the morning. And when we got to one of the known smuggling routes, there were actually smugglers across the river that had higher powered spotlights than the flashlights that we gave the senators for that tour. They were in fact taunting the senators. They were telling the senators things that I can't repeat for the camera, but they were telling them where they could stake it. They were telling them that they were going to bring people no matter what. we did. They were going to continue to bring people, and we've continued to see that.
Two more questions. Sorry, two more questions.
You have an update on what you mentioned in Dallas and interviewing with children and investigating drug cartels. How do we interpret that? What's the latest update on that?
Yeah, I can't give you any numbers right now, but yeah, clearly we're doing that with everyone we come in contact with. So we'll have some numbers later on, but they're really reflected in our investigations.
How does Texas Rangers, I guess, go into investigating whoever has assaulted or abused a child?
Well, I'll use an example as one of the stash houses we talked about. When we identified an individual that was holding, 4 illegal aliens in that stash house and had been charged with and outstanding warrants for him for the sexual assault of two girls under the age of 13. Well, at that point in time, an interview was followed up. Is there any evidence? Okay, we used an example. The governor gave an example in terms of the cell phone with pornography on another smuggler that had a young 14-year-old that he had sexually assaulted. So it's all the normal things we do in the interdiction and protection of children that troopers are trained to identify on the highways that are criminal conduct associated with pedophiles and sex traffickers. And the troopers do the same thing. Did you translate it down here? And one of the second parts of that is Rangers following up on that, or a DPS special agent following up on. And I want to say one thing on the taunting. There's no law against taunting, by the way. Okay, so we don't get our feelings hurt if the cartel members taunt us. We get taunted on this side of the border. Okay, so that's not a big deal. Yep. Yes, in fact, we bring the special operators in, whether they're a SWAT team or whether they're Ranger Recon, but they're part of our special operations group. This trooper came from Bowie, Texas, out of Wichita Falls. He's on our special response team out there. And we identify through intel locations where the cartels are exploiting those gaps. And we do locate them. I think he testified or talked about, have NVGs at night. And we have him in low light. He was in a low profile situation, try to identify cartel members coming across and interdict them as they come across. So the answer is yes, and we'll continue to do that.
It's the first time the candidates will meet on stage since the end of September. They were supposed to debate virtually last week after President Trump's COVID diagnosis, but the president canceled. 6 topics are expected to be covered tonight. They include fighting COVID-19, American families, race in America, climate change, national security, and leadership. Things will look and sound slightly different tonight. Candidate microphones will be muted for certain portions of the debate. It's part of an effort to enforce the debate rules, where both candidates are supposed to have 2 minutes uninterrupted to respond to a question, followed by an open discussion. You recall, that is not what happened last time around.
The American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now. Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why would you answer that question?
The question is,
Justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
Who's on your list?
Gentlemen,
I think this is so unprecedented.
All right, let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killian. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, and Nicole is a CBS News correspondent. She covers all things Washington, but there you see her inside the debate hall tonight. So, Nicole, let me begin with you. The president has made it very clear that he is not happy with the choice of moderator and the topics. What might be those very public, what might be behind, rather, those very public complaints?
Well, we know that a lot's at stake with this debate. What the Trump campaign has argued is that it believes this debate should focus more on foreign policy. It says that that has been the tradition in the past. But, I had an opportunity to speak with one of the chairs of the debate commission who said that is not necessarily the case, and that from the outset they made clear to the Trump campaign and to both campaigns that it would be the moderator who sets the topics. And so that's, of course, what you laid out at the top of the segment. So from that standpoint, also we've seen the president go after the moderator. We know he wasn't happy with the last debate with Chris Wallace as the moderator. So perhaps it might be an attempt to try to undercut whoever is in that role before the debate happens. But again, the debate commission stands by its selection of these moderators. It believes that this has been a fair process. And so again, just minutes away from seeing how it'll play out tonight.
Well, Caitlin, you have been covering voters and the voting process around the country for months now. Give us some of the common themes that you've been hearing.
Hi, Elaine. Well, two things stand out to me after spending the past several days on the ground in key battleground states talking to voters. The first is the way in which the act of voting has become a campaign issue in and of itself. We've seen voters be very strategic about how they are going to cast their ballots. We've talked to voters who are tracking lines on apps. They are very intent on making sure their ballot is in time to be counted, and being very strategic about making sure they have all the information needed to be able to cast a ballot in a pandemic. Because as we know, the pandemic has put voting rights and access front and center, but also how we cast ballots. Several states have been ramping up options to give people instead of going in person. The other interesting dynamic that we've seen on the ground is how coronavirus is playing in terms of shaping how people are viewing this race. Lots of supporters of former Vice President Biden that we talked to say that the pandemic is front and center, that it's uprooted their lives, that they see this race as a referendum on the president's handling of the pandemic. When we talk to supporters of the president, they don't see the pandemic as front and center. Most of them say the economy is top of mind heading into this election. They tell us that the president did what he could do on the pandemic, and they want things to return back to how they were before. This idea of returning back to normalcy is actually playing on all sides and among lots of different voters that we talk to. Supporters of the president say turning back to normal means getting back to the economy before the pandemic. And supporters of Joe Biden who want to return to normalcy think of it very different. They think of it as a time before Trump took office.
Well, Nicole, the president's path to victory seems to be fairly narrow, according to CBS's Battleground Tracker. Has the Trump campaign had any sort of recalibration in these closing weeks?
Well, I think the campaign's mission has always been to try to defend those states that the president won in 2016 and also try to find paths through other states, for instance, like Nevada or like Minnesota. I can tell you that certainly one state that both the Trump campaign, the Biden campaign are really targeting in these final days is Florida, Florida, Florida. If I had a whiteboard like Tim Russert used to, that really is a key state. Certainly the president needs that one. We've talked about states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that support in those states may be slipping for the president. But if he doesn't win Florida, that could spell big trouble for him. So he really does need that state. At the same time, Democrats see an opportunity there. I had a chance to speak with the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez, who said he would like to make up some ground there if they can in these final days. And as you know, we saw former President Barack Obama on the trail for the first time in Philadelphia, another pivotal state that we discussed, but also in Florida. He will be there this weekend as there will be a lot of emphasis on vote early day. So again, everything is very strategic in these final days. The president, of course, holding some rallies in Florida following the debate. So certainly that is one of the states to watch.
Absolutely. Well, Caitlin, as we've been reporting, the U.S. Elections Project says more than 47 million people have already voted across the country, with many states breaking early voting records. How does that change the dynamic of tonight's debate? Does it?
That's right. These record-breaking numbers. We were just in Georgia, which every day is reporting record-breaking numbers when it comes to the early vote. As you mentioned, 47 million people already having cast their ballot raises the question about how an event like tonight can do anything to change voters' minds if they've already participated. What's been really interesting to see in this race is that even though we've had a global pandemic, that there haven't been many instances over the course of the past several months that we've been in a general election mode that have changed the trajectory of this race. Nationally and in key battleground states, Joe Biden continues to lead. That's why his campaign wants to see tonight as a kind of a do no harm, get through it. The Trump campaign, however, has been falling behind in key battleground state polls, needs to do something to change the future of this race, try to shape it or change it around in the next 12 days. But with people already voting and in record numbers, does a night like tonight do anything to really change the fundamentals that we've seen be reliably consistent this cycle?
All right, as we've been speaking, Caitlin, I believe those are live pictures. Is that right, control room? That we saw, or those from just moments ago. We are, in fact, looking at live pictures there in Nashville as we wait for this debate to get underway. But there you saw it looked like a motorcade. We can't say exactly if that was the president or not, but certainly we're keeping an eye on these pictures as we get closer here to the top of the hour. Nicole, as we wait here, talk to us more about the topics that are going to be discussed tonight and how the announcement of attempted election interference last night could come into play.
Oh, well, we know that the topics will cover a variety of ground. There's going to be one segment focused again on COVID-19, on American families, on national security, on race in America, on climate change, and on leadership. So each of those segments will run about 15 minutes apiece. And then, you know, as far as this issue of national security, we would certainly expect that this issue of foreign election interference, especially in light of that very hastily called press conference that we saw yesterday by the FBI and the DNI director, that will come up because we really have not heard from the president or former Vice President Joe Biden to even know their reaction, to know what the president might know about this. So certainly we expect that to be pretty high up, that the moderator would raise that topic with both candidates this evening.
The first is
All right, Caitlin Huey Burns and Nicole Killian, great to see you both. Thank you very much. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, has the latest on what the race is looking like ahead of tonight. Anthony?
Hey there, Elaine. Let's take a look at the state of the race heading into this, the final debate. First thing to note, if this year we see record turnout, let's suppose it is, as some estimate, and we think, it could get to 150 million votes. Well, about a third of that has already been cast, with people showing up early to vote at early voting centers and casting their ballots by mail. So the pool of voters left to be persuaded by this debate is getting smaller. Couple that with the fact that well over 90-95% in some places in these polls, people say they've already made up their minds. So what's this about? It could be about motivating turnout for Joe Biden, maybe trying to seal in those voters who are already backing him. You look at these states across the upper Midwest, and they're leaning blue towards Joe Biden. He's also got a couple of possibilities in toss-ups in places like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, etc. So for the president, what does he need to do? He needs to start winning those toss-ups and then flipping a couple of states. Let's suppose the president once again wins Florida, wins Georgia, wins North Carolina. Well, starts to recreate that 2016 map, but now he's going to have to also probably win Ohio and then flip Pennsylvania back out of Joe Biden's column to start putting him closer, and then maybe a Wisconsin again, just in one scenario to get him back over the top. There's a number of different paths that could play out, and that's what we see. Those are some of the scenarios we see as we head into this final home stretch after the debate tonight. Elaine?
All right, Anthony, thank you. With early voting already well underway, tonight is the last chance the candidates will have to go head to head to sway undecided Americans. Last debate featured a range of attacks from both candidates. Some lines went beyond the issues, even touching on their personal lives. Here's one of that night's most heated moments.
It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
All right,
It's not about here.
that's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
It didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President, no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
He stood up.
No,
He stood up
the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
threatened Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you don't
That
get rid of
is
the Russians.
You know what?
absolutely not
Stop.
true.
Tape doing it.
You're going to
Not
have
tape.
True.
gentlemen. I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but I
on
see it seems
tape.
to be. Why shouldn't I be different than the two of you?
For more, let's bring in Lanhee Chen. He was the policy director for Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, as well as an advisor for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign. Lanhee, great to see you again. Thanks for joining us. So before I get to tonight's debate, I want to ask you about Senator Romney and his announcement that he did not vote for President Trump this year. Now, he declined to say whether he voted for Joe Biden, but given your background with the senator, why do you think that he made that decision public in the way that he did?
Well, I think, his opinion of President Trump, some of the things President Trump has done is no secret to anybody. They are dispositionally probably as different as two people you can find in public life. I think Senator Romney was probably getting a lot of questions about what he was going to do, what he was planning to do in this election, who he was going to vote for. And I think he's letting it be known that he didn't support President Trump. Obviously, we don't know who he voted for. We're not going to know unless he lets us know that. But part of this was his effort to answer the question. It's a very important election. Some may wonder where he stands, and I think he wanted to make that as clear as he could during this time when people are already casting votes and making decisions about this year's election.
So let's turn to the debate. The format of this debate, complete with this now mute function, is in response to that first debate where we saw that series of interruptions. Do you think, Lanhee, this debate will be vastly different compared to what we saw earlier?
I don't know that it'll be vastly different, Elaine. I think both candidates are still going to try and get their points in, regardless of whether they're speaking over their opponent, regardless of whether their time is up. I do think the mute function, if used properly, can ensure that we have a little bit better back and forth, a little bit more organized back and forth than we saw in that first debate. But fundamentally, President Trump has got a certain style. And if you look at how he approaches these debates, it tends to be a little bit more confrontational. It tends to be a little bit more combative, a lot more combative in some cases. And so I wouldn't expect him to deviate too much from that style. I think that's largely how he's going to make his points tonight. And so, I'm skeptical the mute button is going to have too much of an impact, but hopefully it will make some difference on the margins and the American people can actually hear some reasonable exchanges between these candidates.
Right. After all, this is, in fact, an opportunity, or is supposed to be an opportunity for voters to hear directly from the candidates themselves. So let's talk about the president's strategy. The playbook looks in some ways similar to 2016, calling for his opponent to be jailed. There are unsubstantiated claims about voter fraud. This year, of course, we have seen the president attacking doctors and scientists, contradicting his claims. I wonder, Lanhee, what you make of that. Does that appear to be an effective strategy at this point, given what we have seen from public polling on some of these issues? And do you expect to see more of that tonight?
A couple of things are clear. First of all, I think the president is engaging in this strategy because he's comfortable in it. It's kind of where he feels like he goes to when he needs to make headway on one point or another. I would say I think it's effective with respect to his political base. It's very clear that they are mobilized. They are very encouraged and enthusiastic about the president. Not a particularly effective set of techniques if you're trying to speak to undecided voters or voters who might, for example, wonder what will the next 4 years look like in a Trump presidency. I've made the argument repeatedly that I think the president would be strongest if he was willing to get out there and talk about his plan for the next 4 years as opposed to all of these other things. But that hasn't been where the president, it hasn't been where his campaign has been. I think the president believes it is effective at mobilizing his base, but his base is going to be supporting him regardless. The question now is where he gets the additional support necessary to get him across 270 electoral votes. I don't think that the strategy we've seen pursued thus far is frankly going to be very effective if that is the ultimate goal. So I think that the president and the Trump campaign have a fundamental decision to make with less than 2 weeks left. And that is, are they going to speak to voters who haven't made up their minds, or are they going to speak to those who probably are already going to support the president and try and gin them up even more?
In our final minutes, Lanhi, I want to ask you about where you see Joe Biden's biggest vulnerabilities. You know, you have President Trump bringing a guest tonight who is a business partner of Hunter Biden's to the debate. He's been attempting to push, as you know, these debunked allegations of fraudulent activities by the Biden family. So I wonder, Lanhi, as we look at the landscape now, you have Amy Coney Barrett on the verge of confirmation, it appears, as a Supreme Court justice. What is your take on those areas that the president should be focusing in on? And when you look at Joe Biden's vulnerabilities as well, what are those areas that you see as places where the president should focus his efforts?
It's a line of attack, Elaine, very similar to what we saw from Mike Pence in his debate against Kamala Harris a few weeks ago. And that is to try and tag Joe Biden as a liberal, out of touch progressive whose policies will take America in a fundamentally bad direction when it comes in particular to the economy. So I think one imperative is to tie his opponent to the far progressive left from a policy perspective. You saw him try to do that, for example, in Pennsylvania the other day, talking about Joe Biden's opposition to fracking. And then in the second order, I would say it's also going to be important for him to draw contrast in terms of energy and competency. And that's going to be something, you know, it's a hard sell because I think a lot of people know Joe Biden has a lot of experience in government, but it is fundamentally about that competency. For 47 years, Joe Biden's been in public life. You've heard this line, and he hasn't gotten a whole lot accomplished. It's about contrasting the president's accomplishments over the last few years with those of Vice President Biden during his 47 years in public life. I think trying to paint Joe Biden as an element of Washington, from Washington, you know, we are still in a political cycle where outsiders are favored to a certain degree. I think those are going to be the strongest places for the president to go. Whether he actually gets there, whether he can be successful, we'll have to see.
All right, Lanhi Chen. Lanhi, always great to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine.
Coming up, new rules for tonight's debate. Will cutting off the candidates' microphones help or hurt the candidates? Former senior advisor to Hillary Clinton, Philippe Reines, will be here to give us his take. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming. Most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hopefully he's going to play by the rules. Hopefully everybody's been tested. Hopefully it's all worked out this way the rules are. I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
That was Joe Biden on his way to Nashville earlier today. As we've mentioned, one of those new rules is cutting the microphone of the candidate not speaking in order to ensure no interruptions. It will go into effect at the beginning of each 15-minute segment. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and Senior Advisor to Hillary Clinton, Philippe Reines, joins me now to talk more about what we can expect tonight. Philippe, good to see you again. Thanks so much for being with us. So how do you expect this muted microphone setup to work?
Elaine, I think it's going to be a doozy. I think it might backfire for a simple reason. The debate is in 6 15-minute segments. And the first 4 minutes are going to have this muting situation where the person not speaking will not be able to be heard. The problem is if you tell someone that for 4 minutes that they have to behave, you're telling them that for the other 11 minutes, you can do what you want. And, sure, so it's going to keep Donald Trump in check while it's being used. But I'm not sure that the 66 minutes of the 90 are going to go any better, because if he's intent on railing against Joe Biden, then he's going to find a way to do it no matter how many buttons, the moderator and the producers have.
Well, the president is bringing a former business partner of Hunter Biden, Tony Bobulinski. Then candidate Donald Trump, as you recall, brought accusers of former President Bill Clinton to the 2016 debate against Hillary Clinton. Who do you think, Philippe, this strategy plays to?
I don't think that Donald Trump has been one Tony Bobulinski away from turning this race around. So I had not heard the name before today. I understand the point. Maybe he should have brought a epidemiologist with him or someone he can point to and say, this is someone that I am now taking advice from and who I think can help with COVID, and I'm naming as COVID czar. I really don't think that the 70, 80, 90, maybe 100 million people watching really want to hear about this guy. And it's just to come out as such a jumble when Donald Trump, whether it's muted or unmuted, when it just has a chance to start spewing all this Hunter Biden stuff, it's not going to be coherent to the listener. And he's been doing this for a year. He was impeached over this. So, he's in the predicament he is with 11 days to go. It's beyond doubling down. He's quadrupling, quintupling, or whatever it is down, and it's not going to work.
Fighting the coronavirus, of course, is one of the topics tonight. And while campaigning in Philadelphia last night, former President Obama slammed the Trump administration's response. Let's listen to just a little bit of that.
We literally left this White House a pandemic playbook that would have shown them how to respond before the virus reached our shores. They probably used it to I don't know, prop up a wobbly table somewhere. We don't know where that playbook went. 8 months into this pandemic, cases are rising again across this country. Donald Trump isn't suddenly going to protect all of us. He can't even take the basic steps to protect himself.
So, Philippe, as you know, since the last